After attaining enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, Shakyamuni Buddha unfolded the four truths of humanity so that they became a moral teaching of humaneness and the law of cause and effect, helping human beings transform the worldly realm into heaven and the pure land. Original Words of the Buddha's Teaching is the title of a multi-volume series consisting of concise teachings of the Buddha extracted from verses and discourses in the Nikaya collection, clearly expressing the meaning and purpose of liberation in Buddhism, especially practical and concrete methods of practice, from the manner of practice to the manner of daily living, in every circumstance and toward every object. They all bring to oneself and to others a mind that is peaceful, joyful, and free from troubles, a mind that is always unmoving before unwholesome states and feelings, always not causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. Seeing that these teachings are extremely precious, of great value and immense benefit to those who possess the will and determination to practice and seek the path out of suffering, and that these moral teachings practically bring happiness and peace to everyone, we have extracted them and provided explanations according to our own experience in practice that has borne results, in order to help those who have the affinity with the true early Buddha's teaching. Standing before two paths of practice, the early tradition and the Mahayana, if a person has no experience in practice, he will be bewildered before these two routes, not knowing which path to choose, and may be deceived by grand-sounding terms that strongly criticize Buddhism: Mahayana and Hinayana, supreme vehicle meditation and ordinary people's meditation. We are still ordinary people, and our desires are still abundant. When hearing terms such as Mahayana and supreme vehicle, who would not crave them? How could we not choose the Mahayana or supreme vehicle path and abandon Hinayana and ordinary people's meditation? Is that not so, friends? According to our experience in practicing the methods of Mahayana, we had to pay too high a price, yet gained nothing at all, receiving only empty promises. Finally, we chose the path suitable to our earnest aspiration to seek liberation for ourselves. That is the early path, and when practicing it, we obtained practical results immediately. Therefore, we now wish to pass it on to you, because we understand that you also are people who wish to escape this life filled with suffering and affliction. Dear friends, these concise teachings are wonderful moral actions of Buddhism, so that practitioners may know how to correct their own moral shortcomings and always overcome their own minds, living with moral actions based on humaneness and the law of cause and effect, not causing suffering to themselves or to others. That is also rebuilding our shared life together, with loved ones in the family as well as with people in society, determined always to bring one another peace, serenity, and freedom from troubles. We have extracted these teachings, and we ask you to read them carefully, to read them many times. For these condensed teachings, if you merely read through them once, we fear that you will not fully understand their meaning, because these are moral actions for human beings without distinction between those with religion and those without religion. And especially, you should review our explanations, because those explanations contain concrete and practical experiences in living and practicing, experiences that have truly produced results according to these teachings. Therefore, we boldly record them to help you apply them in your own lives, and you will obtain results immediately, without any fear of going astray into the path of enduring and suppressing the mind. The purpose of this volume is to help you clearly recognize the meditation of early Buddhism and the meditation of Mahayana Buddhism and Supreme Vehicle Buddhism. Regarding methods of practice and results, these kinds of meditation are not alike in the slightest. This is an extremely important matter for your life of practice. If you practice according to Mahayana meditation methods, you will fall into meditation that suppresses the mind, entering various forms of imagined concentration. Practicing in such a way will waste an entire lifetime of practice, bringing no benefit to yourselves or to others, because your minds will still possess greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt. When you accept practicing according to Mahayana meditation and Eastern transmission meditation, even if you obtain results, you will only attain imagined concentration and imagined wisdom. Imagined concentration is a type of meditation that does not involve abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Therefore, you cannot eradicate greed, anger, and delusion. Consequently, you do not possess sufficient spiritual power to master birth, aging, illness, and death. Therefore, you should examine again the senior most venerable monks, and others who are often sick, who go to doctors, who lie in hospitals. Within imagined concentration, imagined wisdom often develops. Imagined wisdom is a kind of intelligence fond of arguing and disputing over victory and defeat, or producing poetry and writings of extraordinary imagination concerning the wonderful Buddha nature. Because of attaining this imagined meditation, Mahayana teachers and Zen masters often regard the early teachings as Hinayana, as non-Buddhist teachings, claiming that the early meditation, which teaches practitioners to practice abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, is merely the meditation of ordinary people. This volume will help you know the method of practicing meditation for abandoning the mind through the Buddha's short teachings, which are very clear and easy to understand. Only your practice not go astray into the meditation of suppressing the mind, as found in the developed Mahayana scriptures and Zen Buddhism, or in Brahmanism, or in non-Buddhist teachings. This volume came into being with only one aspiration: to clarify once again the path of practice of Buddhism, and to help those who are enthusiastic in practice see results immediately. If there are no results, that means you have practiced incorrectly, and you should ask virtuous and knowledgeable friends again. Finally, we ask you to pay attention to these concise teachings of the Buddha, for they are words of gold and jade. Respect and revere them, then your path of practice will attain true liberation. Respectfully recorded, Elder Thích Thông Lạc, January 30th, 2000. Elder, the Buddha's teaching. If one understands the teaching as it really is, harmless toward all beings, abandoning impure and evil conduct, this one is called an elder. I call one an elder, not merely because one has gone forth. Practicing this root of wholesome karma, distinction lies in right conduct. If there is one who is young, whose faculties are unimpaired, who distinguishes the wholesome true teaching, this one is called an elder. Commentary. Practice is not difficult. The difficulty is that people do not abandon sensual desire and abandon unwholesome states. Reading the verses above, we see that practicing according to Buddhism is not difficult. The difficulty lies in our unwillingness to abandon greed, anger, and delusion. If one diligently and resolutely abandons greed, anger, and delusion, then right there one is called an elder. In Buddhism, an elder is regarded as one who has attained realization and complete liberation, like an arahant. An elder is not distinguished as monastic or layperson, nor by age, whether young or old. Whether an elderly monk or a young monk, and the same with lay people, once they have attained realization, they are all called elders. Conversely, even if a bhikkhu is 80 years old, if he has not attained realization, he is not called an elder. It is not that after many years of practice, one becomes an old master in the Mahayana manner. Reading this verse, we see very clearly that if one wishes to attain the liberating path of Buddhism, one must thoroughly understand the method of practice taught by the Buddha. The first line, if one understands the teaching as it really is, emphasizes the words as it really is. So what is understood as it really is? Understanding as it really is has two meanings, which you need to understand. Knowing clearly and as it really is the teaching taught by the Buddha without being mistaken by the teachings of non-Buddhists. Understanding clearly the meaning of wholesome states and unwholesome states, exactly as the Buddha taught. To understand the meaning of the Buddha's words in the second line, harmless toward all beings, it is necessary to understand what is harmless. That is precisely wholesome states, states that do not bring suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. Therefore, the purpose of Buddhism in teaching us to practice is to teach us to live in wholesome states without causing suffering to ourselves, to others, and to all living beings. Not causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings means abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. To affirm this, once again the Buddha teaches, abandoning impure and evil conduct. This sentence is taught so clearly by the Buddha that there can no longer be any doubt. It clearly points out wholesome states as they really are, in order to prevent and destroy unwholesome states, always living in wholesome states, without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. Right there, one is a realized practitioner of Buddhism. Is that not so, friends? Is such a method of practice difficult? If you are living with a mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states, then you are liberated. You are one who has attained the way. Then, does sitting meditation, reciting the Buddha's name, chanting scriptures, performing repentance ceremonies, and so on, bring liberation? Do they bring attainment of the way? Please answer, friends. Just look from ancient times up to the present. Mahayana and Zen Buddhism teach people to sit in meditation, recite the Buddha's name, chant scriptures, bow to the sacred names of the Buddhas, and repent. But has anyone abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states? Has anyone truly deserved to be called an elder? Or is it that when a monk has stayed in a temple for many years, is well versed in scriptures, and chants beautifully, people call him an elder? Such an elder is no different from an old master who has stayed in a temple for many years. The fourth line of the verse emphasizes with certainty, this one is called an elder. If a person practicing Buddhism does not cause suffering to oneself, to others, and to living beings, then that person is an elder, that is, one who has attained the fruit of liberation. In truth, in order not to cause suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings, there must be a process of practice. It is not something that can be obtained easily merely through words. Reading these 4 verses, you can see that nowhere did the Buddha's teaching teach sitting meditation that suppresses the mind in order to eliminate wandering thoughts and see one's nature to become a Buddha, or reciting the Buddha's name to seek rebirth in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, or reciting mantras to obtain supernatural powers and magical transformations and become invisible, or to obtain mind-reading knowledge in order to know everyone's past and future, or chanting scriptures, repenting, and bowing to the sacred names of the Buddhas so that disasters may disappear and misfortunes may be resolved, and so on. Here the Buddha only taught us to live by preventing evil, eliminating unwholesome states, giving rise to wholesome states, and increasing wholesome states, that is, not causing suffering to ourselves, to others, and to all living beings. Right? Then one attains the way. It is not necessary to see one's nature in order to become a Buddha, as Zen Buddhism teaches, seeing one's nature and becoming a Buddha. When practicing and receiving the nature of seeing, the nature of hearing, the nature of knowing, while greed, anger, and delusions still remain, then where is liberation? Therefore, someone asked a Zen master why this was so. The Zen master answered, because the residual habits still remain. Because of this answer, people said that the tongue of the Zen master was the tongue of a donkey. That is true. Eastern Zen and the Mahayana scriptures have indeed deceived us. This verse, which belongs to the Agama collection in the Chinese canon of the early teachings, still preserves the original and true teachings of the Buddha. Indeed, living beings still possess much wholesome affinity with the Buddha's true teaching. This discourse teaches practice in a very concrete and authentic way, from the beginning of practice until complete liberation, in a clear and concrete manner. My teaching has no need for time to come and see. The Buddha's teaching in practice is not vague nor abstract like the methods of practice found in Mahayana scriptures and Eastern Zen. As we know, the early Agama scriptures in the Chinese canon were compiled by Brahmin ancestors. Therefore, many additions and omissions were made by those ancestors, causing this collection to no longer retain the clear characteristics of the early teachings. Venerable Thích Minh Chao, when preparing his doctoral dissertation in Buddhist studies, compared the 2 collections, the Madhyama Agama in the Chinese canon and the middle-length discourses in the Pali canon, and found many major differences. As a result, later generations who read the Agama scriptures do not know which teachings are truly the words of the Buddha and which teachings are not. Therefore, on our path of study and practice today, if we do not have virtuous and knowledgeable friends with experience to guide us, then we will certainly and easily practice incorrectly and stray into the methods of non-Buddhist teachings. According to these 4 verses, if we enthusiastically and diligently practice every day, living in wholesome states, not causing suffering to ourselves, to others, and to all living beings, then we will attain the way. Attaining the way is easy, not as everyone thinks. Too difficult. Dear ladies and gentlemen, practicing as these verses teach is not difficult. Is that not so, ladies and gentlemen? In practice, we only need to know how to live correctly in wholesome states without causing suffering to ourselves, to others, and to living beings. Practicing in this way is happiness, peace, serenity, and freedom from troubles for ourselves, for others, and for all living beings. That is true liberation in Buddhism. It is not that practice means enduring hardship by entering a temple and doing labor, then every day reciting the Buddha's name, chanting scriptures, performing repentance ceremonies, praying for disasters to disappear, for karmic obstructions to dissolve, for illnesses to vanish, for rebirth in the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, or sitting in meditation to see one's nature and become a Buddha, or bowing to the sacred names of the Buddhas to receive their protection and attain liberation. The law of cause and effect does not accept these things. Therefore, even if throughout one's days one recites the Buddha's name, chants scriptures, and prays, illnesses will never disappear and calamities will never pass away. Even if one bows to the sacred names of the Buddhas until the knees are worn out, one still will not attain liberation. Liberation is nowhere to be seen, and one only sees useless, wasted effort. As for sitting meditation, the legs hurt as if someone were breaking them. The numbness is as if someone had stunned them. The heat in the legs is as if someone were burning them with fire. The way is nowhere to be seen, and one only sees one's own foolishness in causing suffering to oneself. Sitting in meditation, striving to concentrate the mind so that neither wholesome thoughts nor unwholesome thoughts may enter, until the head becomes heavy as though carrying stones, and the face becomes tight like a drum skin. Although suffering in this way, one still does not dare to stop practicing for even a minute or a second until headaches and brain pain arise, as though a rope were being tightened around the head, with aching pain everywhere. Yet can Buddha nature help one become free from suffering? Can it eliminate greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt? Clearly, one abandons possessions, expends effort, wastes energy in practice, yet cannot find liberation. One only lives in joyful sensations and imagined perceptions, because through ignorance and lack of understanding of concentration, one mistakes these things for concentration. Truly, it is pitiful for blind people who want to know colors. Oh, how lamentable and pitiable it is. In summary, these 4 verses show that the practice of Buddhism is not difficult. Wherever one has practiced, there one immediately has liberation. If there is any difficulty, it is only because people do not want to seek liberation, therefore they refuse to abandon unwholesome states, and refuse to renounce and abandon the mind that craves worldly sensual pleasures. Usually, those who are fond of sitting in meditation for long periods without thoughts, in order to see their nature and become Buddhas, or who are attached to supernatural powers and therefore practice asceticism, enduring suffering, not wanting to leave suffering, taking suffering as liberation in order to attain supernatural powers, regard such suffering as the path. From the standpoint of Buddhism, such practices go against the path of liberation taught by the Buddha. Because of those attachments just mentioned, they find practice difficult. For those who are determined to transcend the animal nature within themselves, Buddhist practice is not difficult. Practice is very easy. It is difficult only for those who refuse to leave behind, who do not want to abandon their animal nature. Therefore, they must endure suffering for countless lifetimes and countless ages. One who has attained realization is not distinguished as monastic or layperson. People in the world generally hold the view that only monastics can attain the fruit of arahantship and become Buddhas, while lay people can never attain realization. According to Buddhism, such views are mistaken. Buddhism does not distinguish between monastics and lay people. It is only for those who are determined to seek liberation, to escape from the ocean of suffering, birth and death, and samsara. But the important point in this practice is that one must thoroughly understand that the Buddha's teaching is wholesome states and noble virtues of human beings and of noble beings. Therefore, if one wishes to practice, one must always overcome the mind, restrain the mind, guide the mind, and master the mind, so as to know how to live completely in actions of human morality and the law of cause and effect, without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. To do so, the practitioner must enthusiastically and diligently live a life of perfect morality. One who lives such a life is one who has attained realization. Attainment of realization does not lie in a saffron robe and a shaved head. A Buddhist monastic who does not strictly observe the precepts, who frequently violates and breaks the precepts, that is, who does not practice abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, is regarded as nothing more than a bald-headed layperson. Therefore, the Buddha clearly affirmed this in the following 2 verses. I call one an elder, not merely because one has gone forth. These are the Buddha's words. Surely lay followers no longer have any doubts, nor should they be afraid, nor should they feel inferior because of their lay clothing, thinking that they cannot attain realization. Always firmly believe that you can attain the fruit of liberation no less than monastics. For attaining realization in Buddhism is not difficult. One only needs to know how to live correctly according to human morality and the law of cause and effect, without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings, as mentioned above. Then, whether one is monastic or layperson, one equally attains realization. If one does not prevent evil and eliminate unwholesome states, then neither monastics nor laypeople can live according to this human morality and the law of cause and effect. Without living according to this human morality and the law of cause and effect, one will never attain realization. No matter what method of practice one follows, there will be no liberation. Please pay attention to this teaching. A Buddhist monastic who has attained realization is easy to recognize. Such a person practices abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, lives correctly according to the precepts, that is, lives correctly according to human morality and the law of cause and effect, without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to living beings. Those are the people who have attained realization. Or, in other words, such people constantly contemplate and examine their own minds. If faults are present, they prevent and guard against them. Therefore, they never violate even the smallest fault. One who never violates even the smallest fault is one who has attained realization. Is that not so, ladies and gentlemen? Attaining realization does not mean seeing one's nature and becoming a Buddha. Attaining realization does not mean possessing supernatural powers, magical arts, becoming invisible, calling clouds and wind, or knowing the past and future of others, and so on. Attaining realization does not mean sitting in meditation for 5 or 7 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, and so on. Attaining realization simply means having an unmoving mind before all phenomena and feelings, ladies and gentlemen. From ancient times until now, people have always thought that one who has attained realization must be extraordinary, must possess all supernatural powers and magical arts, must have a halo, a brilliant light shining across the sky, and so on. People have never imagined that one who has attained realization is simply one who lives completely and fully with human morality, without causing suffering to oneself, without causing suffering to others, and without causing suffering to all living beings. That is Buddhism, the path of liberation from birth, aging, illness, and death, and the ending of samsara. This alone is true liberation. This alone is truly the path of compassion. This alone is truly the path of wisdom. This alone is truly the path of the unmoving mind. As for other methods of practice, which specialize in chanting scriptures, reciting the Buddha's name, repentance, sitting meditation, reciting mantras, forming mudras, praying for peace, praying for the dead, supernatural powers and magical arts, knowing the past and future, astrology, fortune-telling, choosing auspicious and inauspicious days and hours for building houses, marrying sons and daughters, and so on, all of these are methods that deceive and cheat people, seeking fame and profit, trading Buddha and selling the teaching. Therefore, the Buddha called them deceptive and fraudulent tricks, the cunning illusions of Marapapiyas, of Rakshasa demons, and so on. In order for everyone to see the Buddha's teaching more clearly, through the following 2 verses, he determined clearly for everyone to know, so that they would not be misled by the wrong teachings of non-Buddhists. Practicing this root of wholesome karma, distinction lies in right conduct. In daily life, if we do not cause suffering to ourselves, to others, and to all living beings, is that not the root of goodness? The second verse shows us even more clearly, if we wish to know whether someone has attained realization, we should look at his morality. Distinction lies in right conduct. Distinction lies in right conduct. Do you think this is difficult? What is right conduct? Right conduct means upright and straightforward actions. Seeing wrong, one says it is wrong. Seeing right, one says it is right. Seeing that something belongs to the Buddha, one says it belongs to the Buddha. Seeing that something belongs to Mahayana, one says it belongs to Mahayana. One does not flatter, follow the crowd, or see something wrong and not dare to say it is wrong. Seeing that something belongs to Mahayana, yet saying that it belongs to the Buddha with regard to Buddhism, that is cowardly, wrong conduct, not right conduct. From ancient times until now, we have often been deceived by non-Buddhist methods of practice, such as the existence of a supernatural world, such as saints and holy ladies who bestow blessings and calamities, such as heaven, the Pure Land, and nirvana, such as hell, King Yama, demon messengers, ox head, horseface, the Jade Emperor, saints, gods, immortals, Buddhas, evil spirits, ghosts of all kinds, and so on, such as sitting in meditation and entering concentration, such as leaving behind an incorruptible body, such as rebirth in samsara while knowing one's past lives, such as the great self and the small self, such as the substance of all things, such as a creator, Buddha nature, conscious spirit, soul, and so on. All are merely deceptive magic tricks used to fool people. These magical tricks have nothing practical or concrete. They are entirely illusions, vagueness, and hallucinations, and they bring no benefit to humanity. Instead, they harm people, causing them to lose money and suffer illness. In summary, everything that Buddhism teaches us to practice and to live in wholesome states lies within very practical and concrete life, always bringing practical benefits to human beings. As human beings, we only need to know how to live morally without causing suffering to ourselves, to others, and to all living beings. Right there is happiness. Right there is liberation. What more is there to demand? Why insist on possessing supernatural powers and magical arts? Why insist on sitting in meditation for 5 or 7 days? Why insist on being reborn in the Pure Land, heaven, or nirvana, and so on? Practicing according to Buddhism, liberation is immediate. There is no need to wait for any space or time. Everyone, old and young, can attain realization. Buddhism is a religion of equality. Old people and young people alike, anyone can attain the path of liberation, and the Buddha regarded everyone equally. Buddhism is a path without classes. Monastics and lay people alike, if they attain realization, they are all called elders equally. When realization is attained, everyone is the same. Everyone is free from outflows. In Buddhism, there are no higher attainments and lower attainments. Therefore, Buddhism is a path of equality. A young person who knows how to distinguish wholesome states from unwholesome states, who knows how to prevent and eliminate unwholesome states, who always lives with people and all living beings in wholesome states, that is, without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings, such a person is called an elder. In the following 2 verses, the Buddha clearly affirmed this. Who distinguishes the wholesome true teaching? This one is called an elder. The Buddha's words are so clear. Why then do you find practice so difficult? Do you know why? It is only because you still cherish sensual desires and unwholesome states, and therefore do not yet want to abandon them, do not yet want to leave them behind. Is that not so? These 2 verses have firmly established that the path of liberation in Buddhism does not go beyond wholesome states. Therefore, there is no need to chant scriptures, recite the Buddha's name, practice charms, recite mantras, or sit in meditation and enter concentration in order to attain liberation. Some people say those whose faculties are still inferior must chant scriptures, recite the Buddha's name, sit in meditation, and so on. Reciting the Buddha's name, practicing imagined meditation, making offerings, performing rituals, praying for the dead, praying for peace, and so on are superstitious methods. Therefore, such teachings are merely sophistry, used to conceal wrong teachings. As we understand correctly, the foundation of Buddhism is the precepts, the morality of being a human being and the morality of being a noble one. Therefore, the practitioner must know how to overcome his own mind. He must know how to correct himself when he commits faults. He must know how to feel ashamed when doing something causing suffering to himself, to others, and to living beings. Whoever clings to Zen, clings to concentration, clings to Pure Land, or clings to esoteric Buddhism has already practiced Buddhism incorrectly. There is a concrete proof showing us this. From ancient times until now, within these four schools, there has not been a single monastic or layperson who lived in complete goodness, without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. Therefore, up to the present day, we have not seen a single monk, teacher, or layperson who has mastered birth, aging, illness, and death, and ended samsara. They usually die in illness and die in imagined concentration. Therefore, the Dhammapada clearly affirms that if one wishes to purify the mind in order to enter the various concentrations, master life and death, and end samsara, there is only one way: to prevent evil, eliminate unwholesome states, and always live in wholesome states. Commit no evil, practice all wholesome states, purify one's own mind. This is the teaching of all Buddhas. Translated, do not do evil states. Wholesome states should be practiced. Purify one's own mind. These are the words taught by all Buddhas. In summary, the 3 verses above have established which method of practice should be carried out when practicing Buddhism. If we cannot determine the true method of practice of Buddhism, and even if we practice for thousands of lifetimes and countless ages, we will never find liberation. We will only waste a lifetime of practice, bringing no benefit to ourselves or to others. In this world, only Buddhism possesses the one and only teaching that guides people to escape the 4 sufferings of birth, aging, illness, and death. Buddhism takes human morality and the law of cause and effect, not causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings, as the standard of life for training and cultivating body and mind, so that they may possess moral actions, bringing serenity, joy, and happiness to ourselves and to everyone. This is the true purpose of liberation in Buddhism. Shame and remorse. The Buddha's teaching, there are 2 causes that a monastic disciple of the Buddha should cherish most highly. These are knowing shame and knowing remorse. If people do not know these 2 things, then father, mother, brothers, sisters, relatives, and distinctions of higher and lower rank cannot be differentiated. They would be like chickens, dogs, pigs, goats, donkeys, and horses. Though they are of the same species, they have no order or hierarchy because they do not know these 2 teachings. Because these 2 moral principles exist in the world, there are distinctions of higher and lower positions. But those who are separated from these 2 principles are just like those flocks of chickens, dogs, pigs, goats, donkeys, horses, and so on. Truly, they are not worthy of being bowed to. Anguttara Agama, page 117. Commentary. Buddhism takes wholesome states as the method of practice to push back unwholesome states. Therefore, Buddhism places foremost importance upon a morality of humaneness and the law of cause and effect, a morality for being human and being noble. Thus, the entire Buddhist scriptures take the precepts as the foundation, teaching practitioners from the basics all the way to the 3 knowledges. For human beings are also animals, though higher animals. No matter how advanced they are, the nature of animals still remains. If one wishes to become truly human, one must live with complete morality, living a life that knows how to love people and animals as one loves oneself. The morality of being human is still not enough to help us escape this human existence filled with suffering. Therefore, we must advance upon the path of complete and perfect morality, a morality even higher, in order to become noble ones free from outflows, masters over the 4 sufferings of birth, aging, illness, and death, and to end samsara. That is the aspiration of those who truly see this world as suffering, and who know that the Buddha's teaching is the noble and wonderful morality of precepts, which helps people fulfill their aspirations. Therefore, bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, or lay followers who despise the precepts, who constantly violate the precepts, break the precepts, and shatter the precepts in order to chase after worldly pleasures, even if they practice for hundreds of thousands of ages, will only become insects within Buddhism. Monastics or lay people who violate the precepts, break the precepts, shatter the precepts, and constantly immerse themselves in worldly pleasures will never find joy, happiness, and liberation in Buddhism. For the Buddha clearly affirmed, from abandoning sensual desire arises joy and happiness. As for present-day Mahayana teachers and Zen teachers who look down upon the precepts, even if they sit in meditation for 1,000 years, They will only fall into demonic meditation and never attain true liberation. The precepts are a method free from outflows, and also a method that teaches wonderful morality. The precepts clearly and concretely teach how to be human and how to be noble. The precepts are also a method that prepares the practitioner to enter right concentrations. If one does not practice the precepts, one will never enter right concentrations. If one cannot enter right concentrations, yet claims to have entered concentration, then one is speaking falsehoods to deceive others. For right concentrations are not meant for those who violate the precepts, break the precepts, and shatter the precepts. That is indeed so, ladies and gentlemen. A person who wishes to preserve the precepts, yet does not know shame, will never be able to preserve the precepts. Likewise, one who wishes to cultivate wholesome states, yet does not know shame, will never be able to cultivate wholesome states. This is a certain and undeniable truth. No one can change this principle. If anyone dares to alter the Buddha's method of practice, he will stray into the wrong path and false teachings. A person who wishes to preserve the virtues of being human and being noble, yet does not know shame, will never be able to preserve those virtues. Likewise, a person who wishes to practice for liberation, yet does not know shame, will never attain liberation. Only non-Buddhist teachings do not know shame. Therefore, shame and remorse are virtues that both those without religion and those with religion should value more highly than gold, silver, jewels, and precious gems. For they help people possess morality that does not bring suffering to themselves, to others, and to all living beings. They help people become liberated from afflictions, suffering, anger, love, and hatred. They help people have a life of peace, serenity, and freedom from troubles. They help transform the worldly realm into heaven and the pure land. If a person does not know shame and remorse, that person is no different from an animal and no longer knows any human ethics and morality. If a person lives in unwholesome states, constantly causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings, yet does not know shame and remorse, then that person is an evil beast, no longer a human being, and worse still, such a person is an evil ghost. If a bhikkhu, a bhikkhuni, or a lay follower violates the precepts, breaks the precepts, or shatters the precepts, yet does not know shame and remorse, then they are like fleas in the fur of animals. The Buddha often reminded the bhikkhus with this saying, worms in the lion's mane. These monastics and lay followers are not disciples of the Buddha. They are people who have exhausted their conscience, and worse still, they are Mara kings together with their demonic followers, deliberately trying to destroy Buddhism. In summary, shame and remorse are the virtue of knowing shame. They are a method of practice that is very necessary for people in the world, as well as people in religion. For those who are determined to find a way to save themselves from birth, aging, illness, death, and samsara, shame and remorse are the foremost method of practice. If a person does not know shame, as has been said, how are they different from animals? Human ethics and morality in this world would be overturned. The constant moral principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness would no longer exist. People would trample upon one another for food, clothing, and material possessions. Human affection would disappear. War on this planet would never end. Humanity would only remain an intelligent species of animals tearing apart and killing one another. In summary, the above passage teaches us to cultivate the virtue of shame. The virtue of shame is a noble and beautiful action of human beings. Without the virtue of shame, human beings are only animals. Because of the virtue of shame, people do not commit evil and increase wholesome deeds, making life on this planet peaceful and happy. Hard, hard, hard! The Buddha's teaching. It is very difficult for a Tathagata to appear in the world. It is difficult to obtain a human body. It is difficult to be born and raised in the central region of a country. It is difficult to meet good and wise friends. It is difficult to encounter the true Dharma. It is difficult to hear the Dharma. Anguttara Agama, Volume 3, page 218. Commentary. Human life has 6 difficulties, yet no one pays attention to them. Therefore, life has to endure so much suffering. After attaining the path, the Buddha saw that living beings had little merit and lacked affinity, so he warned everyone about these 6 difficulties as established in the above passage. The first difficulty, it is very difficult for a Tathagata to appear in the world. Then, what does Tathagata mean? Tathagata is one of the titles of the Buddha. To be born at the same time as the Buddha is something difficult, just as now, how could we possibly be born at the same time as the Buddha? Is that not so, friends? We were born into this world 2,548 years after the Buddha. Looking at Buddhist monastics and lay followers today, apart from the outward appearance of shaved heads and robes, or the appearance of lay followers, inside there are only Marapapiyas in disguise, engaging in businesses based on superstition, abstraction, and hallucinations about a supernatural world. Therefore, although there are many who practice Buddhism, there is no one who is truly liberated. If everyone had been born at the same time as the Buddha, that would have been the greatest fortune in the world. By firmly relying upon him for practice, by now there would be countless people who had attained the fruit of arahantship. Therefore, encountering the Buddha is difficult. Long ago, when the Buddha was born, the king invited the sage Asita to examine the marks of the infant Buddha. Asita knelt down, paid homage to the newborn Buddha, and cried loudly. Seeing this, the king asked, "Why are you crying?" The sage Asita replied, "In the future, when the prince grows up, renounces the household life, and becomes a Buddha, I will already be dead and will no longer have the opportunity to ask about the path and practice. Therefore, I cry out of sorrow and sadness." Not being born at the same time as an enlightened one is a great misfortune in human life because it is very difficult for a Tathagata to appear in the world. Biographical Buddha appearing in the world is difficult to encounter. Being born at the same time as the Buddha is not easy, but countless people were born at the same time as the Buddha and never knew the Buddha. Those who knew the Buddha in that era were only a minority among the people of India. Yet there were people who encountered the Buddha but slandered the Buddha, insulted the Buddha, wanted to kill the Buddha, and so on. Truly, without affinity, even face-to-face, there is no meeting. The second difficulty. Obtaining a human body is difficult as a blind turtle finding a floating log in the Eastern Sea. We should contemplate this teaching. After losing this body through hundreds of thousands of kalpas, who knows whether we will have sufficient conditions to be born again as human beings or not? Surely it is extremely difficult. Yet the human body lives only for a very short time. Nevertheless, people waste the years of this body in foolish ways with no benefit at all, merely going around serving impure things, eating, sleeping, sexual desire, and defecating with nothing truly good or meaningful. Is that not so, friends? Lay people as well as monastics all know that life is suffering, yet they do not dare to let go. They do not dare to let go, but eventually they must let go and enter the realm of death with empty hands. When a person dies, the five aggregates body completely disintegrates and nothing remains. But because daily life constantly creates wholesome or evil deeds, those actions of creating good and evil become the karmic force of greed, anger, and delusion. The karmic force of greed, anger, and delusion continues to correspond with the minds of greed, anger, and delusion of all people and all animals, thereby being reborn in samsara. Because one does not let go of greed, anger, and delusion, one accepts them and continues to live in suffering like all other sentient beings. But if one follows the path of cultivation of Buddhism and knows how to completely let go, then one no longer suffers and also brings samsara to an end. Monastics and lay people today, none of them let go. They accumulate more material possessions, live very comfortably like wealthy people, and still delight in worldly pleasures. Practicing like that is merely a waste of effort. They do not regret that the time of their bodies is approaching its end and that only a few years of life remain. Therefore, the Buddha taught, obtaining a human body is difficult. Yet how many truly understand this? After death, it is not certain that we will immediately be born as human beings again. We may have to be born as animals such as fish, shrimp, ducks, chickens, pigs, goats, buffaloes, cattle, dogs, horses, and so on, simply because we killed them to eat their flesh. Debts of blood and bones must be repaid. There is no escape. For consuming one life of a sentient being, one must repay 10 lives. Do you know this, friends? Thus, obtaining a human body is difficult, not easy. Throughout your life, how many shrimp, fish, chickens, ducks, pigs, and goats have been buried within your body? If you eat the flesh of one animal, then you must be reborn as 10 animals. And so, from the time you first learned to eat, your parents fed you fish and meat. Throughout your life, 70 or 80 years long, the amount of meat and fish you consumed cannot be calculated. According to the law of cause and effect, it must be multiplied tenfold. How long will it take you to repay the lives of sentient beings? Therefore, obtaining a human body is exceedingly difficult, my friends. Obtaining a human body and becoming a truly human person is even more difficult. Is that not so, friends? Because, as you already know, a truly human person must live according to these 5 standards. 1. Cherishing life. 2. Letting go and being diligent in labor. 3. Faithfulness, honesty. 5. Clarity and lucidity. At present, as we know, people only possess a human form while their inner nature is that of animals. Is that not so, friends? Therefore, many human beings are born, but they are not truly human, my friends. Thus, we determine that the people we encounter daily have come from animal species after passing through many lifetimes as animals to repay karmic debts. Because of this, they have accumulated much cruelty and ferocity. When they are finally born as humans, the nature of animals still remains intact. Therefore, people nowadays are very fierce, greedy, and cruel. For the sake of food and clothing, people trample upon one another's lives without the slightest compassion. In the final analysis, when a person dies and is born human again, he must pass through immeasurable and boundless lifetimes in the bodies of sentient beings. Therefore, the Buddha said that it is exceedingly difficult. If you examine it carefully, do you find this to be true, friends? Those people who had previously established affinity with the Buddha's true Dharma by observing the 8 precepts retreat were fortunate. Because of that affinity, they encountered the true Dharma once again. From there, they gradually corrected themselves, abandoning the evil conduct that belongs to the nature of animals, and lived according to the 5 wholesome virtues without violating faults and mistakes. Through practicing wholesome teachings to prevent and eradicate evil teachings, we have become truly human persons. From being truly human persons, when we die, we immediately continue to be born as humans again, because we no longer owe debts of blood and bones to other animals. Therefore, the law of cause and effect no longer exists. Thus, a truly human person who is born does not eat the flesh of sentient beings, is not greedy, does not steal or rob, does not speak falsehoods, does not engage in sexual misconduct, and does not delight in drinking alcohol. Children born with such a nature are truly human persons. If such people are nurtured according to the true Dharma of the Buddha, then these people will easily become noble arahants in the future. Here we wish to remind you that being born as a human being is not difficult, because the Buddha has already shown us the 5 standards for obtaining a human birth. As long as you live according to those 5 standards, whenever you leave this body, you will immediately have a new human body. There is no difficulty in this, because the 5 standards above are the standards of a true human being, no longer carrying the nature of animals. Therefore, you now see that many people are born, but true human beings are very few, my friends. You should also remember this. Obtaining a human body that still carries the nature of animals is already exceedingly difficult, requiring immeasurable lifetimes as sentient beings, as mentioned above. How much more difficult is it to obtain the body of a true human being? Is that not so, friends? Therefore, if you wish to obtain the body of a true human being, then from this very moment, begin training yourselves to live according to the 5 wholesome qualities mentioned above. Thanks to living according to these 5 wholesome qualities, you will never again become the body of a sentient being. Do you remember this? The third difficulty. Being born in the center of a country is difficult. People born in border regions suffer greatly because such places are often afflicted by wars, robbers, and so on. In those places, the land, when plowed, yields stones and barren soil. In those places, it is difficult to acquire broad knowledge. In those places, producing food is very laborious and difficult. Therefore, being born in the center of a country is difficult. Only in the center of a country is there peace and stability. Only there are food and clothing sufficiently available. Only there are there sufficient conditions for cultivating knowledge. And only there do noble ones appear to teach people to live morally and to cultivate themselves into noble and virtuous ones. The fourth difficulty. Encountering virtuous and learned friends is difficult. In every era, evil and learned friends are found everywhere. But virtuous and learned friends, even if one carries a torch and searches day and night, year after year, are very difficult to encounter. Because in our present age of Buddhist practice, evil and learned friends are by no means lacking. They merely study interpretations found in scriptures, but none of them has attained realization. They take learning as their teacher, or practice only outward forms. Their cultivation has not reached anywhere, yet they hastily go out to teach others to practice. What do you think, friends? Are not such teachers merely people skilled at deceiving others through linguistic knowledge borrowed from others? Therefore, practitioners of Buddhism are as numerous as ants, yet no one attains the path of liberation. Thus, the Buddha taught, encountering virtuous and learned friends is difficult. Friends, virtuous and learned friends are not easy to find. They are those who have attained realization. First, they have attained the precepts. Second, they have attained meditation. Third, they have attained the wisdom of the three knowledges. Only those who have attained in this way are called virtuous and learned friends. Only they are our teachers. When we wish to seek a virtuous and learned friend, we must carefully examine these three levels of attainment. If, upon examination, they have attained none of these three levels, then they are evil and learned friends, and we should not associate closely with them. A virtuous and learned friend is one who not only thoroughly understands the teachings, but has also practiced and attained the path. Such a person lives a completely moral life. His precepts are never violated. He constantly serves as an example of virtue for everyone to reflect upon. Such people are extremely difficult to find in human life. Therefore, the Buddha said that encountering virtuous and learned friends is difficult. The fifth difficulty. Encountering the true Dharma is difficult. Encountering the true Dharma is difficult because nowadays, if you wish to seek the true Dharma in order to practice for liberation, it is not an easy matter. For Buddhism currently has 84,000 methods of practice belonging to Mahayana. These 84,000 methods of practice have led you astray. Do you know that? Meanwhile, Buddhism has only one true method of practice. That is the Noble Eightfold Path. The Noble Eightfold Path has been submerged and lost. Therefore, when one asks Buddhist followers, they all become bewildered and do not know how to practice the Noble Eightfold Path, nor do they understand it. Consequently, if they wish to practice Buddhism, they do not know where to find the true method because every temple nowadays teaches sitting meditation, chanting sutras, reciting the Buddha's name, making offerings, worshiping, repentance ceremonies, and so on. Therefore, the Buddha taught, encountering the true Dharma is difficult. That is correct. Nowadays, if one wishes to practice Buddhism without the guidance of an arahant who has attained realization, it is very difficult for us to know which method leads all the way to complete liberation. Therefore, encountering the true Dharma is difficult. That teaching is never wrong. Is that not so, ladies and gentlemen? The sixth difficulty, hearing the true Dharma is difficult. Hearing the true Dharma is difficult. Why is that? Because you have been deeply influenced by the teachings of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism. Therefore, your views and attachments, fetters of views, toward these heterodox teachings have become extremely solid. They have become habits of practice that suppress body and mind, habits that are very difficult for you to abandon, especially sitting in meditation to hold the mind, or reciting the Buddha's name with one pointed concentration, or counting the breath, following the breath, not allowing thoughts to arise. When practicing by suppressing the mind in this way, it becomes a habit accompanied by the appearance of 18 kinds of joyful perceptions, which the masters of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism consider to be entering concentration. From that point, this habit has become a wrinkle in the brains of these masters. Because these attachments to views are too solid, when hearing about the method of meditation for abandoning the mind, you do not clearly understand how to abandon. Therefore, when practicing, you all fall into the method of suppressing the mind without realizing it. When practicing the method of suppressing the mind, you become accustomed to concentrating the mind to eliminate all wandering thoughts. When there are no wandering thoughts, you think that your practice is good. When there are wandering thoughts, you think that you have lost mindfulness, that your practice lacks quality, and that you are making no progress. Likewise, because of attachment to the methods of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism, you believe that the absence of arising thoughts means correct practice. With such attachments and habits, if you wish to cast them aside and return to practicing the true method of abandoning the mind in Buddhism, it is very difficult beyond measure. Is that not so, ladies and gentlemen? First, because the habit of concentrating and gathering the mind upon one object is like a horse accustomed to its old path. Second, because your thinking has not thoroughly understood the truth of Buddhism. You remain half believing and half doubting between Mahayana and Theravada. You still do not know which teachings are correct and which teachings are incorrect. Dear friends, if you are determined to practice in order to seek liberation, then please listen carefully to what we teach. Only when you thoroughly understand and clearly know that the methods of Mahayana are imagination teachings of the Brahmins should you practice meditation for abandoning the mind, abandoning sensual desire, and abandoning unwholesome states. Then you will see good results. But if you have not yet understood thoroughly and still remain half believing and half doubting, then do not hastily practice. Rather, diligently study again the Theravada scriptures translated from the Pali Canon by Venerable Min Chao. There are two paths, the Buddha taught. There are two paths. One is the evil path. The second is the wholesome path. Those who do evil proceed on the evil path toward suffering. Those who do good wander along the wholesome path toward happiness. Anguttara Agama, Volume 3, page 498. Commentary. Buddhism teaches very clearly concerning human life. Human life is divided into two paths. One, the path of evil living. Two, the path of wholesome living. Those who practice Buddhism choose the path of wholesome living. Therefore, they always live in ease, peace, and happiness. The wholesome path is the way of life that does not bring suffering to oneself, to others, and to all sentient beings. That is the path of humanistic morality and the law of cause and effect, the noblest path of human life. Those who choose Buddhism as a firm refuge to live a moral life, possessing complete human character, possessing upright conduct, superior conduct, and marvelous conduct of noble ones, and so on, follow the only path of Buddhism. Yet Buddhism today has 84,000 paths. Can you believe this, ladies and gentlemen? Those who choose the evil path follow the way of ordinary people. It is the path of wrongdoing. It is the path of immoral living. It is a path filled with greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt. It is a path that constantly causes suffering to oneself, to others, and to all sentient beings. It is the path of selfishness. It is a path filled with suffering. Therefore, their lives are filled with endless suffering. They always live in dark tomorrows, in gloomy forests, bleak and dreary, without even the slightest light for escaping suffering. Dear friends, after reading the passage above, if you observe again the way of practice in Buddhism, you will recognize the morality of humanity and the law of cause and effect concretely and clearly, as explained above. Therefore, the methods guiding Buddhist practice are very simple. One only needs to recognize wholesome teachings and evil teachings. And when you recognize wholesome teachings and evil teachings, you must prevent and eradicate evil teachings. You must not allow them to remain in the mind even for 1 second. Even for a single moment, they must be eradicated and abandoned immediately. Only in this way will you see that Buddhism brings practical and concrete liberation in the daily life of human beings to come and see to progress upward. Wholesome and evil are the law of cause and effect. Because of the law of cause and effect, human beings experience happiness and suffering. Understanding this, the Buddha taught us to choose the wholesome path, whether monastic or layperson, whether follower or non-follower of Buddhism. For the benefit of yourselves, others, your family, society, and your homeland, you all should train yourselves and live in this moral foundation. It will help you no longer suffer. Do you know that? Because it brings such practical benefits to human beings, the Buddha taught everyone to live diligently and earnestly, practicing every day to prevent evil, eradicate evil teachings, give rise to wholesome teachings, and develop wholesome teachings. These are the 4 important diligences in Buddhism that every follower should know and should practice. They are not diligence in making offerings, praying, chanting, sitting in meditation, and so on. This method of practice is called the Four Right Efforts. If anyone does not listen to this teaching and does not practice preventing evil and eradicating evil teachings, then that person is choosing the evil path. Throughout life, such a person will always bear many calamities, misfortunes, sufferings, and so on. Walking on that evil path, no one can avoid suffering, and thus one continues to correspond with samsara from one life to another, suffering through immeasurable and boundless lifetimes. Buddhism calls this painful rebirth in samsara without end. Those who hear and believe this teaching, who constantly live by preventing evil and eradicating evil teachings, always giving rise to wholesome teachings and developing wholesome teachings, have chosen the wholesome path. Therefore, their lives will be at ease, peaceful, and happy. After death, they will correspond with the liberation of the Buddhas and thus put an end to rebirth in samsara. Dear friends, if you choose this wholesome path, then you have built for yourselves a life right here in this world that is the Pure Land or heaven. That means you have lit your own torch and walked by it, and you yourself have become the firm island of refuge for yourself. Do you believe these things? We assure you that this path of practice, if you practice little, you will gain little benefit. If you strive to practice much, you will gain much benefit. This method of practice is like your daily work. This method of practice is like eating in order to live. If you practice it, your mind will be peaceful, tranquil, and free from trouble. If you do not practice, then you will have to endure much suffering, sorrow, and so on. If you choose the wholesome path to live, then why do you need to pray for peace or pray for the dead? Why do you need to chant scriptures, bow to the sacred names of the Buddhas, and perform repentance rituals until you are exhausted? Why do you need to sit in meditation, suppressing the mind until all wandering thoughts disappear, only to suffer painful legs, tension in the head, mental exhaustion, and eventually produce delusions, mental disorders, insanity, and memory loss? The Buddha himself affirmed that preventing evil, eradicating evil teachings, giving rise to wholesome teachings, and developing wholesome teachings is preparation concentration, that is, the method for practicing meditation. Yet nowadays, those who practice Buddhist meditation do not practice according to this method. If they do not practice according to this method and still claim to practice Buddhism, what do you think, friends? Is that correct? Can we believe such practices? Practicing according to the Buddha's teaching without resembling the Buddha's teaching in the slightest is truly laughable for those who are still infatuated with Mahayana and Zen Buddhism, living in illusions and dreams, as if they were in a long dream of Mahayana. Do not teach the Dharma when your own practice is not yet complete. The Buddha taught, just as one who is himself sinking and yet wishes to save others, this is utterly unreasonable. If one has not attained liberation oneself and yet teaches others to attain liberation, such a thing cannot be done. Just as one who is not sinking himself can save others, this is reasonable. Likewise, if one has attained liberation oneself and enables others to attain liberation, this is reasonable. Anguttara Agama, Volume 3, page 239. At present, most of those who teach Buddhism are scholars who have never practiced even for a single day. There are also some who have practiced, but have not yet reached completion. Yet they also go out to lecture and teach others to practice. Relying upon the teachings found in Mahayana scriptures, they proudly proclaim themselves to be practicing the bodhisattva path and cultivating bodhisattva conduct, practicing while saving others. Since Mahayana scriptures teach in this way, monks, nuns, and even lay followers all go out to lecture and teach others, while their own minds are like muddy swamps, foul with the stench of fame and profit, with their precepts shattered into pieces. While teaching others, fearing ridicule, they say, rely on the scriptures, not on the person. On the contrary, the early Buddhist scriptures of Buddhism do not accept such conduct. Teaching the Dharma in this way is leading people into death. Dear friends, looking at Buddhism today, most of those who stand up to preach and teach others are scholars whose practice has not reached completion. They are like a blind man leading a group of blind men. Therefore, many people have suffered mental disorders, deviation in meditation, and insanity. Seeing this situation, we do not know how to make everyone clearly understand how harmful the teachings of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism are, so that people may avoid their traps. Because of our compassion and concern for your practice, we speak very directly and very strongly so that people will not be deceived by scholarly lecturers. Therefore, some people misunderstand us and consider us resentful, insulting, and abusive. We gladly accept this, provided that our voice is like a thunderbolt awakening everyone from the evil dream of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism. In summary, those who have not attained arahantship should not preach the Dharma. To preach the Dharma in such a manner is to destroy Buddhism and to cause suffering to many people when they become victims of mental disorders. People who were not sick become sick through practice, turning themselves into burdens for their families and society. Do you know that? Crossing the stream of birth and death. The Buddha taught, one who wishes to cross the stream of birth and death, yet does not practice according to the discipline of prohibitions and precepts, is taken advantage of by Mara Papiyas. Such a person follows the path of seeking nirvana and hoping for complete liberation, yet achieves no result at all. He creates offenses and karmic retribution for himself and furthermore causes others to sink into offenses and the suffering of karma. Anguttara Agama, Volume 4, page 79. Commentary. At present, most monks and lay followers do not strictly preserve the precepts. Therefore, they are led around by the nose by Mara Papiyas. Thus, looking everywhere, we have not yet seen a single monastic who has attained arahantship. There are only false words skillfully concealed according to Mahayana scriptures, nothing attained. Or, if you still see yourself as having attained, then you have not attained. Or, one must cultivate for immeasurable kalpas. These are merely ways to deceive followers through imaginative interpretations of scriptural meanings. Everyone who practices hopes for liberation from the four sufferings of life, yet they encounter Mahayana teachings that violate, destroy, and fragment the precepts. Therefore, monks and lay followers today do not have a single teacher with strict virtue and conduct. They only chase after the desire for food, the desire for sleep, the desire for fame, the desire for profit, the desire for large temples, abundant material possessions, and so on. Wanting liberation without abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, how can one attain liberation? Is that not so, friends? Without preserving the precepts, Mara Papiyas gains the advantage. What does it mean that Mara Papiyas gains the advantage? It means that when one does not preserve the precepts, greed, anger, and delusion flourish. A practitioner who does not preserve the precepts is no different from a worldly person. To become a monk in such a manner is merely to waste a lifetime, bringing no benefit to oneself, to others, to family, or to society. According to the teaching above, he creates offenses and karmic retribution for himself, and furthermore causes others to sink into offenses and the suffering of karma. That is correct. To go forth without preserving the precepts is to create offenses for oneself. Creating offenses means creating karmic retribution that continues from one life to another without end, not only for oneself but also for others. When practitioners do not preserve the precepts, they can never possess the deportment and refined conduct of true holy monks, holy nuns, and holy lay disciples. Without the virtuous precepts and conduct of holy monks, holy nuns, and holy lay disciples, what example is there for followers to imitate in their practice? Therefore, this passage teaches, and furthermore causes others to sink into offenses and the suffering of karma. This teaching is very true, friends. Do you not see that the teachers of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism do not preserve the precepts strictly? Therefore, their disciples, both lay followers and monastics, also treat the Buddha's precepts lightly. They violate, destroy, and fragment the precepts through eating and sleeping improperly, keeping money at improper times, delighting in gathering together and engaging in untimely conversations, and never spending even one day in solitary dwelling. They live like worldly people. The only difference is the saffron robe and the shaved head. Yet they still pursue fame, profit, automobiles, grand houses, huge temples, large Buddha images, and so on. This is because the teachers themselves do not preserve the precepts strictly, causing their disciples to sink into offenses and the suffering of karma. Seeing these bad examples, if we are determined to practice Buddhism, then we should stay far away from them. Staying far away serves as a good example for followers, or in other words, for one's own disciples, so that they will not fall into offenses and the suffering of karma. Is that not so, friends? Please read this passage carefully, and you will understand that this admonition directed toward Buddhist monastics today is very accurate. One who wishes to cross the stream of birth and death, yet does not practice according to the discipline of prohibitions and precepts. Every monastic wishes to practice in order to transcend birth and death, yet they violate the precepts. When the precepts are violated, the mind can never abandon sensual desire and abandon unwholesome states, as stated above. Without abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, how can one seek nirvana? Is that not so, friends? Therefore, the Buddha's teaching is absolutely correct. Marapapias gains the advantage. Such a person follows the path of seeking nirvana and hoping for complete liberation, yet achieves no result at all. Failing to attain liberation, such a person instead creates great offenses, causing oneself and others to sink into the ocean of birth and death and samsara, as the scripture says. He creates offenses and karmic retribution for himself, and furthermore causes others to sink into offenses and the suffering of karma. Therefore, those teachers who follow Mahayana and Zen Buddhism and violate and destroy the precepts are truly blameworthy because they cause Buddhism to decline and bring about the disappearance of the Buddha's true Dharma. As long as the precepts remain, Buddhism remains. When the precepts disappear, Buddhism disappears. And in the end, they cause humanity to lose the moral foundation of humanism and the law of cause and effect. Knowing clearly rebirth in the future, the Buddha taught, covered by ignorance and bound by craving, sentient beings delight here and there. Thus, rebirth in the future will occur. When ignorance is abandoned, knowledge arises and craving is eradicated by abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Thus, rebirth in the future will not occur. Anguttara Agama, Volume 3. Commentary. To understand this passage clearly, we must understand several necessary terms: ignorance, craving, sentient beings, rebirth. 1. What does ignorance mean? Do not understand it to mean lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, lack of intelligence, stupidity, and so on. Ignorance here means understanding very clearly, being intelligent, possessing wisdom, not being stupid, and so on. Yet it always stands opposite to knowledge. Therefore, it has a different meaning from knowledge. Most people in human society are ignorant. Have you noticed this? When we say that everyone is ignorant, you are very surprised because you cannot imagine such a thing. Is that not so, friends? Do you know? The ignorant are not only the common people with little education, those who labor with muddy hands and feet, those who are poor and miserable and lack food and clothing. Even intellectuals with complete education, such as scientists, professors, physicians, masters, doctors, and famous scholars, though they possess high worldly knowledge, are still ignorant with regard to Buddhism. Do you believe our words? Please calmly continue reading the following lines, and you will understand that the ignorance of educated people is a reality. We are not criticizing or speaking falsely. Rather, it is something that no one has thought about for a long time. The Buddha defined ignorance here as intelligence and understanding governed by sensual desire and imagination born of sensual desire. Therefore, such understanding is limited by space and time. The Buddha taught covered by ignorance. That means being covered by understanding based on sensual desire and imagination born of desire. This covering prevents people from seeing and understanding things as they really are. Because they do not see and understand things as they really are, craving and attachment arise, and they cling tightly and do not dare to let go. Ignorance is understanding from the perspective of sensual desire and imagination born of desire. When one goes beyond sensual desire and imagination born of desire, then that seeing and understanding is called knowledge. Whenever ignorance is spoken of, knowledge must also be spoken of. So what does knowledge mean? As stated above, when one goes beyond sensual desire, seeing and understanding become knowledge. Knowledge is wisdom that is not controlled by sensual desire and imagination born of desire. Therefore, it sees and understands all things as they really are, unobstructed by desire. Thus, only when the mind is free from desire do we possess knowledge. In summary, Ignorance is called the understanding of sensual cognition and imagined cognition. Knowledge is called the understanding of complete cognition, superior cognition, direct cognition, and right cognition. The Noble Eightfold Path is the path of Buddhist practice that teaches us right seeing and right thinking, free from sensual cognition and imagined cognition. Therefore, the Noble Eightfold Path teaches us knowledge. From ancient times until today, our ancestors, grandparents, parents, teachers, masters, the Mahayana teachers, and everyone around us have taught us ordinary understanding called knowledge. Yet this knowledge is always filled with cognition and imagination rooted in sensual desire. Since the appearance of Buddhism, we have been taught another kind of understanding free from sensual cognition, free from imagined cognition, and free from unwholesome states. Therefore, we recognize that we have escaped suffering and that our minds are no longer filled with greed, anger, delusion, afflictions, and suffering as before. Thus, the Dhammapada teaches, happy indeed is the arising of a Buddha. Whenever a Buddha appears in the world, happiness and peace are always brought to people and to all beings on this living planet. But how many truly understand this? Everyone is living in dreams, illusions, and worldly delusions, the illusions of religions and philosophies, and so on. Where there is ignorance, there is no knowledge. Where there is knowledge, there is no ignorance. Knowledge is the farther shore. Ignorance is the nearer shore. The nearer shore is suffering. The farther shore is liberation. Thus, through discussing knowledge and ignorance, we recognize very clearly the path of Buddhist practice. It only depends on whether we wish to remain on this shore or reach the farther shore. If we want suffering, then we remain on this shore. If we remain on this shore, let us not blame heaven and earth. If we want the end of suffering, then we must reach the farther shore. The farther shore is liberation. There, the mind is always peaceful, tranquil, and free from trouble. 2. What does craving mean? Greed means desire. Craving means affection and liking. As human beings, everyone has desires and preferences, whether many or few. Desire and preference are invisible cords that bind us very tightly to all things. Whenever we give rise to liking or desire for something, we become tightly bound to that thing, and it becomes difficult for us to let it go. For example, when we desire and long for a spacious house with complete conveniences, then at that moment it becomes very difficult to abandon that idea. It drives us to work hard or even to sell the land our parents left us in order to build that house no matter what. That is being bound by craving. Therefore, the Buddha pointed out for us that craving is very dangerous. It is like a cord binding us very tightly, bound by craving. These words are a warning so that we may free ourselves from this invisible cord. If people do not know Buddha's teaching, then surely no one will become aware on their own and free themselves from this cord of craving. Is that not true, friends? Human life is usually full of suffering because of this very cord of craving. The Noble Eightfold Path helps us cut these cords of craving. Dear friends, through the method of the Noble Eightfold Path, we have severed this cord of craving easily, without much difficulty or fatigue. One only needs perseverance and daily diligence in sharpening one's mind in accordance with the method. With enough effort in grinding iron, one day it becomes a needle, dear friends. 3. What are sentient beings? Hu means possessing. Tin means feeling and affection. Sentient beings refer collectively to humans and animals, beings that possess feelings. 4. What is rebirth? Rebirth means being born again as a human or as an animal. Reading this entire passage, we clearly understand sentient beings delight here and there in this way, and rebirth in the future will occur. This teaching is very true. People living on this planet are always fond of this and that. They are constantly attached to something. Because of these preferences, humans and animals alike must continue in rebirth and samsara. We ask you kindly to reread this entire passage carefully so that we may draw from it a practical and concrete teaching that contains an actual method of practice. Covered by ignorance and bound by craving, sentient beings delight here and there in this way, and rebirth in the future will occur. Thus, if we wish to end rebirth and samsara, we must eliminate ignorance. Because of ignorance, there is craving. Because of craving, there is attachment to this and that. Because of attachment to this and that, beings must endure rebirth and samsara, suffering throughout countless lifetimes. Therefore, ignorance is the foremost issue in the practice of Buddhist meditation. It is the ultimate subject that must be destroyed, abandoned, and cast far away. With regard to this subject of ignorance, Buddhist monks and lay followers must pay attention and skillfully remove completely the veil of ignorance by every possible means. To remove the veil of ignorance, we must possess knowledge, namely the wisdom of the threefold knowledge. But how do we attain the threefold knowledge? To attain the wisdom of the threefold knowledge, we must practice along the paths of the Noble Eightfold Path: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Right mindfulness means the four foundations of mindfulness, which belong to the concentration of non-leakage. So, by what method do we cultivate the concentration of non-leakage? To cultivate the concentration of non-leakage, we must use consciousness, the method of directing thought, and the method of appropriate attention. Please take note, friends. In the Buddhist path, consciousness is the foremost weapon in fighting the enemy of birth and death. Mind leads the way, mind is master, mind creates. Only by using consciousness correctly in practice can we abandon sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Through abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, the mind enters concentration. Through concentration, we attain the threefold knowledge. Through the threefold knowledge, ignorance is eradicated at its root. In other words, through the threefold knowledge, craving is uprooted completely. Thus, by now, all of you clearly know the method and manner of practice. Is that not so, friends? As for right concentration, it is the four jhanas: the first jhana, the second jhana, the third jhana, and the fourth jhana. Outside these four jhanas, there is no meditation that can be called right concentration. When speaking about meditation, you should pay close attention so as to avoid the false meditations of non-Buddhist teachings. Therefore, in concluding this passage, the Buddha taught as follows: when ignorance is abandoned, knowledge arises, and craving is eradicated by abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Thus, rebirth in the future will not occur. If we carefully examine this passage, we see that the Buddha has handed down to us the essential secret of liberation in the teaching. One only needs to practice diligently, and results are obtained immediately. According to these teachings, in the life of Buddhist practice, we see very clearly that those who are ignorant are always bound by craving and delight in pleasures here and there. Therefore, suffering and rebirth in samsara cannot be avoided. But those who abandon sensual desire and abandon unwholesome states attain liberation and happiness. Their minds are always peaceful, tranquil, and free from trouble. And because the mind is like this, rebirth and samsara will certainly come to an end. Determining the methods of practice, the Buddha taught: 1. One-pointed concentration is concentration. 2. The four foundations of mindfulness are perception, concentration. 3. The four right efforts are preparatory concentration. 4. The training, the practice, and the repeated practice of these methods are the cultivation of concentration here. 5. Inhalation and exhalation are bodily activity. 6. Initial thought and sustained thought are verbal activity. 7. Perception and feeling are mental activity. Anguttara Volume 3. Commentary. Above is the Buddha's very clear determination concerning the methods of meditation practice, which methods should be practiced and how they should be practiced. Especially, the Buddha showed us which bodily activity within the body should be used to enter the various concentrations, and which concentration enables one to master birth, death, and samsara. Therefore, if we wish to understand clearly, we must understand each sentence and each teaching of the Buddha as follows. 1. What is one-pointed concentration? One-pointed concentration means the mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states. It does not mean a mind without wandering thoughts, a mind without good thoughts or evil thoughts. The mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states is an unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings. Therefore, the Buddha called it unmoving mind concentration. Hence, the Buddha taught, one-pointed concentration is concentration. Here you must understand skillfully. If you do not understand its meaning correctly, then you will understand it according to the Mahayana and Zen scriptures. If you understand it according to the Mahayana and Zen scriptures, then even if you practice for tens of thousands of lifetimes, you will never attain liberation. 2. What are the four foundations of mindfulness? The four foundations of mindfulness are a method of practice upon the four places of the five aggregate body, feelings, mind, and phenomena, in order to attain consciousness that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states. That is, consciousness without distraction, without the arising of thoughts. Why are they called? The four foundations of mindfulness are perception concentration. When first entering the practice of the four foundations of mindfulness, one must cultivate 16 kinds of perceptions. Through cultivating these 16 kinds of perceptions, the mind develops weariness toward worldly phenomena because it thoroughly understands that all phenomena are impermanence, suffering, non-self, impure, and defiled. According to the law of cause and effect, they are formed by dependent conditions, and nothing there is I, mine, or myself. For this reason, the four foundations of mindfulness are perception concentration. You should understand perception concentration, not concentration of perception. 3. What are the four right efforts? The four right efforts are another name for the four right efforts. The four right efforts are a method of practice that uses consciousness to prevent evil and eliminate unwholesome states, to give rise to wholesome states and develop wholesome states. It is a method of practice for everyone when first entering Buddhism. Through practicing the four right efforts, people preserve the precepts completely. Through practicing the four right efforts, the precepts are never violated. Through practicing the four right efforts, the mind becomes peaceful, tranquil, and free from trouble. Through practicing the four right efforts, family life becomes joyful and happy. Through practicing the four right efforts, there are no more thefts, robberies, murders, and disturbances to order and security. Through practicing the four right efforts, social evils disappear, and an orderly society and a prosperous nation are established, and so on. Why are the four right efforts called preparatory concentration? The four right efforts are the method of practice that purifies the precepts, as we have said above. Because pure precepts are a pure mind, and a pure mind is a concentrated mind, the Buddha taught concentration arises from virtue. If one wishes to have meditation concentration, one only needs to cultivate pure precepts. Pure precepts mean a pure mind. A pure mind means a mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states. A mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states is itself meditation concentration. Therefore, the Buddha taught, having abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states, one enters the first jhana. Reading this far, you can clearly see that Buddhist meditation concentration arises from precepts. It is unlike any type of meditation concentration found in Mahayana or Zen. Is that not so, friends? If you practice a meditation concentration that does not take precepts as its standard, if one does not live according to the holy life, if one often violates and breaks the precepts, yet still claims that it is Buddhist meditation, then you should not believe it. When one clearly understands that Buddhist meditation concentration arises from precepts, then no one can bring forth another method to deceive us. For this reason, the teaching in this discourse says, the four right efforts are preparatory concentration. That is correct. The meditation method of early Buddhism consists only of preparatory concentration, namely the four right efforts. Outside the four right efforts, there is no other method for cultivating meditation concentration in accordance with the true Dharma. If there is any other method for cultivating meditation concentration, we should know that it is not a Buddhist method, but rather a method belonging to the Brahmanical non-Buddhist teachings. The training, the cultivation, and the repeated cultivation of those states is the cultivation of concentration here. Let us listen to the Buddha's words affirming that the methods the Buddha taught above are methods for cultivating meditation concentration in Buddhism. Therefore, is mindfulness of breathing truly a method for cultivating meditation concentration in Buddhism? It is not, my friends. It is only a method for cultivating mindfulness, but it is not meditation concentration. Practicing with the breath cannot enter concentration. Practicing with the breath is for abiding in body and mind. Abiding in body and mind in the breath is for driving away obstructive states. Venerable monks and teachers nowadays teach people to cultivate meditation concentration through mindfulness of breathing, contemplation of the rising and falling of the abdomen, vipassana, one-pointed recollection of the Buddha, Pure Land, contemplating delusive thoughts and immediately letting them go, chanting mantras and making mudras, esoteric Buddhism, investigating koans, investigating huato, Zen Buddhism, and so on. Please consider whether these methods arise from precepts and thereby become concentration. If concentration is not born from precepts, then these meditation methods are imaginative meditation, Brahmanic meditation, and meditation fabricated by scholars. In summary, if one wishes to cultivate Buddhist meditation concentration, one must cultivate precepts. Cultivating precepts brings liberation immediately. Cultivating precepts is cultivating morality to become a human being and to become a saint. Cultivating precepts is building for oneself a pure land and a heaven right here in this world. Cultivating precepts is cultivating so that body and mind are always tranquil, peaceful, and free from troubles. Cultivating precepts is cultivating the unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings, a true state of nirvana present here and now, which no one could imagine. 5. Breathing in and breathing out are bodily activities. Why are inhalation and exhalation called bodily activities? Inhalation and exhalation are the body's automatic activities that create the life force of the body in order to receive oxygen, air, from outside. Only by breathing can there be life. When breathing ceases, death arrives. Breathing is an activity of the body, just as moving the hands, moving the feet, or walking meditation are activities. Regarding the body, we can divide its activities into two parts. A. Internal bodily activities include breathing, which is respiratory activity, the lungs. Blood vessels throughout the body are carrying blood outward and returning it. That is circulatory activity, the heart. The liver, stomach, intestines, brain, and cells are all active within the body. All these activities are called internal bodily activities. B. External bodily activities include walking, standing, lying down, sitting, bending the arms, stretching the legs, speaking, remaining silent, bowing, nodding, and so on. Therefore, using internal bodily activities as well as external bodily activities is only for training the mind to be mindful. It is not meditation concentration at all. If one could enter concentration by using the breath, then could one also enter concentration by walking meditation or by performing all kinds of work? This cannot happen. Understanding this clearly, we affirm that Mahayana, Zen Buddhism, esoteric Buddhism, Pure Land Buddhism, and all forms of meditation that suppress the mind cannot enter right concentration. They only enter imaginative concentration, insane concentration, and disordered nervous states. In summary, inhalation and exhalation are only one bodily activity among many bodily activities. Because there are many actions within the body, Buddhism uses them as objects of mindfulness for cultivating awareness, called recollection of bodily activities. Those who rely on recollection of bodily activities do so only for the purpose of cultivating mindfulness. Do not think that mindfulness of breathing, according to Mahayana breath-counting meditation, or the 6 wonderful Dharma gates of Great Master Ji, counting, following, stopping, contemplating, returning, and purification, is practiced in order to enter concentration. Such a view is mistaken and not in accordance with the method taught by the Buddha. Why did the patriarchs establish so many methods? For what purpose? People cultivate only to seek freedom from suffering, birth, aging, sickness, and death, and to end samsara. They do not seek supernatural powers. They do not seek rebirth in the Pure Land. They do not seek Buddha nature or the undifferentiated true suchness. It is because the patriarchs produced divine authority and embroidered too many illusory supernatural powers. Relying on yogic breathing, the patriarchs created many kinds of meditation, causing practitioners to become confused and not know which method to practice. They are as if lost in a forest of breathing. 6. Applied thought and sustained thought are verbal activities. What does this mean? In this sentence, the Buddha affirmed this so that we may examine the second jhana and see and understand it clearly. When entering the second jhana, applied thought and sustained thought cease. Applied thought and sustained thought are consciousness and belong to the group of 6 consciousnesses: eye, ear, nose, mouth, body, and mind. When applied thought and sustained thought cease, then eye, ear, nose, mouth, body, and mind all cease. Why then does the Buddha teach here? Applied thought and sustained thought are verbal activities. Verbal activity is the activity of the mouth. The activity of the mouth has two parts: A, eating, B, speaking. When entering the second jhana, the mouth no longer eats and no longer speaks. If one still eats and speaks, one has not entered the second jhana. Obviously, this is exactly so, my friends. Therefore, the statement, applied thought and sustained thought are verbal activities, is to let us clearly know that when entering the second jhana, and one cannot speak and cannot eat or drink, this means that the mouth no longer functions. From the point where applied thought and sustained thought cease, and verbal activities cease, we infer and immediately know that the cessation of applied thought and sustained thought is the cessation of the six consciousnesses. This means that when entering the second jhana, the one entering concentration is not like wood or stone, without knowing and without awareness. Nor is he like a corpse of a dead person. When entering the second jhana, the Buddha clearly affirmed, joy and happiness born of concentration. Then what still knows joy and happiness when the six consciousnesses have ceased functioning? The knowing in the second jhana is the knowing of perception consciousness. Perception consciousness knows because the aggregate of consciousness is active. Dear friends, when you sleep, the six consciousnesses do not function. Therefore, you dream. In dreams, what is it that knows, hears, sees, and feels? Do you know? It is your perception consciousness, my friends. Entering the second jhana, to put it simply, is entering the world of dreams. The world of dreams is the world of perception. Therefore, entering the second jhana is entering the state of the perception faculty, the group of perception cells, due to the activity of the aggregate of perception. In summary, applied thought and sustained thought are verbal activities, points to the state that must cease in the second jhana. 7. Perception and feeling are mental activities. So what does it mean that perception and feeling are mental activities? Perception is the aggregate of perception. Feeling is the aggregate of feeling. As long as the aggregate of perception and the aggregate of feeling are still active, one can never enter the concentration of the cessation of perception and feeling. Here the Buddha states, perception and feeling are mental activities to subtly remind us that when entering the third jhana, one must abandon the states of joyful perception. Abandoning joy and abiding in equanimity, one enters the third jhana. If there remains even the slightest joyful desire of perception, one can never enter the third jhana. When entering the fourth jhana, one must abandon all feelings. If there remains even the slightest feeling in body and mind, one cannot enter the fourth jhana. Here, we would like to remind you of something that you should pay attention to. When you wish to enter the first jhana, you need abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. To abandon sensual desire and abandon unwholesome states, you need to stop speech, that is, to live in solitary dwelling, quietly and alone, with a mind free from distraction. Only then can you enter the first jhana. When the mind is free from distraction, it is the unmoving mind. The unmoving mind is the mind possessing the complete 7 powers of the factors of awakening. Therefore, one can enter the first jhana. When you wish to enter the second jhana, you must cease applied thought and sustained thought. To cease applied thought and sustained thought, you must stop verbal activities. To stop verbal activities, you must possess the complete 7 powers of the factors of awakening. Without the complete 7 powers of the factors of awakening, verbal activities can never be stopped, and thus you can never enter the second jhana. When you wish to enter the third jhana, you must abandon the states of joyful perceptions. To abandon the states of joyful perceptions means to stop dreams and imaginations. That means that the one entering the third jhana has escaped from the world of dreams. To escape from the world of dreams, one must use the 7 powers of the factors of awakening. Without the 7 powers of the factors of awakening, one can never abandon joy. When you wish to enter the fourth jhana, you must abandon pleasure, abandon pain, and abandon purity based on mindfulness. That is, abandon feeling. To abandon feeling, you must stop inhalation and exhalation. To stop inhalation and exhalation, you must possess the complete 7 powers of the factors of awakening. Without the complete 7 powers of the factors of awakening, it is difficult to enter the fourth jhana. When you wish to enter the concentration of the cessation of perception and feeling, you must possess the complete 7 powers of the factors of awakening. Only then can you enter the concentration of the cessation of perception and feeling. Without the 7 powers of the factors of awakening, one can never enter the concentration of the cessation of perception and feeling. In summary, these 7 teachings of the Buddha point directly to the goal of cultivation, from an ordinary person to becoming noble arahants, free from defilements, completely mastering life and death, ending samsara, and never returning to this state again. Verse at the time of enlightenment, the Buddha's teaching, above the heavens, below the heavens, I alone am honored. Throughout the world, birth, aging, sickness, and death. Commentary. These 4 verses are to prove and affirm that Buddhism came into existence in order to resolve the 4 greatest sufferings of humankind: birth, aging, sickness, and death. Therefore, the purpose of Buddhist cultivation is the unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings, not heaven, not the Pure Land, not nirvana, not Buddha nature, and so on. In all the methods of practice taught by the Buddha, we are taught to cultivate in order to fulfill the morality of being human and being saintly. If one wishes to become a person with morality, not causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings, then only wholesome states can resolve all our suffering, that is, not causing suffering to oneself, not causing suffering to others, and not causing suffering to living beings anymore. If one wishes for body and mind to be tranquil, peaceful, and free from troubles, one must live correctly in wholesome states and daily prevent and destroy unwholesome states. If one wishes to master birth and death in samsara and end rebirth, one must live correctly in wholesome states. If cultivation is not based on wholesome states, one can never master and end these things. Therefore, life after life, one must continue drifting through the 6 realms of painful samsara. Meditation concentration, even if it can be entered, must come from wholesome states. Outside of wholesome states, if one goes seeking meditation concentration, it will never be found. There is only wrong meditation of non-Buddhist paths. Therefore, when we see someone practicing meditation concentration without strictly keeping the precepts, we know immediately that they are practicing wrong meditation and wrong concentration. Even if they practice for 10,000 lifetimes and 10,000 aeons, there will be no result of liberation whatsoever. They only waste a lifetime of cultivation. For Buddhism, wholesome states have a very important place on the path of liberation. If one does not cultivate wholesome states, then even if one practices all other methods of practice, one is still not practicing according to the Buddha's teaching. Therefore, if one follows Buddhism but does not cultivate wholesome states, that is, does not seriously uphold the precepts, then one should not hope to master birth, aging, sickness, and death, as the Buddha praised himself in the verse, above the heavens, below the heavens, I alone am honored. Throughout the world, birth, aging, sickness, and death. After attaining the way, the Buddha used the wisdom of the 3 knowledges to observe and saw that throughout this world, from beginningless time up to that day, the day when the Buddha attained realization, he did not see anyone who had mastered birth, aging, sickness, and death as he had. Therefore, he spoke this verse to affirm the position and independent standing of Buddhism. Thus, Buddhism does not borrow the teachings of any other religion. One obvious proof is that all other religions on this planet believe in a supernatural world, whereas Buddhism does not accept a supernatural world. Likewise, no other religion possesses as firm a moral foundation as Buddhism. It is a morality of self-reliance that does not depend on divine authority. Therefore, the morality of Buddhism is humanistic morality and the law of cause and effect, a noble morality of living without causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. A lofty and wonderful morality that masters birth, aging, sickness, and death, and ends rebirth and samsara. A morality that transforms human life on this earth into heaven and the Pure Land. To speak of humanistic morality and the law of cause and effect is to cast aside dependence on external powers. If one still performs prayers, rituals, sacrifices, seeks blessings, seeks children, seeks peace, seeks deliverance for the dead, and so on, one is going against the humanistic morality and the law of cause and effect of Buddhism, and people will live in illusion, superstition, and backwardness. Buddhism is a religion of self-reliance. Therefore, the Buddha advised his disciples, "Light the torch yourself and walk. I am only a guide. I cannot walk in your place." Because one must light the torch oneself and walk, Buddhism must build a solid foundation of humanistic morality and the law of cause and effect for the house of meditation concentration. Therefore, the meditation concentration of Buddhism is called right concentration. For right concentration possesses an inner power that helps us master body and mind and remain free in life and death, as the verse above has stated. 4 right efforts. The Buddha's teaching: 1. Prevent unwholesome states. 2. Eliminate unwholesome states. 3. Give rise to wholesome states. 4. Increase wholesome states. Commentary. These are the teachings for cultivating meditation concentration in Buddhism, a kind of meditation concentration of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, for overcoming greed and sorrow in the practitioner in order to reach the ultimate goal of complete liberation, to master birth, aging, sickness, and death, and to end rebirth and samsara. Preventing unwholesome states, eliminating unwholesome states, giving rise to wholesome states, and increasing wholesome states are the method of practice called the 4 right efforts. The 4 right efforts are the power of energy, the requisites of concentration, and the conduct of precepts in Buddhism. This is the foremost taintless method of practice in Buddhism. When a practitioner enters Buddhism and is immediately guided in this method of practice, he will certainly see the result of liberation without any waiting time. The one who is guided in this method of practice is one who possesses complete fortunate conditions with the profound path of liberation accumulated over many lifetimes. We did not possess sufficient conditions. Therefore, when we entered the monastery at the age of 8, we were not taught to cultivate according to this method. Instead, our teachers only taught us the evening and midnight chanting sessions, and in addition, we learned ceremonial chanting, beating the wooden fish, drums, and bells in order to chant sutras, recite the Buddha's name, perform funeral chanting, pray for the dead, pray for peace, conduct weekly and memorial ceremonies, perform offerings to wandering spirits and send off souls, perform star offering ceremonies to dispel misfortune, choose auspicious dates and times for building houses, marriages, and constructing graves. And during free time, we counted the beads while reciting the 6-syllable Amitabha formula, and so on. Being able to do these things, our teachers considered them to be practices of cultivation. Only now do we understand that our teachers merely taught us a profession for making a living like many other professions in society. But other professions are honest, whereas our profession was not honest at all. It was a profession of superstition, specializing in deceiving and cheating people in order to sit comfortably and enjoy wealth without labor. Every day in the monastery, we carried the wooden fish, bell, and ceremonial instruments to chant for one funeral after another. When not chanting at funerals, we chanted scriptures for peace, prayed for the dead, conducted weekly and memorial ceremonies, and so on. Throughout the entire year, we practiced this profession. The more we saw it, the more false it seemed. We reflected upon it and felt great sorrow in our hearts, but we did not dare speak to anyone. And if we questioned our teachers, we would be scolded and rebuked. They would even say that speaking such things would lead us to fall into hell. Not until we were able to return to the city, because the war situation in the countryside was unstable, and had the opportunity to study more of the Buddha's teaching, to begin to research Zen Buddhism. At that time, we found Zen Buddhism to be wonderful. It did not teach superstitious and deceitful things. It only taught the suppression of the mind so that delusive thoughts would cease in order to become a Buddha, or the maintaining of a mind without thoughts of good and evil, and then seeing one's nature to become a Buddha. The more we studied the scriptures and books of Zen Buddhism, the more fascinated we became. The words and actions of the patriarchs seemed so wonderful, especially the koans of Zen Buddhism, which aroused in us an immense curiosity. We constantly thought that Zen Buddhism possessed something profoundly mysterious that could not be understood by knowledge and consciousness. Understanding Zen Buddhism in this way, we placed our complete faith in this method of practice. From then on, we abandoned our entire worldly life and firmly resolved to follow the meditation practice guided by Venerable Thon Tu. For 9 years, we devoted all our strength to suppressing the mind and preventing delusive thoughts. In the mind, thoughts of good and evil disappeared for hours at a time. At that time, 18 kinds of joyful perceptions appeared, which could be called supernatural powers. But when we looked back, we still could not find mastery over birth, aging, sickness, and death. Greed, anger, and delusion still remained. The most special thing about this type of meditation was that when delusive thoughts ceased, wisdom of perception appeared. When it appeared, all the koans became completely clear. Seeing the nature became very obvious, because whenever the hands or feet moved, the Buddha nature was right there. But there was also the habit of constantly using the language of koans. Therefore, arguments and disputes over winning and losing often arose. No matter what others said, we always answered and challenged them with koans. Seeing such strange phenomena, we finally abandoned it, even though at that time we had already entered the sphere of infinite consciousness. When we could not find liberation in Mahayana scriptures and Zen Buddhism, we had to seek another method of practice. Later, thanks to the precepts, we studied and trained ourselves to live correctly according to the moral virtues of being human and being saintly in early Buddhism. While living correctly according to the precepts, we practiced the 4 right efforts and used the method of directing the mind with appropriate attention. Abandoning sensual desire, abandoning unwholesome states, let the mind be like a lump of earth, completely abandoning greed, anger, and delusion. It was precisely by living correctly according to the precepts and practicing in this way that we felt our minds becoming tranquil, peaceful, and free from troubles, with less distraction, and we often preferred living in solitary dwelling alone. And it was precisely by practicing in this way that greed, anger, and delusion disappeared from our minds, and we often remained in a state of the unmoving mind, with immeasurable peace and happiness, something that cannot be described for you to understand, because it is the state of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Only after completing the practice did we understand that the conduct of precepts in Buddhism is none other than the 4 right efforts. The 4 right efforts are the method of preventing unwholesome states, eliminating unwholesome states, giving rise to wholesome states, and increasing wholesome states. Only this method of practice, cultivated upon the 4 foundations of mindfulness, enabled us to master birth, aging, sickness, and death. Therefore, the Buddha taught, do no evil, practice all wholesome deeds, purify one's own mind. This is the teaching of all Buddhas. True faith. The Buddha's teaching. Kalamas. Do not believe because of hearsay. Do not believe because of tradition. Do not believe because of rumors. Do not believe because something has been handed down in the scriptures. Do not believe because of metaphysical reasoning. Do not believe because it agrees with a certain viewpoint. Do not believe because of a superficial evaluation of facts. Do not believe because it conforms to your own preconceived ideas. Do not believe because it comes from an authoritative source. Do not believe because a recluse is your teacher, and so on. But, Kalamas, when you yourselves clearly know, these things are unwholesome, these things are blameworthy, these things are criticized by the wise, these things, if practiced and accepted, lead to misfortune and suffering. Then, Kalamas, abandon them and do not believe in them. Commentary. The Buddha clearly affirmed 10 things that should not be hastily believed. 1. Do not believe because of hearsay. 2. Do not believe because of tradition. 3. Do not believe because of rumors. 4. Do not believe because something has been handed down in the scriptures. 5. Do not believe because of metaphysical reasoning. 6. Do not believe because it agrees with a certain viewpoint. 7. Do not believe because of a superficial evaluation of facts. 8. Do not believe because it conforms to your own preconceived ideas. 9. Do not believe because it comes from an authoritative source. 10. Do not believe because a recluse is your teacher, and so on. The first teaching, do not believe because of hearsay. The Buddha advised us not to believe in traditions handed down by word of mouth. So what does hearsay mean? Hearsay means oral transmission. It means telling stories and recounting tales, such as folk stories about characters, historical feats, stories of fairies, stories of ghosts, stories of hell, stories of heaven, stories of the Pure Land, and so on. These stories usually contain many miraculous elements. They are stories passed orally from one person to another, continuing through an immeasurably long period of time. These stories are not true. From ancient times until now, there have been many legends about Shakyamuni Buddha, such as being born from his mother's side and, after birth, taking 7 steps with 7 lotus flowers supporting his feet. With one hand pointing to heaven and one hand pointing to earth, his mouth declared, "Above the heavens and below the heavens, I alone am honored." Or after Bodhidharma died, people still saw him carrying one shoe and walking toward the west. Or the family of Panglongwan died at ease in meditation concentration. These are stories that are not true, recorded later by people in books. Therefore, the Buddha told us not to believe them. Even the scriptures of the Buddha were compiled through oral transmission. Therefore, we should not believe them completely either. If those teachings are not wholesome states, they should not be believed. The second teaching, do not believe because of tradition. The Buddha advised us not to believe merely because something is a tradition. So what does tradition mean? Tradition is a pattern of beautiful habits or superstitious and backward habits preserved from one generation to another. Therefore, we should not place complete faith in things merely because they have long been traditional, because not all traditions are good. The third teaching, do not believe because of rumors. The Buddha advised us not to believe because of what people spread by rumor. So what are rumors? Rumors are information passed orally from one person to another. Rumors are often false reports that do not correspond to reality. For example, on Ba Mountain in Tay Ninh, there is Lady Den. In northern Vietnam, there is Lady Chua Ko. In Chao Doc on Giang, there is Lady Chua Shu. People say they are very sacred and often grant wealth and fortune to those who pray to them. Or at Ben Kui, there is a cold water master. Whatever illness people have, he gives them a bottle of cold water, and after drinking it, they are cured. These are rumors. We should not believe them. The fourth teaching, do not believe because something has been handed down in the scriptures. The Buddha advised us not to believe because something has been transmitted through the scriptures. So, what does scriptural transmission mean? Scriptural transmission means the teachings of saints and Buddhas that have been recorded in books. The scriptures here include even the teachings of Shakyamuni Buddha. But why did Shakyamuni Buddha teach us not to believe his own words? He knew very clearly that after a scripture had been copied 3 times, his teachings had already been copied incorrectly, not to mention the explanations and imagined interpretations written later. Therefore, the ancients said, after being copied 3 times, the original is lost. Thus, through this teaching, if even the early Buddhist scriptures should not be believed completely, then how can we completely believe Mahayana scriptures? Is that not so, my friends? The fifth teaching, do not believe because of metaphysical reasoning. The Buddha advised us not to believe because of metaphysical arguments. So, what does metaphysical reasoning mean? There is no pure land, there is no heaven, yet people use one argument after another to make such realms exist. After death, there is no life, yet people cleverly reason in one way or another to make everyone believe that the dead still possess souls. There is no Buddha nature, yet people reason in one way or another to make everyone believe that there is Buddha nature, and so on. These are metaphysical arguments used to deceive people. Therefore, the Buddha advised us not to believe them, because they bring no benefit to us at all. The sixth teaching, do not believe because it agrees with a certain viewpoint. The Buddha advised us not to believe something merely because it agrees with our own standpoint. So, what does agreement with a standpoint mean? First, we should understand the expression standpoint. A standpoint is an attitude, a position, a way of seeing and handling things. For example, you hold a standpoint regarding Mahayana scriptures and Zen Buddhism. Therefore, no one can shake you or persuade you to abandon them. Here the Buddha taught, do not believe because it agrees with a certain viewpoint. This means that Mahayana scriptures and Zen Buddhism reason in ways that agree with your own standpoint. For example, you firmly hold a standpoint regarding the supernatural world. That means you have a definite attitude, position, way of seeing, and judgment. Therefore, no matter what anyone says, you do not abandon that standpoint. When you hold such a standpoint, if there are scriptures speaking about the supernatural world that agree with your standpoint, you immediately believe them. But in this matter, the Buddha advised you, do not believe because it agrees with a certain viewpoint. Believing in that way still brings no benefit to you. Believing in that way is wrong faith. It is being too subjective in one's own standpoint. The seventh teaching, do not believe because of a superficial evaluation of data. The Buddha advised us not to believe because of a superficial evaluation of data. So what does data mean? Data means the basis for investigation. It means things regarded as already known beforehand, things prepared in advance. But here, the Buddha advised us not to believe these data superficially, because such data do not necessarily bring practical benefit to oneself. For example, Zen Buddhism takes Buddha nature as the premise, the data, for seeing one's nature and becoming a Buddha through its method of practice. Here, the Buddha advised us not to believe hastily, but to think carefully and re-examine whether the premise of Buddha nature is correct. In Mahayana scriptures, it is taught that Buddha nature is the nature of awareness, always knowing, always hearing, always seeing. Thus, when one is in deep sleep and unconscious, where are the seeing nature, the hearing nature, and the knowing nature? Or do they also sleep? Thus, are such data worthy of belief? The eighth teaching, do not believe because it agrees with your own preconceived ideas. The Buddha advised us not to believe because something agrees with our own preconceived ideas. So, what are preconceived ideas? Preconceived ideas are personal opinions that already exist beforehand and are difficult to change. For a long time, we have held the preconceived idea that there is life after death. Therefore, when reading Mahayana scriptures, we find many teachings concerning supernatural realms, such as heaven, the Pure Land, nirvana, and hell. In these realms, there are gods, saints, immortals, Buddhas, the Jade Emperor, souls, spiritual consciousness, Buddha nature, the great self, the small self, ghosts, demons, and so on. Because of preconceived ideas, we immediately believe these things without taking time to think and examine carefully. Here, the Buddha advised us not to believe, for believing in this way turns us into superstitious and backward people. Superstition and backwardness bring many misfortunes, especially being deceived by others, wasting money and effort on meaningless things that bring no benefit to oneself or to others, and even harming oneself. The ninth teaching, do not believe because it comes from an authoritative source. The Buddha advised us not to believe because it comes from an authoritative source. So what does an authoritative source mean? Authority means the power of kings, officials, and influential groups of people. In the old days, during the feudal periods of our country as well as China, if a king adopted a religion as the state religion, the people of that country were forced to follow and believe in that religion. During the Lai dynasty in our country, people deeply believed in Mahayana Buddhism because the king and government officials were followers of Buddhism. Therefore, at that time, people followed Buddhism because of the authority of the king. Here, the Buddha advised us, do not believe because it comes from an authoritative source. The Buddha's advice means that when we believe something, we should not believe because of power, because of authority, because of fear, or because we see something as sacred and miraculous. For example, communal houses, shrines, temples, gods, saints, ghosts, demons, Lady Chua Ko, Lady Chua Shu, banyan trees, tree stumps, rocks, termite mounds, and so on are considered sacred. Seeing such sacred authority, people believe and come to worship, bow, and pray for favors. Such belief is not accepted in Buddhism because it is blind faith. Blind faith brings harm to us, not benefit. It turns us into foolish people, easily controlled by authority and by supposed sacred powers. The 10th teaching, do not believe because a recluse is your teacher. The Buddha advised us not to believe because a recluse is our teacher. Why did the Buddha teach us not to believe recluses who are our teachers? So what do recluse and teacher mean? A recluse means a religious practitioner, a monastic. A teacher is one who teaches methods of practice. In our lives, we encounter many recluses who are Buddhist monastics. But we should not believe them merely because they are our teachers. For there are many kinds of recluses. Recluses who violate precepts, recluses who break precepts, recluses who shatter precepts, recluses who only rely on scriptures and preach falsely, without having practiced even for one day, or whose practice is still incomplete, whose greed, anger, and delusion are still immense, who still crave fame and indulge in gain like worldly people. There are even recluses who dare to turn Buddhism into a profession of superstition, specializing in rituals, chanting, fortune-telling, choosing auspicious dates and times, and so on. Regarding such recluses, the Buddha advised us not to believe them as our teachers. Most Buddhist followers, whenever they see someone shave off hair and beard and wear the saffron robe, immediately make offerings and bow in reverence, without examining whether they are genuine practitioners or false practitioners. These are the 10 teachings of the Buddha. He advised us not to believe methods of practice, not to believe recluses, and not even to believe his own teachings. We should believe only when we have practiced and seen results. If there are no results, then we should not believe. Having results means there is liberation in body and mind. Having liberation means one must live correctly according to the morality of being human and being saintly. Living correctly according to the morality of being human and being saintly means not causing suffering to oneself and not causing suffering to others. Not causing suffering to oneself and not causing suffering to others means one has attained abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Only when there are such results of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states should we believe. Keep in mind that because you do not listen to the Buddha's teachings, you believe in every method of practice you encounter, or whenever you hear someone preach something that agrees with your own reasoning, you immediately believe it. Especially when you hear that a discourse was spoken by the Buddha, you believe it right away. You believe blindly, without carefully investigating whether it was truly spoken by the Buddha or not. Because of blind belief, it is easy to be deceived by Mahayana scriptures. Therefore, up to now, our life of practice has still amounted to zero, living only in religious illusion. Meditation of letting go of the mind. The Buddha's teaching. Keep the body light and at ease. Keep the mind skillfully liberated. No activities remain. Right mindfulness without attachment. Clearly knowing the right Dharma. Without seeking the practice of meditative absorption. Without angry and deluded thoughts. Without drowsiness and laziness. Thus the monastic, living amid many obstacles, has crossed the 5 floods and strives to cross the 6th. Thus one practices meditation through contemplation, letting go. Commentary. In our time, whenever meditation is mentioned, everyone understands that one must sit in the half-lotus or full lotus posture, then concentrate and gather the mind, keeping it free from wandering thoughts. For example, the Pure Land School in the Amitabha Sutra teaches 7 days of one-pointed concentration, single-mindedly maintaining the name of Amitabha Buddha. That is, for 7 days and nights, one recites the name of Amitabha Buddha without allowing wandering thoughts to interrupt the recitation. Then, when dying, Amitabha Buddha will come and receive one into the Western Pure Land. Zen Buddhism in the Platform Sutra teaches, not thinking of good, not thinking of evil, the original face appears. That is, seeing one's nature and becoming a Buddha. In the Mahayana Diamond Sutra, it is taught, let the mind arise without abiding anywhere, meaning one should not let the mind abide anywhere, and that mind itself is Buddha. The Anapanasati method and the 6 wonderful Dharma gates taught by the patriarchs all instruct practitioners to count the breath or follow the in and out breath to suppress the mind so that wandering thoughts cannot arise. From ancient times until today, people have practiced meditation by suppressing the mind in this way, yet no one has been seen to attain liberation. There are only legendary stories that deceive us. Therefore, a Vietnamese Zen master, Venerable Tuong Cho, when speaking about Eastern Zen, called them great deceivers, like one dog barking and the whole pack barking along. Knowing that such practice brings no results, yet no patriarch or teacher dares tell us the truth. Up to this day, we are still deeply influenced by these habits. Therefore, whenever people sit to meditate, they gather and concentrate the mind, hoping only to eliminate wandering thoughts completely. This is a habitual tendency, which people cannot abandon. On the contrary, Buddhism teaches meditation of letting go of the mind. Prevent unwholesome states, eradicate unwholesome states, give rise to wholesome states, and develop wholesome states. Not sitting in half lotus or full lotus posture, suppressing the mind like that. Through the verse above, we ask you, please answer honestly. When sitting in half lotus or full lotus posture, forcing yourself to endure pain, numbness, or heat in the legs, is that an unwholesome state or a wholesome state? Is that not causing suffering to yourself? When concentrating and gathering the mind, your head becomes heavy or painful, yet you force yourself to endure it for a long time. Is that wholesome or unwholesome? Is that not causing suffering to yourself? The Buddha taught us to prevent and eradicate unwholesome states. If one causes suffering to oneself, is one preventing and eradicating unwholesome states? Please answer. In the verse the Buddha taught, keep the body light and at ease. That means bodily ease and lightness. Here is the body painful, numb, or hot. The second verse says, keep the mind skillfully liberated. Here is the mind burdened or free from burdens. If you say it is free from burdens, then why do the minds cultivated in Zen and Mahayana keep working so much, gathering and concentrating on the breath, using Buddha recitation phrases, walking meditation, arousing questioning until the head becomes heavy, and so forth? Skillfully keeping the mind liberated means that the mind is tranquil, peaceful, and free from burdens. The third verse says, no activities remain. Here, we need to understand the meaning of activities. What does activities mean? Activities mean the habitual tendencies of a person. When one skillfully guards the mind by using conscious understanding to practice abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, the mind becomes tranquil, peaceful, and free from burdens. Because the mind is tranquil, peaceful, and free from burdens, there are no more activities remaining. That is, habitual tendencies no longer remain, or in other words, habitual conditioning no longer remains. Zen Buddhism and Mahayana claim that even after seeing one's nature and becoming a Buddha, greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt still remain. They say, bodhisattvas still have habitual tendencies. That too is self-deception, is deception of others found in Mahayana scriptures. As for early Buddhism, the Buddha clearly stated no activities remain. That is, habitual tendencies no longer remain. The fourth verse says, right mindfulness without attachment. What does attachment mean? Attachment means that because of greed, the mind clings to phenomena. The entire verse, right mindfulness without attachment, means that through practicing the four foundations of mindfulness, the mind has overcome the greed and sorrow associated with body, feelings, vilain, mind, and phenomena. Because of that, the mind is no longer in distraction. The fifth verse says, clearly knowing the right Dharma. Clearly knowing the right Dharma means knowing the method of practice of the four foundations of mindfulness. The sixth verse says, not seeking the practice of concentration meditation. Here the Buddha teaches, when one knows how to practice the four foundations of mindfulness, there is no need to seek any other method of concentration meditation. The seventh verse says, not angry with wandering thoughts. Those who practice the meditation of abandoning the mind through the four foundations of mindfulness welcome wandering thoughts all the more, because they provide objects upon which to apply the method of directing the mind within right thinking. Through such practice, liberating understanding manifests. When liberating understanding manifests, habitual tendencies and attachment no longer remain. When habitual tendencies and attachment no longer remain, the mind is no longer distracted. When the mind is no longer distracted, right enlightenment is attained. Through a mind free from distraction, I attained right enlightenment. These are the testamentary words of the Buddha, affirmed shortly before entering nirvana. Practitioners today, while sitting or walking meditation, when they experience no wandering thoughts, consider that their practice has achieved good results. But when wandering thoughts intermingle, they consider their practice poor and unsuccessful. That is an extremely mistaken view regarding practice aimed at mastering birth, aging, sickness, and death. For Buddhism, wandering thoughts are objects for cultivating insight concentration. Only through cultivating insight concentration can one attain the taintless fruit of arahantship. Is that not so, friends? Therefore, the verse, not angry with wandering thoughts, confirms a method of practice that does not suppress the mind. Please pay attention to this verse. It helps you practice correctly. The eighth verse says, not overcome by drowsiness and laziness. So what are drowsiness and laziness? Drowsiness means sleepiness. Laziness means indolence. When one knows how to practice the four foundations of mindfulness, one must skillfully eradicate sleepiness and laziness completely, because the states of sleepiness and laziness belong to delusion and therefore are very difficult to remove. One must persevere and endure, practicing mindful walking with clear awareness or cultivating the method of practice of mindfulness of bodily actions. Only then is there hope of eliminating them. The 9th verse says, "Thus is the monk." This sentence confirms that if a monk practices in the manner described above, then wherever he may dwell, he no longer fears unwholesome states, because through such practice no unwholesome state can affect his mind. The mind always remains unmoving. The 10th verse says, "Living amid many obstacles." This sentence points out even more clearly that no obstructing condition can affect their minds. In other words, a monk who practices in this way, even while living amid many obstructing conditions, still naturally abides in peace, happiness, and nothing to do. The 11th verse says, "Having crossed the 5 floods." When a monk practices in this way, even while living amid many obstructing conditions, his mind remains unmoving. That means he has crossed the floods. We need to understand the meaning of flood in this verse. So what is a flood? A flood is a torrent. Here there are 5 floods, that is 5 torrents. The flood of sensual desire, the flood of possession, the flood of views, the flood of ignorance, the flood of emotional attachment. A flood is a torrent. A torrent refers to the force of water rushing down from above, something very difficult for anyone to cross. Thus, a Buddhist monk must cross these 5 torrents before discovering true liberation. So what do these 5 torrents mean? The flood of sensual desire is the torrent of desire, that is, the force of craving. The flood of possession is the torrent of possessions, that is, the force of attachment to possessions. The flood of views is the torrent of fixed views, that is, the force of clinging to views. The flood of ignorance is the torrent of stupidity that does not see phenomena as they truly are. It is the force of ignorance that causes us to see things not as they really are. The flood of emotional attachment is the torrent of the 7 emotions: joy, anger, love, hatred, sorrow, pleasure, and desire. These are the forces of the 7 emotions which ordinary people cannot overcome. Crossing these 5 floods is still not ultimate liberation. Therefore, the Buddha taught the 12th verse, again striving to cross the 6th. This verse confirms that a monk must cross 6 floods. So what is the 6th flood? The 6th flood is the flood of imagination. The flood of imagination is the torrent of imaginative desire, that is the force of imagination. Imaginative desire includes 18 kinds of blissful imaginings and the 4 formless attainments. The 4 formless attainments are the sphere of infinite space, the sphere of infinite consciousness, the sphere of nothingness, the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception. Those who cross these 6 floods do so through contemplative meditation, that is, insight concentration, not through suppressing the mind until wandering thoughts disappear. Therefore, in the 13th verse, the Buddha clearly confirmed this for us, thus practicing contemplative meditation. Practicing in this way means practicing contemplative meditation. So what is contemplative meditation? Contemplative meditation is meditation of contemplation by means of conscious understanding. Contemplative meditation is also called insight concentration. It is the meditation of abandoning the mind cultivated through reflective contemplation. Contemplative meditation must be practiced through consciousness in order to accomplish abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. To cultivate contemplative meditation, one must use insight concentration, clear concentration, right mindfulness with clear awareness, mindfulness of breathing concentration, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, mindfulness of bodily actions, and the method of appropriate attention. In summary, the meditation of abandoning the mind is a kind of meditation in which, regardless of whatever posture one is in, one always maintains the body in ease and peace, and the mind in serenity and nothing to do. Meditation of letting go of the mind is a kind of meditation. By practicing it, there is liberation immediately. The more one practices, the more one sees the body and mind becoming light and peaceful, living a life fully endowed with human morality, not causing suffering to oneself, not causing suffering to others, and not doing superstitious things or deceiving others. Please reread the Buddha's verse on the meditation of letting go of the mind above and reflect upon each sentence that has been explained. Then you will understand clearly and no longer have any doubts. The method of directing the mind, the Buddha's teaching. Bhikkhus, because of not using appropriate attention, the taints that have not yet arisen arise, and the taints that have already arisen increase. Bhikkhus, because of using appropriate attention, the taints that have not yet arisen do not arise, and the taints that have already arisen are eliminated. Commentary. Ordinary worldly people and those who practice according to the Mahayana method of practice, because they do not know the method of appropriate attention, live every day amidst the taints without knowing the taints. Therefore, the taints that have not yet arisen arise, and the taints that have already arisen increase. Thus, a life of suffering becomes even more painful. Therefore, this passage teaches bhikkhus, because of not using appropriate attention, the taints that have not yet arisen arise, and the taints that have already arisen increase. Human beings are born without encountering the Buddha's true teaching. Therefore, they must endure much suffering in the human condition within the law of cause and effect. On the contrary, to be born as a human being and to encounter the Buddha's true teaching, such a person is the most fortunate person in the world. Because one encounters the true teaching, one is able to hear this teaching. Bhikkhus, because of using appropriate attention, the taints that have not yet arisen do not arise, and the taints that have already arisen are eliminated. To speak of taints is to speak of human suffering. But if one wishes that human life no longer be filled with suffering, in order to live peacefully, serenely, happily, and without troubles, then one should follow the Buddha's reminder to the bhikkhus to always cultivate the method of directing the mind, appropriate attention. If you do not use the method of directing the mind through appropriate attention, suffering will come to you and will make you suffer much more. If you know how to use the method of appropriate attention every second, every minute, every hour, every day, every month, every year, then suffering will not come to you and will come to an end forever. Through the brief passage above, the Buddha clearly affirmed that the method of appropriate attention is very marvelous. It helps us escape all suffering in human life, master the law of cause and effect, and even rebirth in samsara. Thus, the method of appropriate attention has a very great function on the path of practicing Buddhism to attain the desired result of mastering birth, aging, sickness, and death. While still in secluded retreat, we realize the method of appropriate attention. Therefore, throughout 6 months, we diligently practice this method with the investigative phrase, "The mind, like a lump of earth, must abandon sensual desire, abandon unwholesome states, and enter the first jhana." With only such a concise phrase, we entered the first jhana easily, without difficulty. For 9 years in secluded retreat, practicing incorrectly was extremely arduous and difficult. But when we used the method of appropriate attention, within only a short time, we mastered body and mind, and the result was complete liberation. The fourth jhana, the Buddha's teaching. No breathing out and breathing in, the mind abides in right concentration without craving, serene, with a peaceful and unmoving mind, like a bright lamp suddenly extinguished, the mind liberated in nirvana. Samyutta Nikaya. Commentary. The fourth jhana of Buddhism is a very marvelous and wonderful kind of meditation. It is able to stop the breath, as the first verse teaches, no breathing out and breathing in. It masters life and death with complete freedom. If one wishes to breathe, one breathes. If one wishes not to breathe, one does not breathe. Reading the verse above, the Buddha clearly affirmed this. Unlike the Mahayana scholars, who intentionally suppressed this kind of meditation by reasoning that it was the meditation of ordinary people, the meditation of the two vehicles, and the meditation of non-Buddhist paths. Is this not painful, friends? Now, friends, listen to the right concentration of Buddhism. It is truly wonderful. When the practitioner enters concentration, no breathing out and breathing in, the mind abides in right concentration. Friends, can the meditation of the Eastern schools and Mahayana enter such a state? If they cannot enter such a state, how can they call it freedom in birth and death? How can they call it gathering the spirit and entering nirvana? To enter right concentration and master life and death in such a manner, the mind must no longer have craving. When the mind no longer has craving, then the mind becomes serene, as this verse says, without craving, serene. Then what is craving? Tham means desire. I means fondness. Human beings are born into suffering because of craving. When craving is extinguished, suffering and samsara come to an end. If the mind has no craving, then the mind becomes serene. When the mind becomes serene, then the mind can abide. When the mind can abide, then the mind becomes unmoving before phenomena, as this verse teaches, with a peaceful and unmoving mind. When the mind has already become abiding and unmoving, then at that time, whenever we wish to die, it is easy, without difficulty, without weariness, like a bright lamp suddenly extinguished. Having practiced concentration to such an extent, do you find happiness, friends? At that time, we only need to leave the state of the fourth jhana by the command of the 7 powers of the factors of awakening, and immediately we enter nirvana, as the verse teaches, the mind liberated in nirvana. In short, the verse above only shows us the method of practice and the way to enter nirvana with complete freedom. It is not a teaching for you to merely practice entering the fourth jhana. You should pay attention to this. Some people have used this verse to practice entering the fourth jhana. That is not the correct method. Friends, if you wish to enter the fourth jhana, then return to the training of precepts through such practices as 4 right efforts, 4 foundations of mindfulness, mindfulness of bodily actions, and so on. Do not practice based upon this verse. Otherwise, you have already practiced the wrong method, friends. Non-possession, the Buddha's teaching. One in the past, present, and future who possesses nothing, without possessions, without grasping, him I call a Brahmin. Dhammapada Brahmin chapter. Commentary. These 4 verses determine a Buddhist monk who correctly lives the noble conduct, whom the Buddha in ancient times often regarded as a Brahmin, who strictly maintained the precepts without ever violating them. The first verse teaches, one in the past, present, and future. This means that any monk in the 3 periods of time, past, future, and present, lives without wealth and possessions, lives without family, without a house, always living with few desires and contentment, having only 3 robes and 1 bowl, with a soul as white as a conch shell and as open as empty space. That is the holy conduct of a Buddhist monk. Only one who lives correctly in such holy conduct is called a Brahmin. Therefore, the second verse affirms this, who possesses nothing. Thus, a monk who has no wealth, no possessions, no family, and no house has no bondage and no attachment. Because he is not bound or attached to wealth and possessions, that is liberation, friends. Liberation from the coarse material aspect. If the material aspect has been abandoned, then sweeping away the inner aspect is no longer difficult. These 2 aspects combined mean that the mind has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states. A mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoned unwholesome states is a mind free from distraction. A mind free from distraction is a mind unmoving before phenomena and feelings. Therefore, the third verse teaches, without possessions, without grasping. A monk who practices and attains such an unmoving mind, only then does the Buddha call him a Brahmin. A Brahmin monk accepted by the Buddha must possess definite standards as mentioned above. Do you recognize this, friends? Therefore, in this age, when we look at Buddhist monks in different traditions, we clearly know that Buddhism has been divided and shattered. Division extends from outward clothing to the spirit of the teaching, especially Mahayana Buddhism, which proudly beats its chest and claims to possess 84,000 methods of practice. If there are 84,000 methods of practice, and anyone clings to any one of them, then they may further divide into many more traditions. And thus, what remains of Buddhist unity? The Buddha's teachings become only a collection of assorted methods. This speaks of a very great decline of Buddhism. Buddhism has only one unique method of practice, and that is the truth of the path. The truth of the path is one of the 4 unchanging truths of Buddhism. No one can alter it. Yet now there are 84,000 methods of practice. What do you think, friends? Are they truly the Buddha's methods of practice? In former times, the Buddha practiced without ambitions like the patriarchs of today. He regarded himself as a Brahmin living morally, without superstition, without rituals, without ceremonies for the dead, without prayers for peace, and so on, without deceiving people, whether in front of them or behind their backs. He simply practiced and lived according to the holy conduct. Thanks to this, he discovered liberation clearly and concretely. Therefore, in the Dhammapada, he often reminded the bhikkhus that those who live correctly according to the precepts are called true Brahmins, whereas those who do not live according to the precepts, who break and violate the precepts, the Buddha called non-Buddhist Brahmins. During the time of spreading the teaching and delivering beings, the Buddha also felt that he himself was a Brahmin, but a Brahmin who before people and behind people never lacked these 12 noble virtues. They are, thus come one arahant worthy of offerings, perfectly enlightened, one perfect in knowledge and conduct, well gone, one knower of the world, unsurpassed, one tamer of men, teacher of gods and humans, Buddha, world-honored one. We would like to explain the meanings of these 12 noble titles. 1. Thus come one. This is the transliteration of the Sanskrit word Tathagata, which means one who has attained perfect enlightenment by following the path of reality as it truly is. Thus come one also means one whose practice has been completed, who no longer returns to this life through rebirth, that is, one who has mastered birth and death and brought samsara to an end. The thus come one is also called the noble one who neither comes nor goes. 2. Arahant. This is the transliteration of the Sanskrit word arahant. Arahant has the same meaning as worthy of offerings. It means one who has slain the enemy of afflictions, who forever remains unborn in nirvana, and is worthy to receive offerings from gods and humans. In short, an arahant has escaped afflictions, has attained freedom and ease, has reached perfection in morality, has mastery over his thoughts, knows everything, possesses 6 marvelous powers, and does not have to undergo the karmic result of birth and death a second time. Mahayana considers this title to be inferior and only the highest fruit of the lesser vehicle. An arahant is also called the noble one, free from taints, the virtue of not causing suffering to oneself, to others, or to all living beings. 3. Worthy of offerings. This is translated from the Sanskrit word arhat. It means one who has departed from all evil, worthy of receiving offerings from humans and gods, one who possesses complete blessings beyond anyone else. Worthy of offerings is the virtue of departing from evil, worthy of being an immeasurable field of blessings for beings, gods, and humans to make offerings. Therefore, it is called the noble virtue of the field of blessings. 4. Perfectly enlightened one. This is translated from the Sanskrit word samya sambuddha. It means right wisdom that knows all phenomena as they truly are. Perfectly enlightened one also means true understanding that is not deceived by evil teachings, wrong views, illusory views, or false doctrines. It is understanding that transcends the framework of customs, traditions, and the ideological systems of religions in this world. Perfectly enlightened one is also called the noble conduct of complete understanding. 5. Perfect in knowledge and conduct. This is translated from the Sanskrit word vidyakarana sampanna. It means one who possesses complete wisdom and virtue. Wisdom consists of 3 kinds: consciousness wisdom, imagination consciousness wisdom, threefold knowledge wisdom. Threefold knowledge wisdom consists of 3 kinds: timeless wisdom, spaceless wisdom, taintless wisdom. Noble virtues consist of 4 virtues: the virtue of loving kindness, the virtue of compassion, the virtue of joy, the virtue of equanimity. Noble conduct consists of 5 conducts: excellent conduct, right conduct, straight conduct, wonderful conduct, pure conduct. 6. Well gone one, translated from the Sanskrit word sugata. It means one who has completed the noble 8-fold path, one who has finished all wholesome conduct and no longer returns to evil states or to this life. Well gone one is also called the noble conduct of freedom over birth and death. 7. Knower of the world, translated from the Sanskrit word lokavit. It means one who clearly explains all phenomena in the world with no phenomenon that cannot be explained. Knower of the world also means one who thoroughly understands all worldly phenomena, one who clearly understands both principles and manifestations of sentient and insentient beings. Knower of the world is also called the noble conduct of thorough understanding of all worldly phenomena. 8. Unsurpassed one, translated from the Sanskrit word anuhara. It means the highest among all beings, a person who has reached the pinnacle of liberation, beyond which there is no higher liberation. The unsurpassed one is also called the noble conduct of supreme liberation. 9. Tamer of men, translated from the Sanskrit word purusadamya sarathi. It means one who controls himself and all beings, that is, one who has mastery over himself and over all phenomena. To put it more simply, one whose mind is unmoving before phenomena and feelings. Tamer of men is also called the noble conduct of subduing phenomena and feelings. 10. Teacher of gods and humans. Translated from the Sanskrit Satade Vanasyanam. It means the teacher of gods and humans, teaching gods and humans what should be done and what should not be done. Teacher of gods and humans is also called the noble teacher of gods and humans. 11. Buddha. This is the transliteration of the word Buddha. It means one who is completely liberated, the enlightened one. Buddha is also called the noble one of enlightenment. 12. World-honored one. This is the transliteration of the Sanskrit word Bhagavat. It means the highest one among gods and humans, respected and honored by all gods and humans. World-honored one is also called the noble one worthy of reverence. If any monk can accomplish these 12 supreme virtues, then the Buddha calls him a Brahmin. In short, the verse above has determined that a Brahmin who meets the standards of Buddhism possesses absolutely nothing throughout the 3 periods of time, past, present, and future. Only then does he truly fit the meaning. One in the past, present, and future, who possesses nothing, without possessions, without grasping, him I call a Brahmin. Indeed, only by always remembering to preserve the precepts strictly and maintaining the virtue of contentment does one deserve to be called a Brahmin of Buddhism. By reading this verse, we come to know that Buddhism was established later by others as a religion called Buddhism, while the Buddha himself had no such intention. Why is that? Because Buddhism is the morality of human beings on this planet. It is the truth of humanity. Therefore, it cannot be established as a religion, because religion will be confined to only a small number of people and cannot be spread widely to everyone, everywhere. And when a religion is established, human beings will be divided. When human beings are divided, there is no longer morality. The form of division exists because of private interests for individuals or small groups. Therefore, the patriarchs did not understand this. Because of private interests, the patriarchs committed a very great mistake, turning the truth and morality of humanity into the private truth and private morality of a religion. A very powerful proof is that, from those ambitions, the patriarchs divided Buddhism into many schools, causing Buddhism to become weakened and lose its roots. From being the common possession of humanity, Buddhism became something private and even the private possession of many patriarchs. Truly painful, is it not, friends? The Buddha himself only saw himself as a Brahmin and tried to do better for Brahmanism. He had no intention of establishing a private religion. It was only because later generations did not understand the Buddha's intention and based upon his 12 titles to name the religion. From that time onward, the name Buddhism came into existence. The victor, the Buddha's teaching, the chief bull, supreme, the hero, the great man, the victor, unstained, purified, enlightened, him I call a Brahmin. Dhammapada commentary. One who practices Buddhism must be like the chief bull, always standing above gods and humans. Therefore, in the first line of this verse, the Buddha taught the chief bull supreme. That is true. A Buddhist monk must be a hero, firm in courage, steadfast in will, like heaven and earth, never retreating before any hardship or difficulty. Therefore, in the second line, the Buddha taught that a Buddhist monk must regard death as light as a swan's feather and must prove himself to be the hero, the great man. Yet today, when we look again at Buddhist monks who break the precepts, violate the precepts, and shatter the precepts, what remains of the chief bull, the supreme one, the heroic great man? Is that not true, friends? They are all beings living off the lay followers, like parasites, like lice living in a lion's mane. A Buddhist monk must always be one who conquers the enemy of eating, the enemy of sleeping, the enemy of gatherings, the enemy of greed, the enemy of anger, the enemy of delusion, and so on. To conquer in such a way, the precepts are the standards through which we restrain ourselves, living correctly according to noble conduct, forging ourselves into useful steel for ourselves, for others, for life, for society, for our homeland, for the world, and for all life on this planet. If we do not forge ourselves in such a manner, then body and mind are easily contaminated by worldly pleasures. Is that not true, friends? Therefore, the victorious disciple of the Buddha must be one who is not attached to any sensual pleasure. Even if there remains only the slightest attachment to sensual pleasure, as small as a grain of alluvial soil from the Red River, that person is still not one who has conquered the enemy of birth and death. Therefore, the Buddha taught, the victor, unstained. From great non-attachment to small non-attachment, there must be complete purity, free from every stain. Only then can one be called an enlightened one. Therefore, the Dhammapada teaches, purified, enlightened. If one does not sweep away the enemies of greed, anger, and delusion, the 5 hindrances, the 7 fetters, and so on, then how can there be peace within one's own mind? Is that not true, friends? Through this verse, if one wishes to be accepted by the Buddha as a Brahmin in the true meaning of Brahmin, one must live fully with the virtues of not causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. Based on the teachings above, we see that during the time when the Buddha was still alive, Brahmins could be divided into 4 categories. Brahmins who violated the precepts, broke the precepts, and shattered the precepts. Brahmins who performed rituals, made offerings, conducted ceremonies for the dead, prayed for peace, and engaged in superstitious practices, and so on. Brahmins who built spiritual worlds lived in illusion, dreams, and fantasies, deceiving and cheating others so that they could sit in comfort and enjoy wealth without labor. Brahmins who specialized in cultivating supernatural powers, casting out evil, subduing ghosts, capturing demons, curing illnesses through charms and spells, creating a mysterious supernatural world, causing human beings to lose all self-mastery, knowing only to rely upon gods, saints, Buddhas, or bodhisattvas to rescue them from suffering and calamity. These kinds of Brahmins, while the Buddha was still alive, were never accepted by him. Only today does Mahayana accept them. Therefore, Mahayana monks have ways of living and activities filled with illusion, superstition, backward beliefs, charms, supernatural powers, and magical arts, just like the Brahmins mentioned above. But the Buddha considered such monks to be Marapapiyas, destroying and exterminating Buddhism. Through this verse, we clearly see that the Buddha regarded himself as a Brahmin. Him I call a Brahmin. According to this meaning, a Brahmin must be the chief bull, supreme, the hero, the great man, the victor, unstained, purified, enlightened. Looking at these 4 standards of a Brahmin, it is truly difficult for anyone who lacks strong determination, who lacks burning zeal in seeking the path of liberation, in seeking the path to transcend birth and death, to become such a person. Is that not true, friends? Brahmin, the Buddha's teaching, one who knows former lives, sees heavenly realms and places of downfall, has attained the end of birth and death, possesses higher knowledge, self-perfected, the sage ascetic, perfect in every accomplishment, him I call a Brahmin. Dhammapada Commentary. Once again, the Buddha confirms for us what standards a Buddhist monk must possess to be called a true Brahmin. Reading this verse in the Dhammapada, we clearly see that a Buddhist monk who is called a true Brahmin must fulfill these standards. 1. To know one's former lives is to possess the 3 knowledges. Among the 3 knowledges is the knowledge of former lives. Only with the knowledge of former lives can one know many lives and many existences in one's own past and in the past of others. A true Brahmin, through cultivation, must possess the knowledge of former lives, knowing many former lives of himself. Only then can he be called a Brahmin. Otherwise, if he does not know, he cannot be called a Brahmin. Therefore, this verse teaches, one who knows former lives. Looking at Buddhist monks today, is there anyone who through practice knows many lives and many existences of his own past? If they do not know, then they are not yet worthy to be called noble monks or noble nuns, and are not yet worthy to be called true Brahmins. Is that not so, friends? 2. One who is called a Brahmin must possess the wisdom of the law of cause and effect, seeing good and evil very clearly. One who sees good and evil clearly is one who possesses right view. One who possesses right view is one who practices abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. One who abandons sensual desire and abandons unwholesome states is one whose mind is an unmoving mind before all phenomena and all feelings. One whose mind is an unmoving mind is worthy to be called a true Brahmin. Looking at Buddhist monks today, we know immediately that they have not yet practiced abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, because they still eat and sleep at improper times. Their minds still delight in pleasures, still love possessions, wealth, money, beautiful houses such as large temples and giant Buddha statues, and so on. They themselves do not recognize that these desires are sensual desires and unwholesome states. Therefore, they are not yet worthy to be noble monks or noble nuns. If they are not worthy to be noble monks or noble nuns, how can they be worthy to be disciples of the Buddha? They are people who do not see the law of cause and effect of good and evil. How then can they be called true Brahmins? Therefore, in the second verse, the Buddha confirmed, sees heavenly realms and places of downfall. We must understand clearly the meaning of this line. So what are heavenly realms and places of downfall? Heavenly realms mean heavens. Places of downfall mean hells. Here, heavens do not mean literal heavenly worlds, but the 10 wholesome actions. And here, hells do not mean literal hells, but the 10 unwholesome actions. To see heavenly realms and places of downfall is to see the 10 wholesome actions and the 10 unwholesome actions. To see the 10 wholesome actions and the 10 unwholesome actions is to see the law of cause and effect. Only by seeing the law of cause and effect does one receive the Buddha's acceptance as a true Brahmin. Only by understanding it this way can one understand the Buddha's teaching. Do you understand the meaning correctly in this way, friends? But a true Brahmin does not cultivate only these teachings. He must cultivate even more. He must master birth and death, as the following verse states, has attained the end of birth and death. So, what does the end of birth and death mean? Birth means life, living. Death means dying, death. End means the ultimate end, the final point, cessation. The complete meaning of this sentence is that one must attain the complete ending of the cycle of life and death of human existence. Only then will the Buddha accept him as a true Brahmin. Otherwise, if one has not yet cultivated to that point, one is not worthy to be a monk or nun, a disciple of the Buddha. To become a disciple of the Buddha is not easy. Is that not true, friends? One must possess higher knowledge. So, what is higher knowledge? Higher knowledge is wisdom that conquers all unwholesome states and all feelings. It is wisdom that never yields before any obstacle, hardship, or difficulty, always gaining victory. With such higher knowledge, there is glorious victory in the battle against birth, death, and samsara. Only one who possesses higher knowledge is worthy to be a disciple of the Buddha, worthy to be called a true Brahmin. Therefore, the verse teaches, possesses higher knowledge, self-perfected. One who possesses higher knowledge achieves the path of liberation with ease. What further cultivation is needed? Is that not true, friends? The final two lines praise a Buddhist monk who has perfectly accomplished the path of liberation, the sage ascetic, perfect in every accomplishment. So what do muni and perfection mean? Muni is the transliteration of the Sanskrit word muni, meaning capable of benevolence, capable of loving kindness, capable of fulfillment, capable of tranquility, and so on. Capable of benevolence means compassion toward people. Capable of loving kindness means loving kindness and compassion. Capable of fulfillment means a mind perfectly complete in virtue. Capable of tranquility means an unmoving mind before all phenomena and all feelings. In short, the meaning of this entire verse is that the sage ascetic possesses extraordinary powers surpassed by no one, the sage ascetic. Vienman means complete, perfect, with nothing lacking anywhere. The meaning of this sentence is that all the methods of practice in Buddhism have already been completely cultivated, perfect in every accomplishment. Reading this verse, we see the great attainments of a person who practices Buddhism. To be worthy of being called a Brahmin is certainly not easy. As the whole verse says, one who knows former lives, sees heavenly realms and places of downfall, has attained the end of birth and death, possesses higher knowledge, self-perfected, the sage ascetic, perfect in every accomplishment, him I call a Brahmin. To be called a Brahmin, one must cultivate thoroughly to the very end, not practice for fame and profit in the manner of Mahayana and Zen Buddhism. Is that not so, friends? Choosing friends, the Buddha's teaching. If one cannot find a companion equal to oneself or better, one should firmly live alone, not make friends with the foolish. Dhammapada v. Balavaga, the chapter of the fool. Commentary. Vietnamese folk poetry says, as commonly said, those near ink become black. Among brothers and friends, we should choose people carefully. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught, if one cannot find a companion equal to oneself or better, one should firmly live alone, not make friends with the foolish. Reading the folk verse in these 4 lines, we see that both worldly life and Buddhism teach us to choose a good teacher, good friends, or companions equal to ourselves or better than ourselves. If teachers or friends are inferior to ourselves, they are of no benefit. Many times we may become contaminated by their bad habits and defects. If teachers and patriarchs break the precepts, violate the precepts, and do not live according to holy conduct, and if friends lack morality, then we definitely should not accept them as teachers and patriarchs, nor make friends with fools. These verses teach us to choose companions better than ourselves. Such a person is also our teacher, from whom we can learn many good things. But if we choose someone inferior, what can we learn? Sometimes we become contaminated by evil habits such as greed, theft, lying, murder, and so on. When entering the path to study and practice, we should also choose a teacher strict in observing the precepts and complete in virtue. Therefore, the Buddha often taught, "Monks, here there is an ordinary person of little learning, who has not seen the noble ones, has not associated with the noble ones, is not trained in the Dhamma of the noble ones, does not practice the Dhamma of the noble ones, has not seen true persons, has not heard true persons, has not associated with true persons, is not trained in the Dhamma of true persons, and does not practice the Dhamma of true persons." In this passage, the Buddha advised us to choose such noble ones and true persons of virtuous conduct to associate with, for only then can there be benefit for ourselves and others. Because we lack careful consideration in choosing teachers and seeking friends, our mistakes have caused us to pay too great a price in the search for the path of practice. Entering the path, we place our faith in the Buddha and in teachers and patriarchs. But the Buddha has already passed away and is no longer near to advise us. Only teachers and patriarchs remain. But when teachers and patriarchs live in violation of the precepts and break the precepts, when their holy conduct no longer remains, then whom can we trust and rely upon? Looking at the conduct of teachers and patriarchs today, our hearts ache profoundly because the virtues and precepts taught by the Buddha are still here, yet teachers and patriarchs have thrown them into the garbage bin. Oh, how extremely painful. Where can we rely now? Truly, what misfortune for each one of us. Good teachers are difficult to meet. Good friends are difficult to find. Meditation. The Buddha's teaching. Sanda, practice meditation with the meditation of a well-trained horse, not with the meditation of an untrained horse. Anguttara Nikaya, Volume 4, page 655. Commentary. Those who practice meditation should pay attention to the Buddha's advice above. Practice meditation with the meditation of a well-trained horse, not with the meditation of an untrained horse. Most people who practice meditation today do not pay attention to this matter. They merely wish to study meditation and practice meditation, but they do not know that practicing meditation in such a manner is wrong. Practicing in this way, they will never attain meditation. Why is that? Because their body and mind are not yet well trained. They are still attached to sensual desires and unwholesome states. That is, they have not yet practiced abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, which means their observance of the precepts is not yet strict. Therefore, the Buddha taught, practice meditation with the meditation of a well-trained horse. Friends, what is meant by a well-trained horse and an untrained horse? A well-trained horse refers to a mind that has practiced abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, a mind that has abandoned greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt. When the mind has practiced abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, only then do we practice meditation. Therefore, the Buddha taught, practice meditation with the meditation of a well-trained horse. When body and mind have been well-trained through the precepts, the mind becomes concentrated, pliable, and easy to use. Only then do we begin to practice meditation. Practicing in this way is truly in accordance with the Buddha's teaching. Is that not so, friends? Therefore, the foundation of meditation in Buddhism is the precepts, and the precepts must be strict. Only when the precepts are strict can the mind completely achieve abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. From the Buddha's teaching above, we can see that those who practice Buddhist meditation nowadays all practice the wrong method because their precepts are not strict. The practices of abandoning eating, abandoning sleeping, and the practice of solitary dwelling are not complete, yet they demand to enter meditation. How can they enter it? You only practice imagination meditation, but right concentration and right meditation cannot be practiced in such a manner. The above passage shows us that at present no Buddhist monastic has entered right concentration. They only enter wrong concentration of non-Buddhist paths. They do not practice the precepts and even break and violate them. Practicing in this way to suit the times is taught only by Mahayana monks and Mahayana scriptures, but early Buddhist scriptures do not teach in this way. Examining the teaching above, we can see that Mahayana teachings take the precepts lightly and guide monastics onto a mistaken path. Ritual worship, prayers for the dead and prayers for peace, chanting sutras, reciting the Buddha's name, reciting mantras, forming mudras, suppressing the mind while sitting in meditation, etc. Dear friends, we are Buddhist monastics and lay followers, so why are we not wise enough to distinguish which method of practice belongs to the Buddha and which method belongs to non-Buddhist paths and the patriarchs, so that we may avoid delusion in our cultivation? In this way, unintentionally, we deliberately become accomplices in completely destroying Buddhism according to the scheme of the Brahmins. Is that not so, friends? Seeing you practice according to Mahayana scriptures, we rely on the Buddha's early teachings above to affirm that. Practicing in such a way is wrong. It only wastes effort. You will never enter right concentration, master birth, aging, sickness, and death, and bring samsara to an end. Whether you believe or do not believe is your right. But what we are certain of is that you wisely discern clearly what you see with your own eyes, hear with your own ears, and what we say. Those are the proofs for you to believe or not believe. What does it mean that the horse's meditation is not yet well trained? A horse that is not well trained means that your body and mind still possess greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt. You have not yet achieved abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. When the mind still has greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt, and has not achieved abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, then do not practice meditation. For even if you practice meditation, it is only a waste of effort and energy. You will never enter concentration, because the foundation of Buddhist meditation is the precepts. Only with the foundation of the precepts is meditation guaranteed. The mind must be pure, having achieved abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, before one should practice meditation. Therefore, if you come to Chunyu Monastery without cleansing yourself, then practicing here will bring no benefit. If the practices regarding eating, sleeping, and solitary dwelling are not complete, then what are you practicing here? Dear friends, you are still attached to eating, attached to sleeping, and still enjoy living and talking. If you come here to practice, it is only wasted effort and useless. Here, we do not teach the practice of eating, the practice of sleeping, or the practice of talking, friends. You think that offering a great deal of money means that Chunyu Monastery should serve you with food and drink. That is mistaken thinking. No matter how much money you offer, the monastery still maintains its position of helping you eat and drink simply, only enough to sustain life in order to achieve abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. It is not to serve you food and drink as in hotels and restaurants. When you come here to practice but still bring food with you, and do not carry out an equal way of eating within the monastery, then we say that you only practice outwardly for amusement. In reality, there is no beneficial result for you. Practicing while still attached to eating and sleeping, practicing while still enjoying gatherings and conversations, boasting of your cultivation to others, then where is the foundation of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states? Please show us. You only live in imagination and speak of imaginary meditation. In reality, you have not yet tasted the flavor of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. Now listen further to the Buddha's teaching and reflect upon your own path of cultivation. Sanda. Here there is a type of person whose mind is not yet well trained. When he goes to a forest, or to the foot of a tree, or to an empty house, he dwells with a mind obsessed by sensual desire, dominated by sensual desire, and does not truly know the escape from sensual desire that has arisen. He stores sensual desire within the mind, suppresses it, then engages in meditative thinking, meditation, continuous meditation, and contemplative meditation. He dwells with a mind obsessed by anger, dominated by anger. He dwells with a mind obsessed by sloth and torpor, dominated by sloth and torpor. He dwells with a mind obsessed by restlessness and remorse, dominated by restlessness and remorse. He dwells with a mind obsessed by doubt. He dwells with a mind dominated by doubt and does not truly know the escape from the doubt that has arisen. He stores doubt within himself, suppresses it, then engages in meditative thinking, meditation, continuous meditation, and contemplative meditation. He practices meditative thinking dependent upon earth, dependent upon water, dependent upon wind, dependent upon the base of infinite space, dependent upon the base of infinite consciousness, dependent upon the base of nothingness, dependent upon the base of neither perception nor non-perception, dependent upon this world, dependent upon the next world. Whatever is seen, heard, sensed, cognized, attained, sought after, or thought over by the mind, upon that he bases his meditative thinking. Thus, Sangha, this is one who practices meditative thinking without mastery, without result. After reading this passage, you should observe your own practice, and immediately you will know whether it is right or wrong. Usually, when you report your practice, you all demonstrate that you practice very well. But when circumstances arise, it becomes immediately evident that you have not yet let go of the mind. Without having let go of the mind, what meditation attainment is there to ask about? Is that not so, friends? To see how wrong our practice is, let us carefully contemplate the above passage. We should examine the first sentence. Sangha, here there is a type of person whose mind is not yet well trained. So what is it that has not yet been well trained? Here the Buddha means that the precepts are not yet strict, and the mind has not yet achieved abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. We examine the second sentence, when he goes to a forest, or to the foot of a tree, or to an empty house. So what do the forest, the foot of a tree, and the empty house mean? Here it means choosing a quiet place to live in solitary dwelling, alone in loneliness. We contemplate the third sentence. He dwells with a mind obsessed by sensual desire, dominated by sensual desire. So what do obsession by sensual desire and domination by sensual desire mean? Sensual desire means craving. Obsession means appearing repeatedly in the mind, lingering and causing restlessness. Domination means exerting control. The general meaning of obsession by sensual desire is that craving appears repeatedly in the mind, lingering and causing restlessness. The meaning of domination by sensual desire is that craving exerts control and gives commands. The general meaning of this passage is that when sitting alone in a quiet place, craving arises, causes agitation, and acts to control and command us to follow the mind's wishes, causing us to lose self-control. Ordinary people do not know how to cultivate, so they are easily controlled by craving, causing life, which is already suffering, to become even more painful. We contemplate the fourth sentence. He does not truly know the escape from sensual desire that has arisen. He stores sensual desire within the mind, suppresses it. So, what do escape and storing mean? Escape means to depart from and abandon. Storing means to keep and repress. The meaning of this sentence is that because one does not know how to escape from sensual desire continually arises, and one only keeps it within the mind, which is called suppressing the mind. Therefore, regardless of what meditation one practices, anger, sloth, and torpor, restlessness, remorse, and various kinds of imagination concentrations will still arise, as this passage teaches. Then he engages in meditative thinking, meditation, continuous meditation, and contemplative meditation. He dwells with a mind obsessed by anger, dominated by anger. He dwells with a mind obsessed by sloth and torpor, dominated by sloth and torpor. He dwells with a mind obsessed by restlessness and remorse, dominated by restlessness and remorse. He dwells with a mind obsessed by doubt. He dwells with a mind dominated by doubt and does not truly know the escape from the doubt that has arisen. He stores doubt within himself, suppresses it, then engages in meditative thinking, meditation, continuous meditation, and contemplative meditation. He practices meditative thinking dependent upon earth, dependent upon water, upon wind, upon the base of infinite space, upon the base of infinite consciousness, upon the base of nothingness, upon the base of neither perception nor non-perception, upon this world, upon the next world. Whatever is seen, heard, sensed, cognized, attained, sought after, or thought over by the mind, upon that he bases his meditative thinking. Thus, Sanda, this is one who practices meditative thinking without mastery, without result. According to the teaching in this discourse, when the precepts are not strict, then no matter how one practices, there will be no result. Wisdom and foolishness, the Buddha's teaching. The fool thinks himself a fool, by that he becomes wise. The fool imagines himself wise, he truly deserves to be called an utter fool. Dhammapada commentary. People in this world often see the faults of others, but rarely see their own faults. Those are foolish people. Foolish people often speak ill of others and like to boast of their own virtues, foolishness. At Chunyu Monastery, there are some people who come here to practice. Their cultivation has not yet reached anywhere, yet they hastily gather together to talk and boast that they have cultivated this or that. Some even boast that they have entered the third jhana and the fourth jhana. Then they boast that they possess 6 or 7 factors of awakening. If they possess 6 or 7 factors of awakening, then why have they still not entered the first jhana up to now? Their eating, sleeping, and solitary dwelling are still not perfectly maintained. Whenever something displeases them, they become angry and pack their bags and leave. Recently, there was a person who practiced here for 3 or 4 years. He did not live according to the holy conduct and was asked by the monastery to leave. When he returned to visit the monastery, he declared that he had entered from the first jhana up to the base of neither perception nor non-perception. But when examined through the precepts, he was a person living contrary to the holy conduct, breaking and violating the precepts. Wherever he went, his wife and children accompanied him. Yet he claimed that he had entered all 4 material jhanas and the 4 immaterial attainments. Do you believe that, friends? By examining the precepts, one immediately knows whether that person has entered concentration or not. Everyone seems to think that Buddhist meditation has no standards by which to examine and verify. How can someone dare to make such reckless declarations? Do you think no one has ever entered these attainments? Do not despise people too much. By speaking like that, do people not know that one is lying? When one has not entered concentration, speaking like that destroys one's credibility, friends. Speaking like that is killing oneself. Those who are deluded dare to boast about something they have not achieved to people who do not know and have not practiced. But those who already know and have already entered concentration are not so easily deceived. The early Buddhist scriptures have clearly determined the standards and methods for entering concentration. Why do you not diligently study them so that you will not be deceived by fame seekers? Therefore, the Buddha taught, if there is any achievement in practice, it should not be spoken of. Only when one sees one's own faults should one speak them out openly, confess, repent, abandon them, and never repeat them again. These are the things the Buddha reminds us of every day. Therefore, the Dhammapada teaches, one who is foolish and thinks himself foolish, by that he becomes wise. That is true. Every day we should examine ourselves. If we see things that cause suffering to ourselves and cause suffering to others, then we should quickly prevent and eradicate them at their roots through contemplation and reflection. And we should always feel ashamed whenever there is an action, a word, or a thought that causes suffering to ourselves, causes suffering to others, or causes suffering to all beings. We should regret it, repent, and abandon it. Those who know how to practice these things are people who know that they are foolish. That is a wise person, friends. In the life of cultivation, according to Buddhism, one should only deeply contemplate and seek out one's own foolishness, gradually overcoming and correcting one's faults. That is a wise person, friends. On the contrary, a fool who does not know that he is foolish is a very foolish person. All phenomena in this world are impermanent. Nothing is permanent and unchanging. Nothing is oneself or belongs to oneself. Yet people mistakenly cling to things as oneself and as belonging to oneself. Because of such mistaken attachment, they throw themselves into boiling oil and scalding water to endure endless suffering, just like moths throwing themselves into the light of a lamp. Those are people who are foolish and do not know that they are foolish. There are still countless kinds of foolishness in this world. When a person dies, everything disintegrates and perishes. Not even the slightest remnant of consciousness remains. Yet, from religions to educated people and uneducated people, everyone believes that after death there remains an immortal soul. Therefore, they spend money wastefully on these matters in a foolish and pitiful way. They often pray for the dead, burn money and paper offerings for the dead. They engage in superstitious and backward practices. Those are people who are foolish and do not know that they are foolish. They truly deserve to be called utterly foolish and pitiable. Dear friends, what we have just said above may perhaps be too straightforward. Using the word foolish may be too harsh, causing your pride to be hurt and making you unhappy. Is that not so, friends? Please forgive us. If we did not use such straightforward words, lacking refinement and politeness, then everyone would continue to think that they are wise people, and the evil of superstition would become even worse. Please reflect carefully, and you will see that our straightforward words are truthful words, filled with our love for you, so that in this world we will no longer be foolish people. Is that not so, friends? Knowledge and virtue. The Buddha's teaching. With knowledge and with virtue, having accomplished these two qualities, a monk reaches the ultimate of the ultimate. 1. The ultimate security from suffering. 2. The ultimate holy conduct. 3. The ultimate goal, the supreme one among gods and humans. Anguttara Nikaya, Volume 4, page 663. Commentary. Examining this passage, there are three ultimates. 1. The ultimate security from suffering comes from right view. Right view is understanding things as they really are. Because of understanding things as they really are, all suffering and afflictions are resolved. Therefore, it is called the ultimate security from suffering. That is knowledge liberation. 2. The ultimate holy conduct comes from the precepts. A monastic who lives correctly according to the precepts without violating even the slightest fault attains liberation immediately. The precepts of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states lead to a mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. A mind that has abandoned sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states is an unmoving mind. An unmoving mind is a mind free from distraction. Through the precepts, the mind is liberated. Therefore, it is called virtue liberation, that is, the ultimate holy conduct. 3. The ultimate goal is knowledge and the precepts. Where there are precepts, there is knowledge. Where there is knowledge, there are precepts. Knowledge purifies the precepts, and the precepts purify knowledge. That is the ultimate between knowledge and virtue. Therefore, it is called the ultimate goal. The above explanation refers to the initial stage of beginning the practice of the precepts through knowledge. But in the second and third stages, in this passage, the Buddha teaches knowledge and virtue. When knowledge and virtue are attained, that is the ultimate of the ultimate. So, what are knowledge and virtue? Knowledge is the wisdom of the threefold knowledge. Virtue is the moral conduct of not causing suffering to oneself, suffering to others, and suffering to all beings. In other words, virtue is the precepts. See further the meaning of endowed with knowledge and virtue on page 130. Therefore, those who practice Buddhism must first attain the virtue of the precepts. The virtue of the precepts is the practice of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. The practice of abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states is the practice of the unmoving mind. The practice of the unmoving mind is a mind that is concentrated, tranquil, pliable, and easy to use. Only from this mind do we have sufficient power to enter the Four Noble Concentrations and accomplish the threefold knowledge. As mentioned above, virtue, that is, the precepts, is extremely important for the path of Buddhist cultivation. Is that not so, friends? Without the precepts, meditation and the threefold knowledge can never exist. Therefore, you should understand that virtue is the ethical foundation of Buddhism, while knowledge is the final result of the Buddhist path of liberation. Therefore, the Buddha said, a monk reaches the ultimate of the ultimate. Those of you who practice Buddhism should pay attention to this. If virtue is not lived correctly, there can be no knowledge. A person possessing virtuous conduct according to the precepts can never fall into the wrong teachings of non-Buddhist paths. When we see someone who does not live correctly according to virtuous conduct, we know immediately that such a person has fallen into the wrong teachings of non-Buddhist paths. Therefore, knowledge and virtue are the measuring rod for the cultivation of monks, nuns, and lay followers. They are the standards for examining their attainments. Thus, we know very clearly who is a genuine practitioner and who is a false practitioner. Why do we need to know clearly, friends? If a person truly practices and truly attains, then we ask to draw near and associate with that person. If a person is a false practitioner, then we bid farewell and keep our distance. The wise person, the Buddha's teaching. If you meet a wise person who points out faults and reproves as if showing a buried treasure, associate with the wise one. Associate with that person. There is only benefit, no harm. Dhammapada Sits Panditavagga, the chapter on the wise. Commentary. Dear friends, in life it is very difficult to encounter wise people because such people dare to speak directly, dare to point out faults, dare to reprove the mistakes of life as well as those within the way, so that everyone may know and strive to correct them. Correcting life, correcting the way. Life and the way have never been completely perfect and flawless. Only through the hands of human beings correcting and rectifying mistakes can there come a day when they become completely perfect and flawless. This work cannot be done by one person alone, but by many people. Many people must live in unity with one another in order to accomplish it. Yet it cannot be done quickly. It requires many years, a long period of correcting and rectifying one's own mistakes. A wise person points out our faults and reproves us so that we may become good people, people of morality. Is not such a debt of gratitude very great, dear friends? It is just like a person showing us the place where a treasure is buried. Because of that, we become wealthy. Because of this benefit, the Buddha advised us, if you meet a wise person who points out faults and reproves, as if showing a buried treasure. Indeed, words that point directly and speak directly are words of gold and jade. Yet very few people in the world understand this. When someone points out their faults or reproves them, they give rise to resentment and hatred. Seek ways to slander that person and even harm them. Is that not true, friends? Yes, it is. When we expose the errors in the various schools of Mahayana Buddhism, Zen Buddhism, Esoteric Buddhism, Pure Land Buddhism, and Theravada Buddhism, we immediately encountered opposition. The opposition was very strong. Not only did they spare no words in reviling and insulting us, but they also borrowed Mahayana and Zen scriptures to oppose us fiercely. Yet we remained silent because we knew they were carrying many mistaken views and attachments from Mahayana and Zen Buddhism. We think that what is right and what is wrong is wrong. No one can distort it. At present, they may say whatever they wish. Time will answer them. We do not have time to engage in debates because there is still so much work to do in restoring Buddhism. We must establish a curriculum of Buddhist study and practice from grade 1 through grade 8. Yet the remaining years of our life are very short. We may be able to prolong our lifespan, but we fear that sentient beings continue to do evil and therefore do not possess sufficient merit to encounter the Buddha's true Dharma. Instead, they continually turn toward the heterodox teachings of Brahmanical Mahayana. If that is the case, whether we wish it or not, we will be compelled to depart before the curriculum is completed. This is because we are people who understand the law of cause and effect more clearly than anyone else. The law of cause and effect is dynamic and changes every instant. Only when sentient beings live in wholesome states do they have sufficient conditions to encounter the true Dharma. On the contrary, if they live in unwholesome states, they do not have sufficient conditions, and the true Dharma does not appear. In the past, the Buddha also understood the law of cause and effect exactly as it is. Yet he could not immediately place sentient beings into nirvana as soon as he attained realization. Today we are the same. We must do our utmost because, out of compassion, we cannot bear to abandon sentient beings as they struggle amid the stormy waves of the ocean of cause and effect. We know very clearly that what we are doing is a wake-up bell for life on this planet. Dear friends, we point out the errors within Buddhism so that together we may join our efforts and correct them, making Buddhism better. For a long time, you have been like blind people walking in the darkness of night. At present, we are those holding the torch and lighting the way for you. Do you know this? The Buddhist Culture series includes The Road Back to the Buddha's Land, The Moral Virtues of Being Human, The 10 Moral Virtues of a Novice Saint, The Buddha's Teachings, The Ethics of Being Human, The Moral Virtues of Monks and Nuns, and others. Are these not torches lighting the way for you? Why then are there some among you who, instead of being grateful, harshly tell us to wipe out Buddhism, slander us, and revile teachers and patriarchs? Meanwhile, Mahayana and Zen teachers violate the precepts, break the precepts, and shatter the precepts into fragments, causing Buddhism to decline and deteriorate. Yet you do not utter a single word to stop these actions that are destroying Buddhism. Dear friends, if Buddhism develops by chasing after the times in this manner, Mahayana, then from ancient times until now, what practical benefit has this development brought to humanity? Or has it merely led people into a life of illusion, vagueness, and abstraction, turning people towards superstition and backwardness, causing loss of money and damage to health, wasting effort, engaging in meaningless activities, and living in ways contrary to morality? Do you understand this? Those patriarchs, masters, and teachers who have intentionally masterminded the destruction of Buddhism have been exposed by us by name so that you may know them. Yet some of you respond with bitter words and even use the law of cause and effect to threaten us. You will fall into hell and be reborn covered with fur and wearing horns. We are striving to rebuild those things of Buddhism that have been submerged and lost, and to cast away those things that are not Buddhism. While you are about to drown in the current of doctrinal interpretations and imagined explanations of Brahmanism, Mahayana, Zen Buddhism, esoteric Buddhism, Pure Land Buddhism, and even Theravada Buddhism, we bring benefit to you, yet all we receive are words devoid of gratitude and righteousness. Is that not so, friends? On the contrary, here the Buddha advises, associate with the wise one, associate with that person. There is only benefit, no harm. Dear friends, what do you think about these teachings? As for us, if we dare to act, if we dare to speak, then we dare to accept responsibility for our words, provided that we can clarify Buddhism once again, make Buddhism better, and bring benefit, peace, and happiness to the lives of all people. That is our joy and happiness. We do not seek fame, profit, or gratitude from you. We hope you understand this. Unmoving mind, the Buddha's teaching. Like a solid rock that no wind can shake, so too amid praise and blame, the wise are not moved. Dhammapada commentary. Those who practice the Buddha's teaching must attain the goal of maintaining an unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings. Therefore, the Dhammapada teaches, like a solid rock that no wind can shake. That is correct. When one trains the mind to be firm like a rock, the 8 winds cannot move it. The 8 winds blow, yet it remains unmoved. To attain such an unmoving mind, one must know which method of practice will lead to the attainment of an unmoving mind. Otherwise, it will not be attained. Within Buddhism, only the precepts help a practitioner train the unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings. Within the precepts are methods of practice that purify the mind, called conduct of the precepts. The conduct of the precepts is also called the 4 right efforts. Within the 4 right efforts are 4 kinds of concentration: right mindfulness and clear comprehension, concentration, clear awareness, concentration, mindfulness of breathing, concentration, effluent free concentration. If a person thoroughly cultivates these 4 kinds of concentration, then the precepts are observed very strictly, without violating even the slightest fault. Purity of the precepts means purity of mind. Purity of mind means an unmoving mind, as taught in the Digha Nikaya. The precepts purify wisdom, and wisdom purifies the precepts. As we know, an unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings is the goal of liberation in Buddhism. Therefore, the Dhammapada also teaches, so too amid praise and blame, the wise are not moved. An unmoved mind is the goal of our practice. We have completed the path of liberation. Seeing this, we realize that Buddhism places humanistic morality and the law of cause and effect first among all practices. In summary, these 4 verses clearly state the goal of attainment in Buddhism that must be achieved. No matter what the cost, we must win the victory for ourselves. Only then are we worthy disciples of the Buddha. Only then do we bring benefit to ourselves and to others. and especially only then can we clarify Buddhism once again, so that it is no longer suppressed by the layers of doctrines established by the patriarchs that have oppressed Buddhism for a long time. Because if there is only one person who attains the fruit of arahantship, that alone will be proof sufficient to restore Buddhism. But who will believe such a person? Dear friends, if one wants everyone to believe, one must display supernatural powers. But displaying supernatural powers is not accepted by the Buddha. He regarded it as the way of non-Buddhist paths that use supernatural powers to deceive people. Moreover, the goal of Buddhism is the attainment of an unmoving mind, not supernatural powers. Therefore, using supernatural powers as proof of Buddhism is incorrect. Wishing to understand this matter, the attainment of arahantship, King Pasenadi asked the Buddha, "Venerable world-honored one, when mendicants pass by here, how can we know which one has attained arahantship?" The Buddha replied, "One should stay near them from 1 day to 7 days, or from 1 month to 7 months, and then it will become clear." Thus, do you understand the Buddha's meaning in this teaching? The Buddha was teaching that if you wish to know whether someone has attained arahantship, you should observe whether that person lives in accordance with the noble virtues and precepts, both in front of others and behind their backs. If they live in accordance with them, then they have attained arahantship. If they do not live in accordance with them, then they have not yet attained it, but are still progressing toward the fruit of arahantship, the place of pure virtue and pure precepts. That is precisely the unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings. Whoever possesses an unmoving mind, that person is a noble disciple of the Buddha. Therefore, the verse above clearly defines the goal of attainment in Buddhism. The practice is very simple. There is nothing difficult or exhausting about it. One only needs to understand that all phenomena operate through the law of cause and effect, and that nothing is truly real. Therefore, praise and blame are the same. There is nothing to be delighted about and nothing to be saddened about. Buddhism is only this much. Is that not so, friends? Like a solid rock that no wind can shake, so too amid praise and blame, the wise are not moved. Nirvana, the Buddha's teaching. Seek the joy of nirvana, abandon desire free from defilement. The wise cleanse themselves of all inner defilements. Dhammapada commentary. All phenomena in this world are impermanent, and impermanent phenomena are suffering. Suffering arises from desire. Desire is defilement. Desire is impurity. Therefore, we must abandon all desire. When desire is ended, the mind is unmoving. When desire is ended, suffering is ended. It is a mind of peace and happiness. In this world, there is no phenomenon that can bring us complete true happiness. Only because of delusion do we chase after impermanent phenomena, seeking happiness within them. It is like searching for turtle hair and rabbit horns. In other words, if we seek happiness within impermanent phenomena, we will never obtain it. Therefore, the Buddha taught, seek the joy of nirvana. Then what is nirvana? Why did the Buddha tell us to seek the joy of nirvana? Dear friends, nirvana is not a realm, nor is it a metaphysical world, nor is it heaven, the pure land, or any celestial realm whatsoever, nor is it the substance of the universe, or Buddha nature. Nirvana is a state of mind in which greed, anger, and delusion have ended. Therefore, among the Four Noble Truths, it is called the truth of cessation. The truth of cessation is a state of mind in which there is no longer desire, no longer unwholesome states. It is an unmoving mind before phenomena and feelings. It is a mind that is serene, peaceful, happy, and free from concerns. Within such an unmoving mind, there is a joy and peace that is without desire. Because it brings such true happiness to people, the Buddha taught, seek the joy of nirvana. But how does one seek the joy of nirvana? Dear friends, to seek the joy of nirvana, there is a path that everyone must walk with his own mind and his own feet. No one can walk it in his place. That path is the Noble Eightfold Path. The Noble Eightfold Path is divided into 3 levels of training. Level 1 belongs to the precepts. Level 2 belongs to meditation. Level 3 belongs to wisdom. Each level has teachings to study and practices to perform. After studying and practicing correctly, one must pass through all 3 levels and all 8 classes. Only then does that person's mind become completely free from effluence and attain arahantship. The training and study of Buddhism are similar to the educational system in the world, which consists of 3 levels: primary school, secondary school, university. Each level contains many classes. At the end of every year, there is an examination for promotion to the next class. At the end of each level, there is an examination for promotion to the next level or graduation from that level. For example, primary school has a primary school diploma, secondary school has a secondary school diploma, university has a university degree. The levels of Buddhist training are the same. Level 1, precepts. When one completely finishes this level, one receives the degree of stream enterer, Sotapanna. If one has not completely finished the level, then according to one's understanding, practice, and observance of the precepts, if little, one is approaching the stream. If more, one is entering the stream. Level 2, Four Noble Concentrations. When one completely finishes this level, one receives the degree of non-returner. If not yet complete, one has only the certificate of seven returner, Sakadagami. A little higher still, one has the certificate of one returner, Anagami. Level 3, threefold higher knowledge. When one completely finishes this level, the mind becomes entirely free from effluence and one receives the degree of nirvana, arahant. The highest degree in Buddhism is nirvana. Therefore, the Buddha taught, seek the joy of nirvana. From this, we can clearly see the path of Buddhist practice. At whatever point one practices, at that point there are results. The results are liberation, exactly as it is within our daily lives. Practice little, gain little result. Practice much, gain much result. But one must practice according to the correct method, in the correct way. It is just like the educational system in the world. Study to whatever extent and know to that extent. Study little, know little. Study much, know much. To attain nirvana according to the Buddha's teaching, abandon desire free from defilement. The wise cleanse themselves of all inner defilements. Dear friends, reading these 3 verses, we can see that the method of practice in Buddhism is very simple and not difficult to understand. Is that not so, friends? But accomplishing this is a great undertaking. Then how does one abandon desire and become free from defilement? To abandon desire and become free from defilement, or to cleanse all inner defilements, you must practice the 4 right efforts, the 4 foundations of mindfulness and mindfulness of bodily actions. That is, every day you must prevent evil, eradicate evil and unwholesome states, abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. These are the methods for cleansing all inner defilements. Although the words in the Dhammapada are simple, practice must be carried out with one's utmost effort. If one does not practice with utmost effort, it is difficult to attain the desired result. One thing that you should pay close attention to is this. When practicing the 4 right efforts, the 4 foundations of mindfulness and mindfulness of bodily actions, if you are not skillful, you will suppress the mind. And suppressing the mind means that you are not letting go of the mind. If you do not let go of the mind, desire will never come to an end. Therefore, you must pay close attention and be concerned about this when practicing the method. When to sit in full lotus for practice. The Buddha's teaching. He is accomplished in this noble aggregate of virtue, accomplished in this noble guarding of the sense faculties, accomplished in this noble mindfulness and clear comprehension. He chooses a secluded dwelling place, such as a forest, the root of a tree, a mountain ravine, a rock cave, a charnel ground, an open grove, or a pile of straw. After finishing his meal and returning from alms round, he sits in the full lotus posture, keeping his back straight at the aforementioned place, and establishes mindfulness before him. He abandons sensual desire in the world, dwelling with a mind liberated from sensual desire, cleansing the mind of sensual desire. He abandons ill will. He dwells with a mind free from ill will, with loving compassion and pity for all living beings, cleansing the mind of ill will. He abandons sloth and torpor, dwelling free from sloth and torpor, with perception directed toward light, with mindfulness and clear comprehension, cleansing the mind of sloth and torpor. He abandons restlessness and remorse, dwelling without restlessness, with an inwardly tranquil mind, cleansing the mind of restlessness and remorse. He abandons doubt, dwelling free from doubt, without wavering or hesitation, cleansing the mind of doubt regarding wholesome states. Majjhima Nikaya, Volume 2, page 24. Commentary. After reading this entire passage, we see that the training is divided into 2 stages. The first stage of training is divided into 3 methods of practice. 1. Noble aggregate of virtue. 2. Noble guarding of the sense faculties. 3. Noble mindfulness and clear comprehension. How are these three methods practiced? First, we must practice the noble aggregate of virtue. Then, what is the noble aggregate of virtue? The noble aggregate of virtue is the precepts. Because one must practice the noble aggregate of virtue, the Buddha advised, one must practice and uphold the study of the precepts and the way of life of the bhikkhus. In this teaching, we should pay attention to the words, practice and uphold the study of the precepts and the way of life. What does practice and uphold the study of the precepts mean? It means that a practitioner following Buddhism must thoroughly understand the precepts. To thoroughly understand the precepts, one must study the precepts. This is a discourse on the precepts. You should learn it by heart in order to know how to practice correctly. Each precept is divided into 4 parts. 1. Prohibitory precept. 2. Virtuous conduct of the precept. 3. Virtue of the precept. 4. Practice of the precept. What is a prohibitory precept? A prohibitory precept is a rule that every follower is required not to violate. Whoever violates it is no longer accepted as a follower of Buddhism. A prohibitory precept is like the laws of a country, which every citizen of that country must obey and follow. No one is allowed to violate them. Whoever violates them will be judged by the court with heavier or lighter penalties according to the law that has been established. What is the virtuous conduct of the precept? The virtuous conduct of the precept consists of actions that do not violate the precepts. They are noble actions that do not cause suffering to oneself, to others, or to all living beings. They are gentle and courteous actions, humble, calm, soft, comforting, and soothing the wounds of all people and all living beings. They are actions that do not go against one's conscience, and so forth. What is the virtue of the precept? The virtue of the precept is the virtue of loving kindness, the virtue of compassion, the virtue of sympathetic joy, the virtue of equanimity, the virtue of forbearance, of adaptability, the virtue of contentment, the virtue of cherishing life, the virtue of letting go, the virtue of abandoning greed, the virtue of abandoning sensual desire, and so forth. Within this discourse on the precepts are many prohibitory precepts. The first precept, no killing. This means not killing living beings, from human beings down to the smallest animals. In general, one must not kill any living creature. If one kills a living creature, one cannot escape the retribution of being killed in return. For example, a person who eats the flesh of living beings incurs 2 offenses. The first offense is taking life. The second offense is possessing a life. According to the law of cause and effect, a person who eats the flesh of living beings will be killed and eaten in return. If all the precepts were listed here, it would become an entire scripture on the precepts. Therefore, please study the 10 virtues of the novice saint and the 120 virtues of monks and nuns, and then it will become clear. Here, we merely present a few representative precepts. Later, when you study the collection of precepts, you will understand them more completely. Do not be greedy or steal. Do not engage in sexual misconduct. Do not lie. Do not speak divisively. Do not speak harsh words. Do not engage in frivolous speech. Do not damage seeds. Do not damage plants and grasses. Eat 1 meal a day. Do not eat at improper times. Do not eat at night. Do not go to watch dancing and singing. Do not adorn yourself with garlands and perfumes. Do not lie on high and luxurious beds. Do not accept gold, silver, money, or wealth. Do not accept seeds. Do not accept meat. Do not accept women or girls. Do not accept male or female servants. Do not accept sheep or goats. Do not accept poultry or pigs. Do not accept cattle, elephants, or horses. Do not accept fields, gardens, or land. Do not act as a broker or intermediary. Do not engage in trade. Do not cheat through weights, measures, or money. Do not take bribes. Do not cause harm to living beings. Have few desires. No contentment. What is the practice of the precepts? The practice of the precepts consists of methods of practice for the mind to be abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, to live without causing suffering to oneself, to others, to make the mind serene, peaceful, happy, and free from concerns, to keep the mind free from distraction, to make the mind free from effluence, to enable the mind to possess the 4 bases of spiritual power, and to enable the mind to possess the threefold higher knowledge. The practices of the precepts include the 4 unshakable recollections, the 4 immeasurable states, the 4 right efforts, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 4 bases of spiritual power, the 7 factors of awakening, the 5 faculties, and the 5 powers. Thus, all of the methods above are called the 37 aids to enlightenment. The above is the noble aggregate of virtue. A person who practices in search of liberation, yet does not accomplish this noble aggregate of virtue, will never find the path of liberation. Therefore, the Buddha taught, he is accomplished in this noble aggregate of virtue. To accomplish the noble aggregate of virtue is to accomplish the first part of the first stage of practice, which requires a practitioner to restrain the mind and preserve these noble precepts completely. As for the second part of the first stage, it is the noble guarding of the sense faculties, which you have already studied and practiced in volumes 2 and 3 of the Buddha's original teachings. Therefore, we do not need to explain it again here, but you must remember the Buddha's teaching. He is accomplished in this noble guarding of the sense faculties. If one wishes to practice in order to master birth, death, and samsara, yet does not accomplish this noble guarding of the sense faculties, one will never taste the flavor of liberation. When the second part has been accomplished, one continues to practice the third part of the first stage. This third part is no less important than the previous 2. If one does not practice right mindfulness and clear comprehension, then the power of wakefulness will not be present. If the power of wakefulness is absent, then delusion will clearly manifest through states of drowsiness, sloth and torpor, mental dullness, neutral unawareness, stubborn emptiness, and so forth. Therefore, a practitioner must train extensively in right mindfulness and clear comprehension. As the Buddha taught, he is accomplished in this noble mindfulness and clear comprehension. Only when right mindfulness and clear comprehension have been accomplished, that is, when we no longer sleep or rest at improper times, when sloth and torpor no longer attack us, have we completed the first stage of practice. Only such practice has a foundation. Only such practice brings real and good results. Only such practice gives rise to deep confidence in Buddha's teaching. Only such practice allows us to see that Buddha's teaching does not deceive people. After completing the first stage of practice, we then begin the second stage. Before entering the second stage, we should first find a place suitable for the method of practice of this stage. What kind of place is suitable for practice in the second stage? Let us listen to the Buddha's teaching. He chooses a secluded dwelling place, such as a forest, the root of a tree, a mountain ravine, a rock cave, a charnel ground, an open grove, or a pile of straw, and so forth. Thus, the Buddha clearly taught us to find a quiet and peaceful place in order to practice the second stage successfully. Now, if we have found such a place, that is a favorable condition. But if conditions are unfavorable, what should we do? Dear friends, if we have not yet found a quiet and peaceful place for practicing the second stage, then we should return to practicing the first stage so that the precepts may thoroughly permeate us, so that virtue may manifest, so that the guarding of the 6 sense faculties may become more continuous, and so that right mindfulness and clear comprehension may become even stronger. If a quiet place for practice has not yet been found and one hastily begins practicing, there will be no results. Therefore, the Buddha taught, he chooses a secluded dwelling place, such as a forest, the root of a tree, a mountain ravine, a rock cave, a charnel ground, an open grove, or a pile of straw, and so forth. These are the ideal places for practice in the second stage. As disciples of the Buddha, when the Buddha teaches in this way, we should trust and follow these teachings correctly. Reading the above passage, we can clearly observe that the Buddha taught practice step by step. Only after completing one stage does one proceed to another stage. After finding a secluded and peaceful place, we still should not rush into practice. Instead, we should follow the Buddha's instruction and first obtain enough food to fill the stomach. Only after eating should we enter that secluded place and begin practicing. If we rush into practice before eating, hunger will make practice difficult. Therefore, the Buddha taught, after finishing his meal and returning from alms round, he sits in the full lotus posture, keeping his back straight at the aforementioned place, and establishes mindfulness before him. This means that after going on alms round, one goes somewhere to eat. After finishing the meal, one should rest for a short while to allow the food to digest, approximately 30 minutes or 1 hour. Only then should one go to the secluded place to begin practicing. This discourse, the Buddha teaches us very clearly how to practice down to every detail. When beginning practice, one must accomplish the noble aggregate of virtue. When the precepts are strictly upheld and there are no more violations, then continue practicing the guarding of the sense faculties. When the sense faculties are carefully guarded and the faculties are no longer attached to sense objects, then continue practicing until right mindfulness and clear comprehension are accomplished, in order to completely destroy sloth, torpor, and neutral unawareness. Please pay attention to these three methods and practice them correctly according to the proper sequence. Then the results of liberation will be beyond measure. That is a solid foundation of practice, guaranteeing that liberation will come to you immediately within your reach. In your practice, you should remember to be skillful, flexible, adaptable, and clever in changing the method according to each state of your mind. Fixing a method or fixing rigid schedules turns practice into suppression. Buddhism teaches us to restrain body and mind, not to suppress body and mind. Surely you understand what restraining body and mind means. After accomplishing these methods, one then begins seeking a quiet and peaceful place, that is, entering seclusion to practice in the second stage. In the second stage, after finishing his meal and returning from alms round, he sits in the full lotus posture, keeping his back straight at the aforementioned place, and establishes mindfulness before him. In this stage, there are three things that need to be done. One, after finishing the meal, that is around noon, approximately 12 o'clock, rest for 30 minutes, then bathe and wash for another 30 minutes, making it 1 o'clock. Exactly at 1 o'clock, begin practice. At this hour, what should be practiced? According to the Buddha's teaching, he sits in the full lotus posture, keeping his back straight at the aforementioned place, which means that we must train ourselves to sit cross-legged in the full lotus posture and keep the back straight at the quiet and peaceful place chosen beforehand. Dear friends, this is the second stage of practice. You should remember clearly, first, train in sitting in the full lotus posture with the back straight. This itself is also a method of practice to maintain the body unmoving in a posture of wakefulness. In this stage of practice, you should firmly place your body in the full lotus posture, for only then is it easier to collect the mind and establish it in right mindfulness and clear comprehension. If you are too lenient and do not firmly keep the body in this full lotus posture, then it will be difficult to establish the mind. You must train yourself to sit steadily from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. While practicing the full lotus posture, you should simultaneously collect the mind and establish right mindfulness before you, as the Buddha taught, and establishes mindfulness before him. So then, what is this mindfulness before him? Is it mindfulness of the in-breath and out-breath? Dear friends, it is not mindfulness of the in-breath and out-breath. Rather, it is mindfulness of abandoning worldly sensual desire, living with a mind free from sensual desire, and cleansing the mind of all sensual desire. Do you believe what we are saying here? If you do not believe it, then listen to the Buddha's teaching. He abandons worldly sensual desire, lives with a mind free from sensual desire, and cleanses the mind of sensual desire. Thus, it is clear that the Buddha teaches us to establish mindful awareness as mindfulness of abandoning, freeing oneself from, and cleansing away sensual desire. Such mindfulness practice is not at all like that found in the scriptures of Mahayana Buddhism and Zen Buddhism. Is that not so, friends? You should pay attention to this point. The mindfulness established before oneself, which the Buddha taught, is mindfulness of abandoning sensual desire, mindfulness of freeing oneself from sensual desire, and mindfulness of cleansing away sensual desire. These three mindfulnesses are three methods placed before you for contemplation, so that you may abandon, free yourself from, and cleanse your mind of sensual desire. When sensual desire has ended, you are liberated. The path of practice according to Buddhism is truly simple. It consists only of finding a quiet place, sitting in the full lotus posture, keeping the back straight, and establishing mindfulness of abandoning, mindfulness of freeing oneself from, and mindfulness of cleansing away sensual desire. That is all. Yet, dear friends, you will see a life of liberation, a sky of wonderful peace and happiness that worldly people can never imagine and can never enjoy. Oh, to be born as a human being is difficult. To encounter the true Buddha's teaching is even more difficult. Yet, having been born human and having encountered the true Buddha's teaching, if we do not practice, then a human life is wasted. Is that not so, dear friends? We sincerely feel regret for you. Do you know? We ourselves practiced from this very method, and within 6 months gained mastery over birth, aging, sickness, and death. When you have completed the practice of abandoning, freeing yourself from, and cleansing away sensual desire, then you continue by establishing other mindfulnesses, such as abandoning anger, living with a mind free from anger, cleansing the mind of all anger, and constantly arousing loving compassion and sympathy for all sentient beings. Only by practicing in this way are you practicing correctly according to the Buddha's teaching. He abandons anger, he lives with a mind free from anger, he lives with loving compassion and sympathy for all sentient beings, and he cleanses the mind of all anger. 7 wonderful qualities the Buddha's teaching. I, a noble disciple, has faith, having faith in the enlightenment of the Tathagata. He is 1. An arahant, 2. Perfectly self-enlightened, 3. Accomplished in true knowledge and conduct, 4. Well gone, 5. Knower of the worlds, 6. Unsurpassed one, 7. Trainer of persons to be tamed, 8. Teacher of gods and humans, 9. Buddha, 10. Blessed one. Su. This person possesses a sense of shame, feeling ashamed of bodily misconduct, verbal misconduct, and mental misconduct, feeling ashamed of having accomplished evil, unwholesome states. Third, this person possesses moral dread, being fearful of bodily misconduct, verbal misconduct, and mental misconduct, being fearful of having accomplished evil, unwholesome states. 4. This person is learned, remembering what has been heard, accumulating what has been heard. Whatever teachings are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, which proclaim the holy life completely fulfilled and purified, such teachings are heard much by that person, retained, recited verbally, examined by wisdom, and penetrated through right view. V. This person lives diligent and energetic, abandoning unwholesome states, accomplishing wholesome states, making effort, persevering, and not laying down the burden regarding wholesome states. This person possesses mindfulness, having accomplished supreme mindfulness and wisdom, remembering repeatedly what was done long ago, what was spoken long ago. The 7th, this person possesses wisdom, having accomplished wisdom concerning arising and passing away, having accomplished noble penetration leading to the ending of suffering. Mahanam, thus a noble disciple, accomplishes 7 wonderful qualities. Majjhima Nikaya, Volume 2, page 44. Commentary. Upon entering Buddhism, faith is the first method of practice, so that we may use it to charge into battle and destroy the enemy of birth, death, and samsara. If faith is lacking, then you do not possess the spirit to fight. In this passage, we also see that 2 titles of the Buddha are missing, Tathagata and worthy of offerings. Thus, the Buddha has 12 titles. Each title expresses a virtue and a wisdom quality of the Buddha. Therefore, our faith is faith in the virtue and wisdom quality of one who has attained realization, not faith in supernatural powers, magical arts, or skill in sitting meditation and entering concentration. We should reread the 12 titles expressing his virtue and wisdom quality, so that we may clearly understand the moral meaning of Buddhism, which is truly noble and wonderful, yet still within the reach of everyone. Anyone can live according to these virtues, provided there is determination. A noble disciple has faith in the enlightenment of the Tathagata. He is 1. Tathagata, 2. Worthy of offerings, 3. Arahant, 4. Perfectly self-enlightened, 5. Accomplished in true knowledge and conduct, 6. Well gone, 7. Knower of the worlds, 8. Unsurpassed one, 9. Trainer of persons to be tamed, 10. Teacher of gods and humans, 11. Buddha, 12. Blessed one. Buddhism teaches us to place our faith in something real, and that is virtue. Virtue is the daily conduct of each person, living without causing suffering to oneself, to others, or to all living beings. We have explained the meaning of the virtue embodied in each of these 12 titles so that you may thoroughly understand them and place complete faith in the humanistic morality and law of cause and effect morality of Buddhism, deeply and without ever retreating from that faith. After obtaining faith, we practice the second method, The second method is to cultivate a sense of shame. A person who does not know shame is an animal, dear friends. Do you see this? Because if a human being does not cultivate shame, he will regress and become an animal. Because of the sense of shame, human beings continue to evolve, advancing in every aspect. There are many forms of shame. 1. Being poorer than others is shameful. 2. Working less effectively than others is shameful. 3. Studying less successfully than one's friends is shameful. People who know shame are people who know how to rise up, know how to do better, know how to strive to learn more successfully, and know how to correct themselves to become more virtuous. Therefore, the sense of shame is a noble virtue that helps human beings rise above the animal realm. Here, the Buddha uses the sense of shame as a method of practice for correcting oneself and elevating human morality. Therefore, he taught, this person possesses a sense of shame, feeling ashamed of bodily misconduct, verbal misconduct, and mental misconduct, feeling ashamed of having accomplished evil, unwholesome states. In this second teaching, the Buddha teaches us to feel ashamed of evil actions, that is, actions of the body that cause suffering to oneself, to others, and to living beings. Example 1, when we use our hands, feet, sticks, or stones to strike a person, or dogs, chickens, pigs, goats, donkeys, horses, cows, buffaloes, and so forth, causing them pain or even death, then we should feel ashamed of those cruel actions. Such evil actions are not the actions of a truly human person. Such actions are the actions of an animal. We are human beings, therefore we should feel ashamed of actions unworthy of a human being. A true human being does not even cause suffering to animals, let alone cause suffering to other human beings. Is that not so, dear friends? Therefore the Buddha taught to feel ashamed of bodily misconduct, to feel ashamed of the evil conduct of the body. A person who feels ashamed of evil actions is a person who knows how to abandon them and never repeats those evil actions again. Such a person will become a good person, a person who has left behind unwholesome states. A person who has left behind unwholesome states is a person liberated from all suffering. A person liberated from all suffering is a person who has mastery over the law of cause and effect, or in other words, a person who does not cause suffering to oneself, to others, or to all living beings. Therefore, the method of cultivating shame regarding every act of bodily misconduct is a wonderful way to prevent and eliminate unwholesome states. When we know how to feel ashamed of bodily misconduct, then we also know how to feel ashamed of verbal misconduct. So what is verbal misconduct? Verbal misconduct is evil speech, harsh speech. Verbal misconduct also means eating, drinking, smoking, or injecting harmful substances into the body, such as blood pudding, monkey brains, alcohol, cigarettes, pipe tobacco, opium, heroin, drugs, and so forth. Therefore, verbal misconduct has two parts. Part 1, verbal misconduct in speech. Part 2, verbal misconduct in eating, drinking, smoking, and injecting. Verbal misconduct in speech has 8 forms. Lying, harsh speech, speaking ill of others, slandering others, exaggerated speech, embellished speech, deceptive speech, mocking speech, taunting speech. Verbal misconduct in eating and drinking has 4 forms. Eating the flesh of living beings, consuming poisonous substances into the body, drinking alcohol, drinking fresh blood, smoking cigarettes, pipe tobacco, and opium. Example 2. Every day, if you eat the flesh of living beings, then you should arouse a sense of shame and reflect. I am a human being. A human being is the most intelligent of all animals. Then why am I so cruel as to eat the flesh of living beings when all creatures desire to live, fear death, and fear suffering equally? Why then do I rely on strength and intelligence to capture, kill, and eat them? This is truly immoral. In this world, an immoral person is an animal and no longer a human being. A person who knows shame is a person who knows how to stop evil actions. Is that not so, dear friends? A person who does not feel ashamed of verbal misconduct only becomes more evil. The more evil one becomes, the more suffering and guilt one accumulates. Therefore, shame is a wonderful method for preventing and eliminating unwholesome states. Thus, you should cultivate the quality of knowing shame in every action and every deed. Then you will find true happiness. Those who eat toxic substances into their bodies, drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, smoke tobacco, smoke opium, etc. These actions of eating, drinking, and smoking bring suffering to one's own body without knowing it. But once one knows that these are evil verbal actions, one must know how to be ashamed. If one does not know how to be ashamed, then one is not a human being. A person who knows how to be ashamed is truly a human being, as stated above. Isn't that so, friends? The third method of practice is to cultivate the quality of fearing wrongdoing caused by one's bodily evil conduct, verbal evil conduct, and mental evil conduct. These three evil actions are precisely what bring us a life of suffering and full of afflictions. Only when we fear even the smallest faults arising from bodily evil conduct, verbal evil conduct, and mental evil conduct can we prevent and eliminate them. Therefore, we will not commit greater mistakes. When we examine it, we see that fearing even minor faults is of tremendous benefit to the life of every person. Because it is so important, the Buddha taught the third practice, we must cultivate the virtue of fearing our own bad qualities. This person has a sense of moral dread, fearing bodily evil conduct, verbal evil conduct, and mental evil conduct, fearing the accomplishment of evil, unwholesome states. Friends, the quality of fearing one's own faults is not timidity, such as fear of ghosts, fear of darkness, fear of snakes, fear of rats, fear of worms, insects, leeches, fear of loneliness, fear of living alone in a quiet place, fear of living near tombs and cemeteries, etc. Timidity is a bad quality that must be overcome by bravery, courage, and fearlessness before lonely and deserted places deep in forests and remote mountains, before all animals, before wicked people, and before every hardship and challenge. But fearing one's own faults is a good virtue. It is a virtue that must be trained and cultivated, so that day by day the virtue of fearing one's own faults grows even greater. Through studying and cultivating the virtue of fearing one's own faults, we will become truly human beings who later will become noble persons. For outside of human beings, noble persons can never be found. A person who possesses morality and does not cause suffering to oneself, to others, or to all sentient beings is a noble person, friends. Do you recognize this? Since placing complete faith in the sacred virtues and perfect conduct of the Buddha, we diligently train ourselves in the first two virtues that the Buddha mentioned above, the virtue of knowing shame and virtue of knowing fear of one's own faults. But in life, most of us are still living in ignorance. Our wisdom is still dark and clouded. Therefore, how can we see our own faults arising from bodily evil conduct, verbal evil conduct, and mental evil conduct? For this reason, in the fourth teaching, the Buddha instructed that we must learn much, hear much, and accumulate the wholesome things we have learned and heard, as stated in the following passage. This person is learned, remembering what has been heard and accumulating what has been heard. Whatever teachings are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, proclaiming the holy life that is wholly complete and pure, such teachings he hears much, retains, recites verbally, examines with wisdom, and penetrates through right view. Reading the passage above, we clearly see that whatever needs to be learned must be learned thoroughly. Therefore, if we wish to understand thoroughly, we must understand the meaning of this passage in detail. Even in the very first sentence, the Buddha taught, "This person is learned." Friends, what does learned mean? Learned means a level of understanding and knowledge. The level of understanding here is not worldly education, nor the learning found in Mahayana Zen scriptures. Rather, it is intelligence that hears, understands, and receives the meaning of wholesome teachings clearly and concretely. Only a person who possesses such wisdom and understanding of wholesome teachings is called learned. When one has such wisdom, one must always remember the wholesome things that have been heard. One should repeatedly review in the mind many times over the wholesome teachings that one has heard, seen, and understood. Because of this, we are able to accumulate what we have learned and never forget it. Therefore, the Buddha taught us, remembering what has been heard and accumulating what has been heard. Only by learning and accumulating in this way can we thoroughly understand whatever teachings are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. What are teachings that are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end? Please read the books Human Ethics, The 10 Virtuous Precepts of the Novice Monk, 100 Virtues of Human Conduct, and The Virtuous Precepts of Monks and Nuns, compiled by Chun New Monastery. Then you will clearly understand what is meant by good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. When we understand such wholesome teachings, we will clearly recognize bodily evil conduct, verbal evil conduct, and mental evil conduct. Because we clearly know these three evil actions of body, speech, and mind, it becomes easier for us to prevent and eliminate them, and thus achieve a holy life that is completely pure. Perfectly pure, holy conduct is the greatest happiness in the world. Therefore, the passage says, proclaiming the holy life that is wholly, complete, and pure. When there is such understanding and thorough comprehension of all wholesome teachings, and when one knows shame and fear before the faults arising from one's own evil conduct, then it is guaranteed that we will live a life of peace, joy, and wonderful happiness. Therefore, here the Buddha advises us. Such teachings he hears much, retains, recites verbally, examines with wisdom, and penetrates through right view. You should pay attention to this phrase, such teachings. What are such teachings? They are the teachings that are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end. After clearly understanding the teachings that are good in the beginning, good in the middle, and good in the end, what should be done next? Here the Buddha teaches. He hears much, retains, recites verbally, examines with wisdom, and penetrates through right view. The Buddha's instruction is, one must hear these wholesome teachings as much as possible. After hearing them, one must retain and recite them verbally. This means that every day one must repeatedly read and recite these wholesome teachings many times, just as Mahayana monks chant sutras and recite the Buddha's name. Every sentence and every teaching must be repeatedly examined with wisdom, so that the full meaning of these wholesome teachings may thoroughly penetrate. Only when, upon encountering unwholesome teachings, one has penetrated through right view, will the mind become unmoving mind before evil teachings and unwholesome teachings. When right knowledge and right view have penetrated wholesome teachings, we must diligently and earnestly eliminate unwholesome teachings every day and accomplish wholesome teachings. Accomplishing wholesome teachings is like driving invaders out of the nation's borders. But if one wishes to preserve the country, one must build and develop a strong economy so that the country prospers and the people live in peace and happiness. Likewise, one who practices according to the Buddha's wholesome teachings must diligently and earnestly eliminate unwholesome teachings. When unwholesome teachings have been eliminated, wholesome teachings must be preserved. If wholesome teachings are to be preserved, one must make effort and persevere without abandoning the burden of wholesome teachings. Therefore, this statement of the Buddha is very profound, not abandoning the burden regarding wholesome teachings. We would like to present a few examples so that you may easily understand the meaning of not abandoning the burden regarding wholesome teachings. Example 1. Eating only one meal a day, and from year to year, never eating at improper times. That is not abandoning the burden regarding wholesome teachings. Example 2. Not eating the flesh of sentient beings. That is, maintaining a completely vegetarian diet. Even if one becomes ill to the point of death, even if there is compulsion, even under any circumstance whatsoever, one never eats the flesh of sentient beings. That is not abandoning the burden regarding wholesome teachings. Example 3, a person who does not sleep or rest at improper times and who, regardless of circumstances, firmly refuses to sleep or rest at improper times while making every effort and persevering to break through dullness, drowsiness, and neutral states. That is a person who does not abandon the burden regarding wholesome teachings. Example 4. A person addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, tobacco, opiums, and similar substances makes determined and persistent efforts to overcome these addictions, and for the rest of life no longer drinks alcohol, smokes cigarettes, tobacco, or opium. Such a person does not abandon the burden regarding wholesome teachings. Therefore, this teaching is of tremendous value for those who practice Buddhism. We must remember this teaching forever. He lives diligent and ardent, abandoning unwholesome teachings, accomplishing wholesome teachings, making effort, persevering, not abandoning the burden regarding wholesome teachings. We affirm that this statement is of tremendous value for anyone seeking the path out of suffering. Looking at this teaching, we observe those in Chunyu Monastery and see it very clearly. During the first days after arriving at Chunyu Monastery, they were still able to maintain wholesome teachings. But gradually, later on, they abandoned the burden of the wholesome teachings concerning eating and sleeping at proper times. Furthermore, they broke the practice of solitary dwelling and secretly committed wrongful actions without realizing them. Therefore, how could they attain the ultimate goal by practicing in such a way? They practice merely for the sake of appearing to practice, for they have already abandoned the burden of wholesome teachings. Friends, the burden of wholesome teachings that the Buddha refers to here carries a truly wonderful meaning. Isn't that so, friends? Only 4 words, the burden of wholesome teachings. Yet no one can truly carry it. It is heartbreaking for this age of Dharma decline. People do not wish to abandon worldly mind, yet they want to add the mind of the way. Such limitless greed. Therefore, if we wish to restore Buddha's teaching, upon whom can we still rely? In our present age, who is the person that does not abandon the burden of wholesome teachings? Such people are truly difficult to find. Speaking about wholesome teachings is easy. Abandoning the burden of wholesome teachings is easy. But actually doing it and carrying the burden of wholesome teachings is not easy at all. Therefore, anyone who can do it and can carry the burden of wholesome teachings is a noble person, regardless of whether they live in the past, the future, or the present. Dear friends, the Buddha's teaching consists only of wholesome teachings. There is no mysterious or lofty teaching in it. There are no psychic powers or magical arts. There is only morality that does not cause suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings. Not causing suffering to oneself, to others, and to all living beings is liberation, dear friends. Realization of the path is right there. There is no need to seek it somewhere far away. The Pure Land, heaven, nirvana, and the Brahma state all arise from that very place. Now please listen to these words taught by the Buddha. He does not torment himself. He does not torment others. In the present, he is free from sensual desire, peaceful, feeling coolness, feeling happiness, and his self abides in the Brahma state. When we do not abandon the burden of wholesome teachings, then our mind possesses mindfulness without distraction, because mindfulness without distraction is entirely wholesome mindfulness. Therefore, the Buddha taught, he has mindfulness. The word mindfulness here is extremely condensed. If one is not a practitioner who has completed the training, one can never understand this word mindfulness. Mindfulness means mindfulness without distraction, as we have explained above. When the mind possesses mindfulness without distraction, then at that very moment we accomplish supreme mindfulness wisdom, that is, inexhaustible memory. There is nothing in the past that cannot be remembered. Therefore, the Buddha taught, he accomplishes supreme mindfulness wisdom, remembering again and again what was done long ago, what was said long ago. When practice reaches this point and supreme mindfulness wisdom appears, only then does wisdom begin to arise. Here, please take note, supreme mindfulness wisdom is not yet wisdom. As we continue practicing, it will keep remembering again and again what was done long ago, what was said long ago. From that practice, wisdom then arises. Therefore, the Buddha taught, he has wisdom. When wisdom is present, we continue training and cultivating to accomplish wisdom regarding arising and ceasing. This wisdom accomplishes entry into the noble state, that is, nirvana, leading to the complete ending of suffering. This passage of the discourse makes it impossible for scholars to understand, and they cannot explain it through reasoning or imagination. When explaining this passage, they merely speculate in circles. Please read this passage again, then we will guide you in the practice, and you will understand it more clearly. Accomplishing wisdom regarding arising and ceasing, accomplishing entry into the noble state, leading to the complete ending of suffering. What does the phrase, accomplishing wisdom regarding arising and ceasing, mean? This statement is simply a reminder that when we cultivate wisdom, we must accomplish wisdom concerning life and death. That is, the wisdom of the knowledge of the destruction of the taints, and not merely possess the wisdom of remembering many past lives and many past existences. To accomplish wisdom concerning life and death, one must use the power of the factor of awakening of investigation of phenomena to direct wisdom toward birth and death, toward the noble eightfold path, and toward the law of cause and effect. After accomplishing wisdom concerning birth and death, one continues using the factor of awakening of investigation of phenomena to direct wisdom into the noble state, nirvana. in order to completely end suffering. The above is the method of practice for accomplishing the wisdom of the three higher knowledges, and this is the final method among the 7 methods of practice in Buddhism. Therefore, the Buddha concluded this teaching with the statement, Mahanama. Thus, the noble disciple accomplishes 7 wonderful qualities. In summary, if we know how to practice these 7 methods correctly, then the path of liberation in Buddhism is no longer mysterious and no longer difficult. Is that not so, dear friends? Virtue of conduct and virtue of wisdom. Virtue of conduct. Mahanama. 1. Whatever noble disciple has accomplished moral conduct, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. 2. Whatever noble disciple guards the sense faculties, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. 3. Whatever noble disciple is moderate in eating, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. 4. Whatever noble disciple is attentive and vigilant, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. 5. Whatever noble disciple is endowed with the 7 wonderful qualities, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. 6. Whatever noble disciple presently abides happily in the 4 jhanas, which belong to the higher mind, attaining them without difficulty, attaining them without weariness, attaining them without wasting effort, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. Virtue of wisdom. 7. Whatever noble disciple recollects various past lives, such as 1 life, 2 lives, together with their general features and details, that belongs to his virtue of wisdom. 8. Whatever noble disciple, with the divine eye that is purified and superhuman, sees the death and rebirth of living beings, knows clearly that beings, whether lowly or noble, beautiful or ugly, fortunate or unfortunate, all are according to their actions and conduct, that belongs to his virtue of wisdom. 9. Whatever noble disciple, through the destruction of the taints, personally realizes with direct knowledge, attains and abides here and now in taintless liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom, that belongs to his virtue of wisdom. Thus, Mahanama, such a noble disciple, is called endowed with knowledge, endowed with conduct, endowed with knowledge and conduct. Majjhima Nikaya, Vol. 2, pp. 47-48. Commentary. At that time, the Buddha divided his method of practice into 2 parts. The first part is virtue of conduct. The second part is virtue of wisdom. So what does virtue of conduct mean? Virtue of conduct is bodily and verbal actions that do not cause suffering to oneself or to others. It includes the following practices. Virtue of conduct. 1. Moral conduct. Any monk or lay practitioner who comes to Chönyu Monastery to practice and strictly preserves moral conduct without violating even the smallest fault is demonstrating his virtue of conduct. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple has accomplished moral conduct, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. Thus, the precepts are the virtue of conduct of monks and lay practitioners. Please remember this well. Any monk or lay practitioner who violates or breaks the precepts is a person who lacks virtue of conduct. 2. Guarding the sense faculties. Any monk or lay practitioner who comes to Chönyu Monastery to practice and knows how to guard the sense faculties, the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, body, and mind, preventing them from becoming attached to the 6 sense objects, forms, sounds, odors, tastes, touches, and mental objects, that is, living in complete solitary dwelling, never breaking the practice of solitary dwelling, is demonstrating his virtue of conduct. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple guards the sense faculties, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. Here, most monks and lay practitioners who come to Chönyu to practice break the practice of solitary dwelling and enjoy talking with others. Therefore, these monks and lay practitioners do not possess virtue of conduct. Because of this, their practice goes nowhere. They practice only in form. 3. Moderation in eating. Any monk or lay practitioner who comes to Chönyu Monastery to practice and knows moderation in eating, meaning not eating at improper times and eating only 1 meal a day, is demonstrating his virtue of conduct. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple is moderate in eating, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. Eating 1 meal a day is not easy, dear friends. Therefore, as soon as they leave the monastery gate, they eat at improper times. Thus, virtue of conduct regarding eating is not easy for those who are still filled with personality view, who fear bodily illness, who fear bodily death, and so on. Please take note, if you wish to seek practice for liberation, then eating is a virtue of conduct that is extremely necessary for you. If you eat at improper times, all your effort and practice will be in vain. 4. Attentive vigilance. Any monk or lay practitioner who knows how to attentively and vigilantly observe every thought and every object of the mind in order to prevent and abandon unwholesome states is demonstrating his virtue of conduct. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple is attentive and vigilant, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. Dear friends, attentive vigilance is a wonderful method of practice, but do you know what method of practice it is? It is the taintless concentration on the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Taintless concentration on the 4 foundations of mindfulness is the virtue of conduct of both monks and lay practitioners. Therefore, it is a very important virtue of conduct in the practice leading to the final goal. 5. Endowed with 7 wonderful qualities. Any monk or lay practitioner who has fully cultivated the 7 wonderful qualities, the 7 wonderful qualities that we explained in an earlier chapter of this book, please read it again, is demonstrating his virtue of conduct. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple is endowed with the 7 wonderful qualities, that belongs to his virtue of conduct. The 7 wonderful qualities are 7 methods of practice for accomplishing the virtue of conduct of a monk and a Buddhist lay practitioner worthy of being a disciple of the Buddha. Please take note. 6. Presently abiding happily in the 4 jhanas, any monk or lay practitioner who has fully cultivated wholesome teachings and enters the present abiding in happiness of the 4 jhanas without difficulty and without weariness is demonstrating his virtue of conduct. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple presently abides happily in the 4 jhanas would belong to the higher mind, attaining them without difficulty, attaining them without weariness, attaining them without wasting effort. That belongs to his virtue of conduct. Presently abiding happily in the 4 jhanas is a method of practice for accomplishing the virtue of conduct of monks and Buddhist lay practitioners. Only by possessing this virtue of conduct is one worthy of being a disciple of the Buddha. Please take note. Virtue of wisdom. So what does virtue of wisdom mean? Virtue of wisdom is mental actions and actions of consciousness that do not cause suffering to oneself or to others. It includes the following practices. 7. Recollecting various past lives, such as 1 life, 2 lives, and many lives. Any monk or lay practitioner, a practitioner who can manifest consciousness, the aggregate of consciousness, that remembers many lives and many existences of his own past, is demonstrating the virtue of wisdom, of the knowledge of recollection of past lives. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple recollects various past lives, such as 1 life, 2 lives, together with their general features and details, that belongs to his virtue of wisdom. Here we need to distinguish clearly. Within our body, there are 3 consciousnesses that know, think, and remember. Consciousness of thought belongs to the aggregate of form. It possesses memory, recollection, reflection, and understanding. However, it is limited by space and time. Perception consciousness belongs to the aggregate of perception. It imagines, remembers, and recollects without being limited by space and time. However, it is not infinite. Consciousness of mind belongs to the aggregate of consciousness. It possesses memory and recollection that are inexhaustible, not limited by space and time. The first virtue of wisdom is the knowledge of recollection of past lives, through which consciousness of mind remembers many past lives and many past existences of its own. Any monk or lay practitioner who manifests the divine eye, pure and superhuman, seeing the life and death of living beings, and clearly knows that beings, whether lowly or noble, beautiful or ugly, fortunate or unfortunate, all are according to their actions and conduct, is demonstrating the virtue of wisdom of the divine eye knowledge. As the Buddha taught, whatever noble disciple, with the divine eye that is purified and superhuman, sees the life and death of living beings, he clearly knows that beings, whether lowly or noble, beautiful or ugly, fortunate or unfortunate, all are according to their actions and conduct. Thus, that belongs to his virtue of wisdom. Any monk or lay practitioner who, through the destruction of the taints, personally, here and now, with higher knowledge, realizes, attains, and abides in taintless liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom, is demonstrating the virtue of wisdom of the knowledge of the destruction of the taints. As the Buddha taught, Whatever noble disciple, through the destruction of the taints, personally, here and now, with higher knowledge, realizes, attains, and abides in taintless liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom, thus that belongs to his virtue of wisdom. In summary, in this passage, the Buddha has determined for us to see that Buddhism is only a path of morality that teaches one to become a human being and to become a noble one. There is nothing of mysterious, lofty, marvelous meditation, psychic powers, or extraordinary magical arts as people imagine. Buddhism also does not accept and does not rely upon gods, saints, immortals, Buddhas, or bodhisattvas, evil spirits, ghosts, or demons to beg, to pray, to worship, to make offerings, to perform rituals, and so on. Rather, it consists only of virtues of conduct and virtues of wisdom in the daily lives of human beings. Anyone can practice them. They are very practical and very concrete. These virtues of conduct and virtues of wisdom help humanity attain a life of peace, joy, and happiness. These virtues of conduct and virtues of wisdom are called by these most excellent terms: endowed with knowledge, endowed with conduct, endowed with knowledge, and conduct. To conclude this passage, the Buddha pointed directly to his teaching as a moral system founded upon human wisdom. Thus, Mahanama, the noble disciple, is called endowed with knowledge, endowed with conduct, endowed with knowledge, and conduct. The Dasama Sutta, the Buddha's teaching. Venerable Ananda, is there a single unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the perfectly enlightened one, such that if a bhikkhu, being diligent, ardent, and persistent, lives practicing that practice, then his mind, not yet liberated, becomes liberated, or the taints, not yet destroyed, come to destruction, or the secure state free from bondage, not yet realized, comes to be realized? Commentary. As you already know, the Buddha's teaching contains many practices. There are as many as 37 methods of practice from lower to higher levels. Yet the householder Dasama asked whether there is one unique practice such that by practicing only this one practice one can reach the final goal. How could such a question be answered, dear friends? However, Ananda answered this question on behalf of the Buddha. There is not merely one unique practice. There are as many as 8 unique practices. Any one of them, when practiced, leads to the ultimate result of liberation. Therefore, this discourse is called the Dasama Sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya, Volume 2, page 30. However, this Dasama Sutta was later supplemented with the 4 formless concentrations. The 4 formless concentrations are 4 kinds of perception concentrations. These 4 kinds of perception concentrations cannot possibly lead practice to the ultimate end. For the Buddha himself entered these kinds of perception concentrations, yet still had to abandon them and return to practicing the 4 form concentrations before he saw the liberation of mastering birth and death and ending samsara. These 4 formless concentrations, combined with the original 8 practices, make a total of 12 practices. If so, this discourse should properly be called 12 accomplishments, not 8 accomplishments. That is the first error in this discourse, made by the patriarchs who compiled the scriptures. The second error is found in the conclusion of the discourse. Venerable Ananda, it is as if a man searching for a hidden treasure should discover 11 hidden treasures. Likewise, Venerable Sir, it is as if a house had 11 doors. When the house catches fire, a person can safely escape through only one door. Likewise, Venerable Sir, through only one deathless door among these 11 deathless doors, I can attain safety for myself. The title of the discourse is 8 Accomplishments, yet the conclusion speaks of 11 accomplishments, while the discourse itself presents 12 methods of practice. Is such a discourse consistent? What do you think about the actions of the venerable elders of ancient times? Did they realize that compiling the Buddha's scriptures was a responsibility toward Buddhism and toward future generations? If even an early Buddhist scripture could be altered, added to, or distorted in this way, then throughout the entire collection of early Buddhist scriptures that now exists, how many times might such errors still remain? If that is so, how can we trust the Mahayana scriptures, which are developmental scriptures? Is that not so, dear friends? Therefore, the Buddha said, do not believe the scriptures. Yet whenever you encounter a discourse that says it was spoken by the Buddha, you immediately believe it. You believe it blindly, deludedly. You are deceived without even knowing it. Truly, you are worthy of compassion. Through our experience and practice, we find that this discourse correctly presents 8 unique methods of practice that lead to the final goal. These 8 methods are as follows. First, the first jhana is a unique practice in the Dasama Sutta. The first jhana. This first jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints, and if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder. Thus, this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the Perfectly Enlightened One. Commentary. This is the first unique practice among the 8 practices. You should take note that it is the first jhana. Therefore, you need only focus on the first jhana and practice until your mind completely achieves abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. You do not need to change to any other method of practice because it is the unique practice that leads to the final goal. Remember that in former years, we ourselves also reached the ultimate end through this method of practice. At that time, we had no one to guide us. Therefore, we only knew to use appropriate attention for abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states. In the end, we fulfilled the merit and virtue of practice through this unique practice of the first jhana. Second, the second jhana is a unique practice in the Dasama Sutta. This second jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints, and if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, thus this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the Perfectly Enlightened One. Commentary. Once the first jhana has been attained, the second jhana is no longer difficult. Here we must understand the method of practice of the second jhana, which the Buddha called a unique practice. Unique here does not mean that there is only this one method of practice to be cultivated from beginning to end in order to accomplish the path of liberation. If your precepts are not yet strict, then you must know that there are still many other practices you must cultivate before your precepts become strict. When your precepts become strict, only then do you embrace this one unique practice. Therefore, unique here means a state of body and mind that is pure in the precepts. Do you understand? Because when the mind is strict in the precepts, the method of practice of appropriate attention becomes effective. Third, the third jhana is a unique practice in the Dasama Sutta. This third jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints. And if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, thus this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the Perfectly Enlightened One. Commentary. Here, you should take note of this passage. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints. Established firmly means maintaining the mind within the state of the first jhana, the second jhana, the third jhana, and so on. Whichever one of these 8 states you abide in, you continue destroying the taints. If the taints are completely destroyed, you immediately attain arahantship. There is no further method of practice to cultivate. Fourth, the fourth jhana is a unique practice in the Dasama Sutta. This fourth jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints. And if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, Thus, this is a unique practice, declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the perfectly enlightened one. Commentary. Here, you should take note of this passage. And if the taints have not yet been destroyed through attachment to this state, through delight in this state. Because of attachment and delight in this state, the taints have not yet been destroyed. Within the states of the first jhana, the second jhana, the third jhana, the fourth jhana, and so on, there are states of joy, happiness, and tranquility that make the practitioner so delighted that he forgets food, forgets sleep, forgets everything. Because the mind still delights in them, the taints are not completely destroyed, even though those states of tranquility, joy, and happiness arise from abandoning sensual desire and concentration. The practice of abandoning sensual desire and concentration are conditioned phenomena. Therefore, those phenomena are all impermanent and subject to cessation. Please read this passage again and it will become clear. This fourth jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Therefore, as long as you still delight in the state of that practice, the taints cannot be destroyed. That very delight in the state is itself a taint. Whenever you encounter any state whatsoever, whether correct or incorrect, you should let it go. Only then can the taints be destroyed at their root. Fifth, loving kindness is a unique practice in the Dasama Sutta. Loving kindness. This loving kindness is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints, and if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, thus this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the perfectly enlightened one. Commentary. When speaking of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity, people immediately think of the 4 immeasurable states, regarding the 4 immeasurable states as a single method of practice. But they do not realize that the 4 immeasurable states is a general name for 4 unique methods of practice in Buddhism. From any one of these methods of practice, one can cultivate the path to the final goal without needing to practice any meditation absorptions at all. When that method of practice is fully accomplished and the taintless mind appears, then the 4 jhanas and the 3 higher knowledges are all present. Therefore, the younger brother of Anathapindika attained arahantship through practicing only the one unique practice of loving kindness. When we use appropriate attention to cultivate loving kindness, and loving kindness manifests a state of purity, peace, happiness, and loving harmony with the lives of all beings appears. As a result, the 5 hindrances and the 7 fetters are destroyed. Here you should take note. These 4 unique practices are not like the 4 jhanas mentioned above, which require the use of the 7 powers of the factors of awakening when entering them. The method of practice of the 4 immeasurable states uses only appropriate attention to awaken the deeply hidden feelings of love within the human heart. They consist of 1. Loving kindness, 2. Compassion, 3. Sympathetic joy, 4. Equanimity. According to your own particular characteristics, choose one of these 4 methods of practice and cultivate it. You may never have imagined that these 4 practices of the 4 immeasurable states are 4 wonderful practices in Buddhism. They help you become a noble one easily, without difficulty, dear friends. Sixth, compassion is a unique practice in the Dasama Sutta. Compassion. This compassion is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints, and if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, thus this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the perfectly enlightened one. Commentary. Compassion is a method of practice for cultivating a heart of pity in the face of the sorrowful and unfortunate conditions of living beings. If a person trains and develops compassion toward all living beings, when that compassion is present, all unwholesome states, such as greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt, become ineffective against one's mind. As a result, the mind becomes completely taintless and immediately attains arahantship. Those who attain arahantship possess fully the meditative absorptions and the three higher knowledges. Do not misunderstand, dear friends, thinking that after cultivating compassion, you must still cultivate the four jhanas and the three higher knowledges. To understand in that way is mistaken. For the state of compassion already contains fully the meditative absorptions and the three higher knowledges, even though you may never have spent a single minute practicing meditation absorptions. Seventh, sympathetic joy is a unique practice in the Dhamma Sutta. Sympathetic joy. This sympathetic joy is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints. And if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the five lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, thus this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the Perfectly Enlightened One. Commentary. If you choose sympathetic joy to cultivate and train yourself, when sympathetic joy is accomplished, greed, anger, delusion, conceit, and doubt are no longer present because your joyful heart has eliminated the unwholesome states. Thanks to that, your mind becomes completely taintless and attains arahantship. When you attain arahantship through a mind of sympathetic joy, you do not need to cultivate any meditative absorptions or the three higher knowledges, because within your sympathetic joy itself, the four jhanas and the three higher knowledges are already fully present. You can carry them out at any time without difficulty, without wariness. Eighth, equanimity is a unique practice in the Dhamma Sutta. This equanimity is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, one destroys the taints. And if the taints have not yet been destroyed, through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, one destroys the five lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this world. Householder, thus, this is a unique practice declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the Perfectly Enlightened One. Commentary. If you choose the method of practice of equanimity to cultivate and train your mind, when equanimity is accomplished, the seven powers of the factors of awakening appear. At that time, whichever jhana you wish to enter, you need only direct the mind through the factor of awakening of investigation of phenomena, and you immediately enter that jhana and accomplish the three higher knowledges without difficulty, without wariness. Because immeasurable equanimity toward unwholesome mental states eliminates all taints. When the taints have been completely destroyed, you attain arahantship and no longer need to cultivate any other method of practice. The above are the 8 unique practices. You should choose for yourself the one practice that is suitable for your own characteristics, so that your cultivation may proceed thoroughly to its completion. Dear friends, you should remember this well and carefully examine your body and mind during the stage of embracing a single unique practice. If you feel that you have sufficient ability to embrace a single unique practice, then you should cultivate it. But if you see that your ability is not yet sufficient, then you should not do so. If you force yourself to cultivate it, your mind will become suppressed. And practicing in that way more easily leads to illness than to attainment of the path. A person who has just entered Buddhist practice is not permitted to cultivate a single unique practice. Instead, he must cultivate many methods of practice. Because he cultivates many methods, the mind does not become suppressed. The suppression of the mind in practice has 2 dangers: tension in the head, tension in the face, tension in the nervous system, resulting in illness, falling into imagined concentrations, the development of imagined wisdom, and endless speculative interpretations and imagined explanations. The path of liberation becomes blocked. The Buddhist practitioner is transformed into a sorcerer, a ritual priest, a charm maker, a healer, an exorcist of evil spirits and ghosts, and so on. The Dhamma Sutta is reserved exclusively for those whose precepts are strict, whose minds are free from distraction, as stated above. It is not intended for those who break precepts, violate precepts, and whose minds are still distracted. Remember this carefully, just as the sutta teaches. If there is a bhikkhu whose mind is not distracted. In the past, the Buddha spent 6 years practicing austerities in the deep forest. He lived a holy life such as no ascetic had ever been able to live. Therefore, his body and mind were exceedingly pure, and his precepts were exceedingly strict. For that reason, he returned to the unique practice of the first jhana, abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, and attained liberation through this very method of practice. Please read the Greater Discourse to Sakkaka, and it will become clear. Now, please read again the passage from the Dhamma Sutta above, and you will understand clearly. If there is a bhikkhu who is not distracted, who is ardent, diligent, and lives practicing that Dhamma, then his mind, not yet liberated, becomes liberated, or the taints not yet destroyed come to destruction, or the secure state free from bondage, not yet attained, comes to be attained. Having read this entire passage, we wish to remind you once again that you need to pay attention to only one sentence. If there is a bhikkhu whose mind is not distracted. These 4 words, mind is not distracted, you should understand, refer to a stage of practice in which you live or die with your greed, anger, and delusion, and using many methods of practice until the mind becomes free from distraction. Only then do you dare to embrace a single unique practice. Do you understand? Commentary. We present this Dhamma Sutta here for 3 very important reasons that you need to pay attention to. First, one should not place complete trust in the scriptures, because the scriptures were compiled by the patriarchs, yet the patriarchs added to them and mixed in methods of practice from non-Buddhist traditions, causing the Buddha's scriptures to lose their true value of liberation. Second, you must understand your own ability and your own characteristics when choosing whether to cultivate a single unique method of practice or whether to cultivate many methods of practice. If you have not yet clearly understood this, then you should practice living correctly the life of the holy life, strictly maintaining the precepts, and should not cultivate any other method of practice. For if you cultivate any practice whatsoever, it will only be suppression of the mind. In former times, the patriarchs had no realized teacher to guide them. Therefore, although they practiced according to the Buddha's methods, they transformed the Buddha's methods into methods of suppressing the mind borrowed from non-Buddhist traditions. That was a very great mistake of the patriarchs, causing later generations to lose the correct path of practice according to the true Buddha's teaching. Third, the Buddha's unique method of practice spoken of here has caused scholars great confusion, making it impossible for them to understand, especially this teaching. He destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not return again to this world. If this passage is not explained clearly, everyone will think that Buddhism possesses a supernatural world. If one relies upon the interpretations of scholars who claim that Buddhism possesses a supernatural world, then Buddhism is greatly wronged, for such a view causes Buddhism to contradict itself. Buddhism maintains that there is no supernatural world because it advocates self-effort to transcend suffering, without relying upon outside power. Light your own torch and walk. Because if there were a supernatural world, then there would have to be outside power. And if there is outside power, there will be injustice. If there is injustice, then suffering in this world will never come to an end. And in that case, the 4 noble truths of humanity in Buddhism would no longer be truths. And this world would no longer possess fairness and justice, but would become only a life of injustice. Religion would merely become a deceptive trick through prayers, offerings, worship, prostrations, and so on. The imaginary sacred beings of religions, who supposedly grant protection from disasters, free people from calamities, and eliminate illnesses, would be nothing more than deceptions. Yet the suffering of the world would never come to an end. And because of this, the moral foundation of humaneness and the law of cause and effect would never be established. To understand clearly that Buddhism has no supernatural world through this passage of the Dasama Sutta, we will extract and explain one practice from the 8 practices of the Dasama Sutta. For example, the first practice, the first jhana. Please read this passage again. Here, householder, a bhikkhu, abandoning sensual desire and abandoning unwholesome states, enters and abides in the first jhana, a state of joy and happiness born of abandoning sensual desire, accompanied by applied thought and sustained thought. He reflects and understands. This first jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. Established firmly here, he destroys the taints, and if the taints have not yet been destroyed through attachment to this state, through delight in this state, he destroys the 5 lower fetters, is reborn spontaneously, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not return again to this world. Householder, thus this is a unique practice, declared by the Blessed One, the Wise One, the Seer, the Arahant, the perfectly enlightened one. From this passage, we need to pay attention to these words. This first jhana is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought. Whatever is a conditioned phenomenon produced by thought is impermanent and subject to cessation. The 4 noble concentrations are form jhanas. The form jhanas are conditioned phenomena created through cultivation by consciousness, produced by thought. Therefore, the 4 jhanas are impermanent phenomena, and whatever is impermanent must undergo destruction, is impermanent and subject to cessation. The above passage has clearly established for you that the state of the first jhana within your mind is not an eternal state, but merely a state of enjoying wholesome merit for a certain period of time. When the period of enjoying that wholesome merit resulting from the destruction of the 5 lower fetters comes to an end, that state is destroyed, because it is a conditioned and impermanent phenomenon. Dear friends, that state is not a supernatural realm as you imagine. Whenever you enter the first jhana, you directly experience the state of joy and happiness born of abandoning sensual desire, with applied thought, with sustained thought, with joy, with happiness, with one-pointed concentration. Your consciousness clearly knows it exactly as it is. How could it be a supernatural realm? Apart from your consciousness, your body, and your mind, there is no knower and no experiencer of that state of the first jhana. When your body and mind are destroyed, the joy and happiness of the first jhana also cease to exist. If the joy and happiness of the first jhana no longer exist, then how can anyone claim that there is a heavenly realm of the first jhana? If there is no heavenly realm of the first jhana, then how can anyone claim that there is a supernatural world? Is that not so, dear friends? Reflect carefully on this and only then believe what we are saying. If you enter concentration and possess the 3 higher knowledges, then there is no need for us to explain further, because you yourselves will see clearly exactly as we do. A special point in this passage is that one must enter the state of the first jhana and abide in that state, not leaving it. No matter what unwholesome states act upon your body and mind, you should not abandon this state, as the passage teaches. Firmly abiding here, he eradicates the taints. You should pay attention to the 4 words, firmly abiding here. If you possess a body that remains healthy and is not struck by sudden death, and you continually abide in this state, then you will eradicate all taints and attain the fruit of the taintless arahant. But if your body is weakened by illness or dies suddenly before the taints have been eradicated, then you should firmly abide in this state of the first jhana. For in the state of the first jhana, you have already eradicated the 5 lower fetters, as the scripture teaches. And if the taints have not yet been eradicated through attachment to this state, the first jhana, through delight in this state, the first jhana, he eradicates the 5 lower fetters. When the 5 lower fetters have been eradicated, that is, when the first jhana has been entered, then, if the body unfortunately dies from illness, this state of the first jhana is continued in cultivation by consciousness of perception in order to eradicate the taints. When the taints have been completely eradicated, this state of the first jhana immediately ceases and is replaced by the state of nirvana. When abiding in the state of nirvana, one is no longer in correspondence with sentient beings, and therefore is no longer reborn as a human being, as the scripture teaches. being spontaneously born, entering nirvana in that realm without returning again to this world. In this passage, many people have misunderstood the two words spontaneously born because they assume that if there is spontaneous birth, there must be a metaphysical world. They understand it as follows. Spontaneous birth means transforming oneself into existence, just as a person displaying supernatural powers transforms one body into many bodies. Actually, the words spontaneously born here should be understood as meaning the aggregate of perception. When this body of the four great elements dies, the aggregate of form ceases. When the aggregate of form ceases, the other four aggregates also cease accordingly. Only karma continues in samsara and rebirth. Thanks to entering the first jhana through cultivation, the 5 lower fetters have been eradicated. Therefore, worldly karma has been diminished and no longer corresponds with the karma of sentient beings. Consequently, it cannot be reborn in samsara. A human being is originally formed through the combination of the 5 aggregates. Therefore, there is no permanent and unchanging soul. Thus, when the aggregate of form ceases and karma no longer corresponds with the karma of sentient beings, rebirth cannot occur because the practitioner has cut off the 5 lower fetters. When the 5 lower fetters have been eradicated, the wholesome magnetic field produced by their eradication radiates outward and protects the aggregate of form, preventing it from decaying, just as a person sleeping and dreaming. When a practitioner dies in the body of the 4 great elements, that body should not be cremated. It should only be buried in a dry place to help that person continue cultivation through the aggregate of perception. Cultivation through the aggregate of perception is like seeing oneself cultivating in a dream. At that time, however, the aggregate of form must not decay. If the aggregate of form decays due to some condition, then that person can no longer continue cultivation. In such a case, that person's conditions have exhausted the merit resulting from the eradication of the 5 lower fetters. Everyone can easily misunderstand the point concerning spontaneous birth in this discourse. In the Nikaya scriptures, many discourses mention this matter of spontaneous birth. If one is not a person who has attained realization through practice, one cannot understand it. Therefore, the understanding of scholars has transformed Buddhism into a religion possessing a metaphysical world, having souls, spiritual consciousness, or Buddha nature like all other religions. If understood in that way, Buddhism will contradict itself. At one time it says that the 33 heavens are realms of perception. At another time it says there is spontaneous birth into the heavenly realms of the first jhana, second jhana, third jhana, fourth jhana, and so on. When people do not understand the words spontaneously born, they imagine that there must be a metaphysical realm in which spontaneous birth occurs. Actually, the words spontaneously born still belong within the 4 modes of birth of plant and animal life on this planet. These 4 modes of birth are moisture-born, such as mosses, grasses, trees, and animals born in damp places; egg-born, such as plant life from seeds, and animals such as birds and beasts born from eggs; womb-born, such as humans and animals that give birth to offspring. Spontaneous birth is not the transformation of gods and immortals as portrayed in Chinese stories, nor of sorcerers in Western fairy tales. Spontaneous birth is a combination of conditions formed according to the law of karma, creating all things in the universe. Spontaneous birth is the combination of genes forming people and objects, as understood by scientists. Practitioners of Buddhism who possess the full 7 factors of awakening use them to perform spontaneous birth, meaning the combining of genes to create people, objects, and tools according to their wishes. It is similar to how we combine conditions to create houses and various objects such as tables, chairs, cabinets, beds, platforms, and so on. Therefore, do not understand spontaneous birth as a soul transforming after death into a metaphysical realm. The term transformation birth here means that the mind clings firmly to the state of the first jhana, or always keeps the mind living in that state. Then the taints will gradually be eradicated, as the scripture teaches. He abides firmly here and eradicates the taints. And if the taints have not yet been eradicated, but the body is lost, death occurs, then one continues practicing by means of consciousness of perception, as mentioned above. Being able to practice by means of consciousness of perception is due to having entered the first jhana. Through the first jhana, the 5 lower fetters are eradicated. Through eradicating the 5 lower fetters, a magnetic field is generated that protects the 4-element body from deterioration. Thanks to that, consciousness of perception replaces consciousness in continuing the practice until all taints are completely eradicated, as the scripture teaches. And if the taints have not yet been eradicated through attachment to this Dhamma, through delight in this Dhamma, he eradicates the 5 lower fetters, is transformation born, enters nirvana in that realm, and does not have to return to this life. Thus, it is only necessary to enter the first jhana, and we can also enter nirvana. That is, we have already reached the destination completely. This discourse teaches 8 unique practices. It is only necessary to practice one practice to reach the ultimate and complete liberation. There is no need to practice all 8 practices, but here we ask you to pay attention and remember to consider whether your ability is sufficient to endure and persevere with this one practice or not. If your ability is insufficient, then your practice will only be in vain. The Buddha taught, "Here Mahanama, a noble disciple, recollects the Tathagata. At that time, his mind is not dominated by greed. His mind is not dominated by hatred. His mind is not dominated by delusion. At that time, his mind becomes upright through relying on the Tathagata." And Mahanama, a noble disciple with an upright mind, gains acceptance of meaning through faith, gains acceptance of the Dhamma through faith, and gains joy connected with the Dhamma. Because he has joy, rapture arises. For one who has rapture, the body becomes tranquil. With a tranquil body, he experiences pleasant feeling. For one who has pleasant feeling, the mind becomes concentrated. Mahanam, regarding this noble disciple, it is said, "Among those who are not peaceful, he lives peacefully. Among those who cause affliction, he does not cause affliction. Having entered the stream of Dhamma, he practices recollection of the Buddha in this way." Anguttara Nikaya, Book 3, page 16. Commentary. To practice the 4 unshakable recollections, one must practice the taintless concentration. To practice the taintless concentration is to implement the method of practice of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. To implement the 4 foundations of mindfulness is to practice, live, and work based on body, feelings, mind, and phenomena, just like the body, feelings, mind, and phenomena of the Buddha. But in order to practice well, you must, according to the distinctive characteristics of your own body, feelings, mind, and phenomena, develop recollection of the Buddha, recollection of the Dhamma, recollection of the Sangha, and recollection of virtue strongly, sweeping away all taints, destroying the ego, letting go of the mind, abandoning sensual desire, and abandoning evil states. Practicing in this way is called practicing the taintless concentration in conjunction with the 4 unshakable recollections. That is, practicing the taintless concentration on body, feelings, mind, and phenomena in order to live and act exactly as the Buddha lived and practiced, exactly according to the Dhamma that the Buddha taught, without deviating from the teachings of the Dhamma, exactly according to the way the noble Sangha lives and practices, and exactly according to the precepts that were taught, without violating even the smallest rule. The 4 unshakable recollections are 4 practices or 4 objects of pure exemplary conduct in Buddhism. They are 4 places upon which we rely, using our own body, feelings, mind, and phenomena to follow them, preserving and training ourselves to live correctly according to the liberated way of life represented by these 4 places. This makes our body and mind pure. Therefore, the Buddha called this method of practice the 4 unshakable recollections. The 4 unshakable recollections means 4 practices that help make the body and mind pure. Purity of body and mind is liberation in Buddhism. Liberation in Buddhism means abandoning sensual desire and abandoning evil states. Abandoning sensual desire and abandoning evil states means not causing suffering to oneself and not causing suffering to others. Not causing suffering to oneself and not causing suffering to others is a humanistic moral principle of Buddhism. It is a wonderful morality that transforms this worldly realm into the pure land and heaven. In the early Buddhist scriptures, the Buddha taught that practicing the 4 unshakable recollections consists of 4 kinds of recollection. The first way, recollection of the Buddha. The second way, recollection of the Dhamma. The third way, recollection of the Sangha. The fourth way, recollection of virtue. 1. Recollection of the Buddha. A. How is recollection of the Buddha practiced? Mahayana scriptures and Buddhist scholars teach that recollection of the Buddha means recollecting the Buddha's name, such as homage to the original teacher Shakyamuni Buddha, or homage to the worthy one, perfectly enlightened one, perfect in knowledge and conduct, well gone one, knower of the world, unsurpassed one, trainer of persons to be tamed, teacher of gods and humans, Buddha, blessed one. B. How is recollection of the Dhamma practiced? Mahayana scriptures teach that recollection of the Dhamma means chanting sutras, chanting mantras, and so forth. C. How is recollection of the Sangha practiced? Mahayana scriptures teach that recollection of the Sangha means making offerings to the Sangha of robes, food, money, and the four requisites. D. How is recollection of virtue practiced? Mahayana scriptures teach that recollection of virtue means reciting the precepts twice each month, on the 14th day and the 30th day. Therefore, at present, in the temples, according to the imagined interpretations of Mahayana Buddhist scholars, monks, nuns, and lay followers are taught to recollect the Buddha in a very noisy manner. They recollect all the names of Buddhas that the scholars have imagined, creating countless Buddha names. Even the novel Journey to the West by Ngothu Un, which was imagined and written as a fictional story about Tripitaka seeking scriptures in the Eastern land, contains imaginary characters that never truly existed. Yet the Repentance Sutra of the Great Names records those characters so that monks on the 14th day and the 30th day of every month recite and bow to the great names of those Buddhas in order to ask for repentance and the elimination of sins. In the Repentance Sutra of the Great Names, there is the name Victorious Fighting Buddha. Victorious Fighting Buddha is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is also called the Great Sage, equal to heaven. The Great Sage equal to heaven is a kind of ape imagined by a novelist and did not truly exist. Yet the Mahayana patriarchs regarded it as real and therefore compiled the Repentance Sutra of the Great Names, recording the names of Tripitaka and his disciples and compelling monks, nuns, and male and female lay followers to recite their great names and bow until their knees were worn out. It is truly laughable that monks, nuns, and lay followers are so deluded and ignorant that they are deceived without even knowing that they are being deceived. Recollecting the Buddha in this manner, even if one were to continue for tens of thousands of kalpas, the body and mind would never become pure. There is an obvious proof that everyone can see. The monks and Buddhist followers in the temples chant scriptures and recollect the Buddha throughout the entire year without a single day of interruption. But let us examine whether the monks and lay followers who chant scriptures and recollect the Buddha today have pure bodies and minds or not. Or do they still possess greed, hatred, and delusion like other people? If so, how can it be said that through recollecting the Buddha, the body and mind become pure? Where is that purity of body and mind? That is the imagined interpretation of scholars who have taught contrary to the Buddha's intention. Therefore, later generations practice without obtaining results. They transform temples, which are places for pure cultivation, into places of ritual offerings and recitation of Buddha names. When chanting scriptures and recollecting the Buddha, bells, drums, and wooden fish instruments create loud and noisy sounds. The chanting is done like singing, with prolonged sounds of e and ah, high tones and low tones, rising and falling melodies, sounding like theatrical singing. Mahayana scriptures gradually transformed the four unshakable recollections into a method of chanting and recitation. In other words, they transformed it into Buddhist music. This lulls followers into a superstitious metaphysical world. It creates a passive mentality. It causes people to rely on the imagined world. As a result, Buddhism loses the entire meaning of self-powered liberation. Therefore, nowadays, followers greatly enjoy listening to any teacher whose chanting alternates between high and low tones. They listen as though hearing worldly music. They even enjoy it more because it satisfies their affectionate feelings toward deceased relatives. From wrong understanding comes wrong practice. This has caused Buddhism to decline. There are no longer people who attain realization of the path. There remain only mythical falsehoods and fabricated stories passed from one person to another. When people hear the word recollection, they understand it to mean repeating a scripture passage or a Buddha's name over and over again, either mentally without words or verbally. They misunderstand even further by believing that a Buddha recitation phrase can suppress the mind so that no wandering thoughts arise, as taught in the Amitabha Sutra. For 7 days, with one pointed concentration, exclusively maintaining the name of Amitabha Buddha, together with the assembly of noble beings appearing before him. This means reciting Amitabha Buddha's name from 1 day up to 7 days. When the mind is not scattered, that is, when there are no wandering thoughts, one sees Amitabha Buddha and the noble assembly appear before one's eyes and inform one beforehand that at the time of death, the Buddha and the noble assembly will emit rays of light and escort one to the Western Pure Land. Understanding it in this way, every teacher possesses a rosary and is constantly counting beads while reciting the Buddha's name. Because of misunderstanding the 4 unshakable recollections, Mahayana scholars and Eastern Zen transformed them into a method of suppressing the mind. A method of suppressing the mind does not help practitioners resolve anything at all. Instead, it only creates more illness. The word recollection in the 4 unshakable recollections means contemplating, examining, and reflecting upon the body, feelings, mind, and phenomena of the Buddha. How did he live so that his mind was serene, peaceful, and liberated? Therefore, recollection means continuously reflecting upon the Buddha's way of life. How did he live so that his mind was free from mental scattering? How did he live so that he did not cause suffering to himself or to others? When our contemplation is like this, it causes our minds to place complete confidence in the Buddha. Therefore, however the Buddha lived, we will strive to live in the same way. However the Buddha acted, we will strive to act in the same way. Living and acting exactly like the Buddha makes our minds pure. There is no longer mental scattering. That is, the mind is abandoning sensual desire and abandoning evil states. A mind that is abandoning sensual desire and abandoning evil states is a liberated mind, or stated another way, it is mastery over life. It is the unmoving mind in the presence of all phenomena. Only then can it be called recollection of the Buddha with body and mind purified through the 4 unshakable recollections. This discourse clearly teaches the method of recollection of the Buddha, recollection of the Dhamma, recollection of the Sangha, and recollection of virtue. It is only because Mahayana scholars were unwilling to study the early Buddhist scriptures that they created their own interpretations and then taught recollection of the Buddha, recollection of the Dhamma, recollection of the Sangha, and recollection of virtue according to imagined interpretations. As a result, practitioners suppress their minds and become ill. The aspiration for rebirth in the Pure Land through recollecting the Buddha is nowhere to be seen. What is seen instead are severe and dangerous illnesses. Venerable Thích Thông was a person who promoted the Pure Land method of practice and specialized exclusively in recollecting the Buddha. I do not know how he suppressed his mind through recollecting the Buddha, but before he died, he vomited blood. We also had a disciple who practiced suppressing the mind in order to stop the breath, and he too coughed up large quantities of blood. If we wish to recollect the Buddha correctly, we should carefully listen to the Buddha's teaching on recollecting the Buddha. Here, Mahanama, a noble disciple, recollects the Tathagata. At that time, his mind is not dominated by greed. His mind is not dominated by hatred. His mind is not dominated by delusion. At that time, his mind becomes upright through relying on the Tathagata. In the above passage, the Buddha clearly defined the method of recollecting the Buddha. To recollect the Tathagata means that the Tathagata's mind is free from greed, free from hatred, and free from delusion. Therefore, one who lives by recollecting the Buddha should not allow greed, hatred, and delusion to dominate the mind. When the mind is not dominated by greed, hatred, and delusion, then the mind becomes upright. We must clearly understand the meaning of the term upright here. Upright means a straight mind. A straight mind means a serene, peaceful, and untroubled mind. It is a mind free from mental scattering. Let us continue listening carefully to the Buddha's teaching. And Mahanama, a noble disciple with an upright mind, gains acceptance of meaning through faith, gains acceptance of the Dhamma through faith, and gains joy connected with the Dhamma. Because he has joy, rapture arises. For one who has rapture, the body becomes tranquil. With a tranquil body, he experiences pleasant feeling. For one who has pleasant feeling, the mind becomes composed. The above passage clearly establishes for us what states will appear as the result of living like the Buddha. When we live like the Buddha and the mind becomes serene, peaceful, and untroubled, then faith in the Buddha immediately arises within us. Therefore, the scripture defines this state with the brief phrase, gains acceptance of meaning through faith. Although brief, it fully conveys the meaning for those who truly carry out this teaching. Those who do not live correctly like the Buddha do not obtain these results. Therefore, the Buddha taught, "My Dhamma has no waiting time. Come and see." When the state of faith in the Buddha arises within us, only those who have actually realized it can know this state. It is a wonderful state of one who possesses true faith. As for now, we have not yet attained this state. We say that we believe in the Buddha, but we do not yet possess true faith. When one receives this feeling of faith, the mind immediately becomes delighted and pleased with the practice of recollection of the Buddha. What does it mean to be delighted and pleased with the practice of recollection of the Buddha? It means that we always enjoy living like the Buddha. It means that the mind no longer craves anything at all. Even concerning food and drink, there is no longer any craving for food or drink. The mind of anger is the same. No evil state can affect the body and mind to the extent that anger can arise. Delusion is the same as well. At that time, there is no longer any fondness for laziness, drowsiness, or rest. This means that in the state of acceptance through faith, there is no longer sloth, torpor, or neutral dullness. Instead, one becomes very diligent in living like the Buddha. Therefore, the passage teaches, gains joy connected with the Dhamma. This phrase means rejoicing and delighting in living like the Buddha. When the mind possesses the state of delight in living like the Buddha, another state appears. That is the state of joy arising within us, as the scripture teaches. Because he has joy, rapture arises. When this joy clearly appears within us, the body becomes peaceful and light, as though it no longer has weight. Walking becomes very comfortable. The body no longer experiences aches, pains, or fatigue. It is a state of immense bodily well-being. Therefore, the scripture teaches, for one who has rapture, the body becomes tranquil. That is correct. A person who has joy experiences a body that is light and peaceful. When the body is light and peaceful, the entire body and mind experience a strange feeling of pleasure that cannot be expressed. There are no words capable of describing it. Only those who have practiced to these states can experience it. It is like a person who drinks water and knows for himself whether it is hot or cold. An outsider cannot know it. The passage clearly confirms this. With a tranquil body, he experiences pleasant feeling. Within this state of pleasant feeling, the practitioner can finally recognize what a composed mind is. For a long time, everyone has spoken about a composed mind. Yet no one has known what the state of a composed mind is actually like. Only after passing through many states can one see a composed mind. With this composed mind, you will enter meditation without difficulty and without fatigue. To cultivate a composed mind is not easy, my friends. By living like the Buddha, we finally attain the state of a composed mind, as taught in the scripture. For one who has pleasant feeling, the mind becomes composed. If your mind has not yet experienced pleasant feeling, then you will never attain a composed mind. After attaining a composed mind, you will then have a life of calmness in the face of all evil states and all feelings. Only then do we truly stop causing suffering to ourselves, to others, and to all living beings. Only then does our mind become truly unmoving before evil states and feelings. Let us listen to the Buddha's teaching. Mahanama, regarding this noble disciple, it is said, among those who are not peaceful, he lives peacefully. Among those who cause affliction, he does not cause affliction. Having entered the stream of Dhamma, he practices recollection of the Buddha in this way. Anguttara Nikaya, Book 3, page 16. By this point, you can clearly see that the method of recollection of the Buddha in early Buddhism is not the same as the method of recollection of the Buddha found in Mahayana scriptures. The recollection of the Buddha taught in Mahayana scriptures is a method of suppressing the mind in order to control wandering thoughts for 7 days with one pointed concentration. That is a method of recollection of the Buddha belonging to non-Buddhist paths. Since we practice according to the Buddha, we should cast it away because it is an incorrect method of practice. Please pay careful attention so as to avoid the deception of non-Buddhist paths. The above is one of the discourses that clearly establishes how the Buddha taught recollection of the Buddha. Relying on the Tathagata means living exactly like the Tathagata. That is the true meaning of recollection of the Buddha. Relying on the Tathagata also means that in all deportments of walking, standing, lying down, sitting, speaking, remaining silent, eating, drinking, wearing robes, carrying the alms bowl, and so forth, the Tathagata is present, accompanying us in every step, every action, and every refined aspect of conduct. A person who practices recollection of the Buddha always sees the Buddha beside him. Therefore, he carefully guards the 6 sense faculties. He maintains them strictly and does not dare to be careless. He is always vigilant and watchful. By practicing in this way, the mind becomes pure, alert, and established in mindfulness. Because of this, the mind becomes composed. When the mind becomes composed, it becomes pliable and easy to use. Therefore, entering the meditative absorptions is not difficult and does not involve fatigue, just as taught in the Buddha's scriptures. 2. Recollection of the Dhamma. How is recollection of the Dhamma practiced? According to the way Mahayana scholars teach it, recollection of the Dhamma means saying homage to the Dhamma, that is, chanting scriptures and reciting mantras. In the temples today, there are 4 chanting sessions every day. In the evening, scriptures are chanted for peace and for the dead. Late at night, the Shurangama mantra is recited while offering water. At noon, food is offered to the Garuda bird. In the afternoon, rice and salt are offered to wandering spirits while the Mengshan scripture is chanted. Practicing recollection of the Dhamma in this manner, even if one continues for 1,000 years or 1 million years, the body and mind will not become pure. According to the early Buddhist scriptures, recollection of the Dhamma means contemplating and reflecting upon the teachings that the Buddha taught, such as the 4 unshakable recollections, the 4 right efforts, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 4 bases of spiritual power, and so forth. One reflects on how to live and practice according to these teachings. Then one lives and practices correctly in accordance with them. That is called recollection of the Dhamma. For example, the Buddha taught, prevent evil, abandon evil states, give rise to wholesome states, and develop wholesome states. According to this teaching, day after day, moment after moment, one remains constantly vigilant, guarding against and preventing evil states. If any evil state accidentally arises, one immediately seeks a way to eliminate it. One does not allow it to remain in the mind, prolonging suffering, resentment, annoyance, and dissatisfaction. Instead, one causes the mind to become serene, peaceful, light, comfortable, and stable. That is truly recollection of the Dhamma. Practicing recollection of the Dhamma in this way brings immediate liberation. It makes the mind pure. Therefore, it is called recollection of the Dhamma with body and mind purified through the 4 unshakable recollections. The Buddha's teaching contains the 37 aids to enlightenment. We should choose from among these 37 aids to enlightenment a method of practice that is suitable to our own distinctive characteristics. Then we should apply and practice it in our daily lives. In this way, we build for ourselves a morality of being human that does not cause suffering to ourselves or to others. This is recollection of the Dhamma through the 4 unshakable recollections. Now let us listen to a passage in which the Buddha taught recollection of the Dhamma. Furthermore, Mahanama, a noble disciple, recollects the Dhamma. The Dhamma is well taught by the Blessed One, directly visible here and now, timeless, inviting one to come and see, leading onward to be personally understood by the wise. In the above passage, the Buddha skillfully reminds us that we must carefully study that the teaching must be directly visible here and now. This means that the teaching is not vague or abstract. It is not based on fantasies or superstitions. It does not speak of imaginary things. It does not speak of a metaphysical world, souls, ghosts, deities, or spirits. It does not speak of supernatural powers and magical arts used to stage deceptions, and so forth. Timeless, inviting one to come and see means that the Buddha's teaching is not something that must be practiced for many lifetimes and many kalpas, as Mahayana scriptures teach. One must practice for many lifetimes and many kalpas, for immeasurable kalpas. That teaching is incorrect. The Buddha's teaching is the morality of being human. If we do not live according to the teaching, then we do not possess morality. Without morality, we live in evil states. Living in evil states is suffering. It is not liberation. Therefore, the Dhamma is timeless. Whoever lives correctly according to the Dhamma immediately attains liberation. Therefore, the Buddha taught, "Come and see." The Buddha's teaching is that practical. Therefore, whoever lives according to the Dhamma is practicing recollection of the Dhamma. Recollection of the Dhamma does not mean chanting scriptures. Please pay careful attention to this. Living according to the Buddha's teaching will lead us from the state of animals to the state of human beings. From the state of human beings, it will lead us to the state of noble beings, leading onward. Dear friends, when we live correctly according to the Dhamma, greed, hatred, and delusion cannot dominate us. Therefore, our body and mind become completely liberated. Let us listen to the Buddha's teaching on recollection of the Dhamma. Mahanama, while the noble disciple recollects the Dhamma, at that time his mind is not dominated by greed, not dominated by hatred, and not dominated by delusion. That is correct. When we live according to the Dhamma as it is taught, greed, hatred, and delusion can no longer affect us. Therefore, the body and mind become serene, peaceful, and untroubled. When the body and mind are serene, peaceful, and untroubled, the scripture says that the mind becomes upright. At that time, his mind becomes upright through relying on the Dhamma. When the mind becomes serene, peaceful, and untroubled, faith in the Buddha's true Dhamma becomes complete and perfect, and Mahanam, a noble disciple with an upright mind, gains acceptance of meaning through faith. When faith in the true Dhamma becomes present, our mind becomes joyful, delighted, and fond of the Dhamma. We want to practice forever. We do not want to be separated from the Dhamma. Therefore, the Buddha affirmed, gains acceptance of the Dhamma through faith, gains joy connected with the Dhamma. When we diligently and earnestly embrace the Dhamma and practice it, joy arises within us. Because he has joy, rapture arises. When joy arises within us, we feel the entire body become light and peaceful. Therefore, the passage affirms, for one who has rapture, the body becomes tranquil. When the entire body feels light and peaceful, body and mind experience a wonderful state of pleasant feeling. At this point, only those who have practiced can experience it. With a tranquil body, he experiences pleasant feeling. When we fully experience pleasant feeling in body and mind, the mind is never distracted. It always remains unmoving and composed. We hear the Buddha teach, with a composed mind that is pliable and easy to use. This is the composed mind that, along the path of practice, hour by hour and minute by minute, we gradually come to know. For one who has pleasant feeling, the mind becomes composed. To conclude the method of recollection of the Dhamma at the point of the unmoving mind, let us listen to the Buddha's teaching. Mahanama, regarding this noble disciple, it is said, among those who are not peaceful, he lives peacefully. Among those who cause affliction, he lives without causing affliction. Having entered the stream of Dhamma, this is how he practices recollection of the Dhamma. Anguttara Nikaya, Book 3, page 18. 3. Recollection of the Sangha. How is recollection of the Sangha practiced? If we follow the teachings of Mahayana scholars and simply recite homage to the Sangha, then even if one practiced for hundreds of thousands of millions of kalpas, this body and mind would never become pure. Reciting homage to the Sangha in that manner is a method of suppressing the mind. It causes greed, hatred, delusion, conceit, and doubt to be repressed. The more one practices, the more violent these mental states become whenever obstacles are encountered. According to the meaning taught in Mahayana scriptures, homage to the Sangha means offering robes, food, medicine, beds, dwellings, and the 4 requisites to the Sangha. By making such offerings, one receives immeasurable mundane merit. This is not in accordance with the path of Buddhist practice. That is the Mahayana way of recollection of the Sangha. It is not in accordance with the Buddha's true Dhamma. According to the early Buddhist scriptures, if one wishes to practice recollection of the Sangha correctly, one must first choose monks who strictly uphold the precepts. Monks who strictly uphold the precepts are those who live with few desires and contentment. They possess 3 robes and 1 alms bowl. They do not live in large temples with grand Buddha images. They live far removed from abundant material conveniences. They do not dress luxuriously. They live by going for alms, receiving food one morsel at a time. They do not store money, wealth, or possessions. They often take the foot of a tree as their resting place. They eat one meal a day. They do not eat at improper times. When we find such monks, we should respect them and ask them to be our teachers. From that point onward, we possess a torch that illuminates the path. Every day we observe and contemplate the example of their noble conduct and virtue. We train ourselves to live like them. We learn patience, compliance, and contentment. We learn how to overcome obstructing states in the mind. We learn how to love others and live in harmony with everyone. We learn how to accept disadvantages for ourselves. We constantly imitate the virtues of the Sangha. We live according to the noble example of the Sangha. These monks teach us through their conduct. They teach us through wordless Dhamma discourses. They are those who have attained realization through practice. On the other hand, monks who break, violate, and shatter the precepts should be regarded as Brahmin ascetics. They are not worthy of our respect and offerings. To contemplate and examine the virtuous way of life of the noble Sangha, taking it as a model for practicing abandoning sensual desire and abandoning evil states, that is truly recollection of the Sangha. Practicing recollection of the Sangha in this way brings great benefit to oneself and to others. It does not cause suffering to oneself or to others. Practicing recollection of the Sangha in this way is what makes body and mind pure. Practicing recollection of the Sangha in this way is truly called recollection of the Sangha through the 4 unshakable recollections. These are the Buddha's words teaching us how to practice recollection of the Sangha. Furthermore, Mahanama, a noble disciple, recollects the Sangha. The disciples of the Blessed One are of good conduct. The disciples of the Blessed One are of upright conduct. The disciples of the Blessed One are of proper conduct. The disciples of the Blessed One are of correct conduct. That is, the 4 pairs, the 8 kinds of individuals. These disciples of the Blessed One are worthy of gifts, worthy of hospitality, worthy of offerings, worthy of reverential salutation with joined palms. They are the unsurpassed field of merit in the world. In this passage, the Buddha clearly presents the qualities of the noble Sangha so that we may take them as examples and live accordingly. Good conduct, upright conduct, proper conduct, correct conduct. To understand these qualities clearly, we should examine each one individually. A. Good conduct. So what does good conduct mean? Good conduct refers to the refined deportment and conduct of a monastic, all of which are taught in the Vinaya, the Code of Noble Conduct of the Buddha. Please read the Traditional Culture series, volumes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, and it will become clear. Good conduct consists of the actions of preventing evil and abandoning evil states, giving rise to wholesome states, and increasing wholesome states of the 4 right efforts. It consists of the actions of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity of the 4 immeasurable states. B. Upright conduct. So what does upright conduct mean? Upright conduct consists of actions that directly master the 4 sufferings related to body, feeling, mind, and phenomena. It means mastering birth, aging, sickness, and death, and bringing samsara to an end. Upright conduct is precisely the actions of the 4 noble concentrations, the 4 bases of spiritual power, and the 3 knowledges. C. Proper conduct. So what does proper conduct mean? Proper conduct is living daily life in a manner that correctly corresponds with the actions of the Buddha, the Dhamma, the noble Sangha, and the precepts. These are the actions of living according to the 4 unshakable recollections. D. Correct conduct. So what does correct conduct mean? Correct conduct consists of actions that do not cause suffering to oneself, to others, or to all living beings. Correct conduct is a mind that is peaceful, happy, and free from concerns. In summary, a person who practices the method of practice of the 4 unshakable recollections will possess all 4 of the qualities mentioned above. A person who possesses all 4 of these qualities is a complete person. He is a person who masters the law of cause and effect. He is a person who transcends cosmic space. He is a person who is no longer governed by the laws of the law of cause and effect. When we recollect the Sangha correctly in this manner, the mind is not dominated by greed, hatred, and delusion. Therefore, the mind becomes peaceful, happy, and free from concerns, just as the Buddha taught. Mahanama, when a noble disciple recollects the Sangha, At that time, the mind is not dominated by greed, is not dominated by hatred, is not dominated by delusion. At that time, his mind becomes upright through relying upon recollection of the Sangha. When the mind becomes peaceful, happy, and free from concerns, all the states of faith, joy, delight, tranquility, pleasant feeling, and composure appear one after another in full. When one lives correctly according to recollection of the noble Sangha in this way, how could the practice of liberation be difficult? Is that not so, friends? Let us listen carefully to the Buddha's words. And Mahanama, a noble disciple with an upright mind, gains acceptance of meaning through faith, gains acceptance of the Dhamma through faith, gains joy connected with the Sangha. Because he has joy, rapture arises. For one who has rapture, the body becomes tranquil. With a tranquil body, he experiences pleasant feeling. For one who has pleasant feeling, the mind becomes composed. When we live correctly according to the noble Sangha, our minds become unmoving before evil states and feelings. That is, our minds completely abandon sensual desire and abandon evil states, entering the stream of the noble ones, as the scripture teaches. Mahana, regarding this noble disciple, it is said, among those who are not peaceful, he lives peacefully. Among those who cause affliction, he lives without causing affliction. Having entered the stream of Dhamma, this is how he practices recollection of the Sangha. Anguttara Nikaya, Book 3, page 19. For recollection of the precepts. How is recollection of the precepts practiced? Mahayana teachers teach recollection of the precepts by reciting the precepts once every half month, on the 14th day or the 30th day. They gather together and recite the precepts. That is their Mahayana method of recollection of the precepts. Even if they were to recite them for 1,000,000 kalpas, they would still not strictly uphold the precepts. They would still not purify body and mind. It is merely a form of deceiving followers into thinking that they are keeping the precepts. They do not know that the precepts are the ethical actions and way of life of a noble Sangha monk. If they merely recite the precepts in this way, it has no meaning and no benefit at all. It is only a form of concealment for their violation of the precepts. Therefore, most Mahayana monks who recollect the precepts in this manner live by breaking, violating, and shattering the precepts. There is not a single precept that they do not violate. Mahayana scholars do not correctly understand the method of practice of the 4 unshakable recollections. Therefore, they practice incorrectly. Because they practice incorrectly, body and mind become defiled and impure. In the end, practicing the 4 unshakable recollections turns into 4 destroyed purities, with not the slightest liberation. So how should recollection of the precepts be practiced correctly? To practice recollection of the precepts correctly, one must thoroughly study the precepts. When the precepts have been thoroughly understood, we contemplate and reflect upon which virtues of the precepts teach human morality and which precepts teach the virtues of a noble one. Once we clearly understand the virtues taught by the precepts, from that point onward we resolve every day to live correctly according to the morality of a human being and the morality of a noble one. By observing and reflecting upon every action of body, speech, and mind in this way, we live in strict accordance with the precepts. Because we live in strict accordance with the precepts, body and mind become pure, abandoning sensual desire and abandoning evil states. From that point onward, body and mind do not destroy their purity. A person who contemplates, observes, and lives correctly according to the precepts in this way is practicing recollection of the precepts through the 4 unshakable recollections. Only recollection in this manner is truly called recollection of the precepts. It is not recollection of the precepts in the manner of Mahayana scholars who simply recite a set of precepts and consider the matter finished. Such recollection is Mahayana recollection of the precepts. It is not recollection of the precepts through the 4 unshakable recollections. Now let us listen to the Buddha's teaching on recollection of the precepts. Furthermore, Mahanama, a noble disciple, recollects his own precepts, unbroken, untorn, unblemished, unspotted, liberating, praised by the wise, not grasped at, leading to concentration. Have you heard the Buddha's words in this passage? The precepts are unbroken, untorn, unblemished, and unspotted. This teaching helps us examine each of the Buddha's precepts to see whether any have been broken, torn, blemished, or corrupted by anyone. we do not accept such kinds of precepts. For example, the precept against eating at improper times was later blemished by the patriarchs into eating at noon. It was broken apart into the devas eat in the morning, the Buddha eats at noon, living beings eat after noon, hungry ghosts eat at night. It was corrupted by eating in the morning, eating at noon, eating in the evening, or not eating in the morning and evening, but instead drinking milk mixed with sugar, and so on. Because the Mahayana schools have precepts that are broken, torn, blemished, and corrupted, their minds are dominated by greed, hatred, and delusion. Therefore, they enjoy living in large temples with grand Buddha images. Each temple costs billions to build. They have automobiles, refrigerators, air conditioners, televisions, mobile phones, and so on. On the contrary, when one recollects correctly according to the Buddha's teachings in the early Buddhist scriptures, the mind is not dominated by greed, hatred, and delusion. Therefore, it is always peaceful, happy, and free from concerns, as the Buddha teaches in the following passage. Mahanama, when a noble disciple recollects the precepts, at that time the mind is not dominated by greed, is not dominated by hatred, is not dominated by delusion. At that time his mind becomes upright through relying upon the precepts. When one recollects the precepts correctly according to the Dhamma, the mind is unmoving, peaceful, happy, and free from concerns. When the mind is unmoving, peaceful, happy, and free from concerns, the states of liberation appear in full, such as faith, joy, rapture, and happiness, tranquility, pleasant feeling, and composure. Now let us listen to the Buddha's teaching. And Mahanama, a noble disciple with an upright mind, gains acceptance of meaning through faith, gains acceptance of the Dhamma through faith, gains joy connected with the discipline of the precepts. Because he has joy, rapture arises. For one who has rapture, the body becomes tranquil. With a tranquil body, he experiences pleasant feeling. For one who has pleasant feeling, the mind becomes composed. When the composed mind is pliable and easy to use, we have entered the stream of the noble ones and will never return again to the worldly life. Mahanama, regarding this noble disciple, it is said, among those who are not peaceful, he lives peacefully. Among those who cause affliction, he lives without causing affliction. Having entered the stream of Dhamma, this is how he practices recollection of the precepts. Anguttara Nikaya, Book 3, page 19. This is one of the discourses that verifies the Buddha's teaching. Yet the patriarchs dared to teach otherwise, causing later generations to practice incorrectly. They taught contrary to the Buddha's Dhamma. Even the teachings they themselves invented were attributed to the Buddha as if he had spoken them. Therefore, for the past 25 centuries, people have thought they were practicing Buddhism, but in reality, they have been practicing the religion of the patriarchs. That is why millions upon millions have practiced, yet no one has mastered birth, aging, sickness, and death, and brought samsara to an end. You should remember this. If you are determined to practice in search of the liberation taught by Buddhism, then merely practicing the 4 unshakable recollections is enough for you to fully accomplish the path of practice. That means you will master the 4 sufferings of human life, birth, aging, sickness, and death, and you will bring samsara to an end. Why then would you need to practice other methods of practice? When we say that the 4 unshakable recollections are practiced together with the taintless concentration, it is because you should contemplate, examine, and reflect upon the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, and the precepts. You should strive to live exactly in accordance with the Buddha, the Dhamma, the noble Sangha, and the precepts. You should not violate even the slightest fault. This is the way to sweep away the taints within yourselves. That is why it is said to be practiced together with the taintless concentration. But in reality, you are not practicing the taintless concentration. You are practicing the 4 unshakable recollections. In summary, a person determined to practice in search of liberation needs only to practice the 4 unshakable recollections. That alone is sufficient for liberation. Why practice many different things and exhaust yourself? For example, if we are determined to live like the Buddha, then whenever obstructing states arise in the mind, we firmly refuse to become angry, irritated, or distressed. By living and acting exactly like the Buddha, at that very moment, body and mind become pure. Or in other words, the mind becomes unmoving before phenomena. Practice is only this, yet no one can do it. The method of practice of the 4 unshakable recollections is a wonderful method of practice. If a person is determined to the point of death to practice it, results will come immediately. There is no need to wait from year to year, month after month, or year after year. To conclude this Dhamma teaching with the Buddha's words, the Dhamma is well proclaimed by the Blessed One, directly visible here and now, timeless, inviting one to come and see, capable of leading upward to be personally realized by the wise, regulating one's own mind. The Buddha's teaching, how should one teach others? One should teach oneself in the same way. Only one who is well regulated can regulate others. How difficult it is to regulate oneself. Dhammapada, chapter 12, The Self, verse 159. Commentary. In the world, people often bring out this principle or that principle to teach others, yet they themselves do not practice those principles correctly. Therefore, the Buddha taught, how should one teach others? One should teach oneself in the same way. Regulating the mind is a very difficult task. Only those who have practiced know this. Difficult, extremely difficult, is regulating the mind in the correct way. If the mind is not regulated correctly, then the mind is suppressed. Suppressing the mind is making oneself suffer. The path of practice goes nowhere. To regulate one's own mind means to master the mind. To master the mind means that when the mind desires something, one does not follow it. Example 1. When the mind wants to eat or sleep at improper times, one does not follow it by eating or sleeping at improper times. That is regulating the mind. Example 2. When the mind becomes angry or resentful towards someone, we do not follow it. We always maintain a mind that is serene, peaceful, and free from trouble. That is regulating the mind. Example 3. When the body is sick and in pain, we keep the mind unmoving mind. We do not waver. We are not afraid. We are not afraid of death. We do not worry whether the illness is severe or mild. We do not run to doctors and take this medicine or that medicine to reassure the mind, and so on. That is regulating the mind. It is not regulating the mind in the Mahayana or Eastern Zen manner of concentrating the mind until all wandering thoughts disappear. When the mind is regulated in this way, it becomes serene, peaceful, and free from trouble. When our mind can live in peace and freedom from trouble, only then can we teach others to regulate themselves. As the scripture says, only one who is well regulated can regulate others. How difficult it is to regulate oneself. This verse implies that the Buddha taught his disciples that only after attaining realization through practice should they teach others. If they have not attained realization and hastily teach others to practice, then they teach incorrectly. Why is that? Because their own mind is still like a heap of filthy garbage and has not yet been regulated. How difficult it is to regulate oneself. So how can they go and teach others? But when one knows how to regulate the mind is no longer stubborn. That is, the mind no longer has greed, anger, and delusion. When the mind no longer has greed, anger, and delusion, it is an unmoving mind. An unmoving mind is a pliable mind, easy to use. A pliable mind, easy to use, means that the practice has been completed. Only then should we teach others. Wouldn't that be right, friends? Only one who is well regulated can regulate others. How difficult it is to regulate oneself. The purpose of our practice is to save ourselves from the sea of suffering, not to become teachers instructing others in practice. Therefore, if one's practice is not complete and one teaches others, how can those people practice successfully? Wouldn't that be right, friends? Please pay attention to the first 2 lines of the verse above. These are the Buddha's words of reminder to those who have not attained realization, yet go out to preach the teaching. Most lecturers teach others very well, but they teach themselves very poorly. For example, senior monks often instruct lay Buddhists to keep the 5 precepts, the 8 precepts, or the 10 precepts. Yet they themselves violate all of these prohibitions. There is not a single precept that they do not violate. Therefore, the Buddha taught, how should one teach others? One should teach oneself in the same way. Remember this teaching above. Look and see whether the Dharma lecturers of today are exactly as we have described.